Chapter 1104 Intermediate Town. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1104 Intermediate Town. Feng felt his head ache when he heard the administrator's price. In reality, this was considered cheap. An intermediate town shouldn't have appeared at this stage of the game in the past. The first intermediate town had only appeared after mainstream players had reached level 60. During that time, Tier 2 expert players were commonplace. Right now, however, mainstream players weren't even level 40. Guild mainstream players could earn money far more quickly at level 60 than level 40, following which Feng gave up on constructing his town and stored his Grandmaster town design before leaving the VIP room. Town reconstruction was only one of the benefits of an intermediate town. Reconstructing the town was not necessary to reopen it to the public currently. Feng lacked coins. Hence, he could set this matter aside for now. In any case, Stone Forest Town had already been successfully promoted to an intermediate town. The Grandmaster design wasn't going anywhere. He could simply operate Stone Forest Town as usual. It would not be too late to reconstruct the town after a few more days of earning money. In the Candlelight Trading Firm's second-floor lounge, Xianxia and Purple Jade both sat quietly inside the lounge. Uncle Yuan, I'm afraid that we'll have trouble completing this trade. For some reason, the evil energy in Stone Forest Town is gradually dissipating. It is only a matter of time before Stone Forest Town recovers. Zero Wing won't be interested in our conditions, Purple Jade said after she finished reading the information the secret pavilion had sent her. Smiling, she said, Blackwater, Heaven's Burial, and Pantheon have suffered greatly. Not only have they failed to obtain Stone Forest Town, but they have also lost all of the members that they had dispatched. This is the first time Pantheon has suffered such a massive loss since joining God's domain. They definitely have a mess to clean up. The relationship between the virtual gaming world's superpowers was not as peaceful as everyone thought. If given the opportunity, these powers would be more than willing to choke their rivals to death. After all, every game's resources were finite. If they had one less competitor, they could claim far more resources for themselves. Pantheon had lost 1 trump card legion and 2 core legions in this war. That was a total of 3,000 experts. This would be a significant blow to any super guild. The loss of the trump card legion was particularly severe. Any player capable of joining a super guild's trump card legion could reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor at the very minimum. Such experts were considerably rare in first-rate guilds. In the eyes of ordinary players, those who reached the 5th floor were already considered experts. Much less the 6th floor. Zero Wing is truly unpredictable. Xianxia shook his head and laughed. No wonder they aren't afraid of mutual destruction with Blackwater. However, this doesn't affect our plans in any way. Even if Stone Forest Town recovers, it will take a considerable amount of time and resources. Meanwhile, Candlelight Trading Firm cannot wait that long. It is even more so for Zero Wing. He had not talked through his hat currently. Both the Blackwater and Heavenly Trading Firms were pressuring the Candlelight Trading Firm. Although Candlelight still held considerable influence in Star Moon Kingdom's market and maintained its daily traffic, how long would that last? Both the Blackwater and Heavenly Trading Firms were marking down their prices and selling their items at a loss. They could also keep this up for a considerable amount of time due to their abundant funds and powerful connections. However, what about the Candlelight Trading Firm? The Candlelight Trading Firm had neither abundant funds nor powerful connections. Its only capital was Stone Forest Town. There was no way Candlelight could win a price war against the Blackwater and Heavenly Trading Firms. Moreover, without sufficient coins, Zero Wing could not continue to develop. Now that Zero Wing was in the limelight, this was the perfect opportunity for the guild to develop and widen the gap between itself and Blackwater. If Zero Wing only continued its development after Blackwater recovered, the guild would be in big trouble. If Blackwater decided to take action against Zero Wing again, it would take more precautions and would not be caught off guard as it had been in this war. Furthermore, Zero Wing currently had an agreement with the secret pavilion to hand over the bronze mounts and strengthening devices. These items were considerably expensive. Obtaining them would not be that easy if Zero Wing wished to earn more coins. Working with the secret pavilion was undoubtedly the best decision. Just as Xianxia and Purple Jade were quietly discussing Zero Wing's situation, Feng, currently disguised as Black Flame, entered the lounge. What a powerful mental oppression. Xianxia was shocked when he laid eyes on Feng. Meeting the man in person felt massively different than watching Feng on the screen. Although Feng had hidden his weapons and equipment's glow effects and sheathed his aura, Xianxia, with his bountiful experience, immediately sensed the dangerous atmosphere coming from Feng. This swordsman felt like a dragon lurking in the water. 6 epic items? Upon closer inspection, Yuan Tiexin's lips involuntarily twitched in God's domain. The difference between epic items and dark gold items wasn't limited to their aura effects. There was also a huge difference in the materials used to produce them. Even if Shifeng tried to hide his items' glow effects, players who were familiar with the materials could easily recognize the item's quality. Yuan Tiexin had researched the various materials available in God's domain precisely to gauge others' strength. After all, there were too many experts who preferred to keep a low profile in God's domain. If he knew how to determine equipment quality, should he come across an independent expert, he might be able to recruit them into the secret pavilion. As for his enemies, he could use this knowledge to gauge their strength and respond appropriately. Uncle Yuan, are you sure? Purple Jade was slightly doubtful when she heard Yuan Tiexin's words. Even their guild leader did not have as many as 6 epic items on him. At most he had around 3. Epic items were simply too rare. Even Grand Lords rarely dropped them, hence, even now, she only had 2 epic items. Even so, many of the guild's upper echelons were incredibly jealous of her. Of the 2 epic items, one was a weapon while the other was a pair of shoes. She had obtained the shoes during a fortuitous encounter. However, that encounter had cost her a level and plenty of effort. As for the weapon, the guild had given it to her due to her status as the guild's top genius. Even a genius like Cold Autumn had not received an epic item yet. Shifeng had 6 epic items. Anyone would question this matter. Do you doubt this old man's judgment? Yuan Tiexin could not help but roll his eyes at Purple Jade. Although he was no match for the little girl in terms of potential, he could rank among the top 5 in the guild when it came to judging item quality. 6 epic items. Is this the secret to Black Flame's strength? As Purple Jade quietly watched Shifeng approach, her will to challenge the man to a fight was immediately extinguished. Only those who used epic items knew their strength. If 2 combatants had roughly equal combat standards, the one with 6 epic items would trample over the one with only 2. Furthermore, her standards were weaker than Shifeng's. By challenging him right now, she'd only ask for a beating. After Shifeng took his seat and before Yuan Tiexin spoke, he received a message from his guild. Stone Forest Town has been promoted to an intermediate town. Chapter 1105. Golden Cities. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1105. Golden Cities. Yuan Tiexin fell into a daze after he read the message. In intermediate town. Although the secret pavilion had captured many towns, they were all still far from becoming intermediate towns. Uncle Yuan, what happened? Purple Jade asked curiously when she noticed Yuan Tiexin's long stretch of silence despite Shifeng's arrival. Yuan Tiexin finally reacted, returning his gaze to Shifeng with a perplexed look. Just when he thought that he had uncovered all of Zero Wing's secrets, he felt as if he knew nothing about the guild once again. Did Zero Wing truly lack a background as he had thought? Yuan Tiexin did not respond to Purple Jade's question. Instead, he smiled at Shifeng and said, I really must congratulate you, guild leader Black Flame. Not only did you defeat Blackwater, but you've also promoted Stone Forest Town to an intermediate town. Although Yuan Tiexin smiled, inwardly, he was extremely frustrated now that Zero Wing ruled over an intermediate town. He had no choice but to place greater importance on the guild. An intermediate town occupied far more land than a basic town. It also had more features. If one called Stone Forest Town a mountain of gold when it had been a basic town, then as an intermediate town, it was a diamond mountain. Setting aside Stone Forest Town's proximity to the Stoneclaw Mountains, its battle arena alone could earn Zero Wing a fortune. Furthermore, plenty of companies would want to open their own virtual shops in the town. Previously, Stone Forest Town was as valuable as 4 or 5 basic towns. The town attracted many companies. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's asking price had been too high, causing many of these companies to shy away. However, now that Stone Forest Town had become an intermediate town, even a fool could see its value. Most likely, Zero Wing's previous conditions would no longer deter companies' investments. Tons of companies would definitely be willing to invest in the town regardless of the cost. Right now, Zero Wing did not lack coins, credits, or players. It had even earned its prestige. Zero Wing's future was limitless at this point. The conditions he had prepared to offer Zero Wing would most likely be of little interest to the guild now. Thank you, Shifeng replied politely. He then smiled and continued, if you have come to purchase the Magic Tower design, I'm sorry to say that Zero Wing has no intentions of selling it. Guild leader Black Flame, you jest. The secret pavilion has already given up on purchasing the design. Instead, in exchange for constructing 1 magic tower for us, we would like to offer you high-potential lands in 5 major cities, each with player populations in the millions. How about it? Yuan Tiexin asked. After giving the situation some thought, Rather than trying to obtain the magic tower design, he would opt for the next best thing. However, when Purple Jade heard this, she was shocked how valuable were major cities' high-potential lands. Exactly. The various large guilds had already bought out these lands. They were impossible to purchase for a reasonable price. Yet Yuan Tiexin had just offered 5 of the lands for 1 magic tower. Your offer is quite tempting. However, I have to refuse, Shifeng responded, shaking his head. These 5 plots of land were easily worth 30 or 40,000 gold in total at the moment. Moreover, their value would undoubtedly rise as time passed. Even if he rented these lands out, rather than use them himself, he could earn a hefty sum. However, his magic tower design only had 2 uses left. Among them, he had agreed to reserve one for the Town of Beginnings. Even if he traded the remaining magic tower for 5 high-potential lands, the trade wouldn't profit the candlelight trading firm overmuch. Shifeng's straightforward rejection stunned both Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade. Obtaining these 5 plots of land was the equivalent of gaining an additional 5 million customers. Even a super guild's guild leader would pause to consider such an offer, yet Shifeng had rejected it without blinking. Purple Jade even began to wonder if Shifeng truly understood these lands' value. Why else would he refuse the offer so decisively? May I know how much guild leader Black Flame wants for a tower? Yuan Tiexin asked. Gritting his teeth, the secret pavilion was determined to obtain the magic tower. The guild leader had specifically reiterated this in their conversations. I want lands in these cities. There are a total of 20 locations. I believe the secret pavilion should be capable of obtaining them. Shifeng then revealed a list of several minor NPC cities. Most of these cities had populations below 100,000, with some as low as 30,000. These cities were also spread out, covering 11 kingdoms and 2 empires. When Yuan Tiexin heard that Shifeng wanted 20 plots of land, he nearly cursed at the man. However, when he read the list and noticed that all of the names belonged to minor cities, he was stupefied. Even if he added all of the cities' player populations, the total was less than 2 million. Moreover, the lands in these locations did not have much potential. He could not fathom what was going through Shifeng's mind. However, this was good news for the secret pavilion guild leader Black Flame. Is this all that you want? Yuan Tiexin asked. He doubted that Shifeng was so generous. Of course not. I still want a 20,000 gold construction fee. Seeing Yuan Tiexin's skepticism, Shifeng had no choice but to state a more reasonable price. Truthfully, his price was quite high. Even Shifeng thought that he was ripping off the secret pavilion. Although these 20 plots of land were not particularly expensive, they served a great purpose. However, even if he wanted to buy these lands himself, he could not. Other large and small guilds already occupied them. These guilds would only part with the lands at a reasonable price if an existence like the secret pavilion took action. In the past, these land cities had been known as Golden Cities. These cities had earned that name due to their proximity to high-level maps that provided diamond wood. Diamond wood was a rare type of wood in God's domain. It was specifically used to produce high-ranking boats. Even if diamond wood were used to produce a common speedboat, that boat's standards would almost be on the same level as bronze speedboats. Hence, diamond wood had been incredibly popular among the various large guilds and seafaring adventurer teams. Unfortunately, diamond wood was extremely rare. Many kingdoms and empires lacked maps that provided the wood, including Star Moon Kingdom. Now that he had his own medium shipyard, he had to prepare. In the past, he hadn't had this opportunity. Now that the chance was before him, how could he miss it? Lands in these cities had sold for astronomical prices during his previous life. Back then, 50,000 gold had been the bare minimum to purchase one plot of land. Unlike ordinary materials, players could not store the wood meant for crafting boats in their bag space. Rather, players had to transport the wood at its full size. Moreover, even when the wood reached an NPC town or city, it was still considerably troublesome to transport the wood to its final destination. Of course, players could utilize teleportation arrays to transport the wood. Only, the price of teleporting a single log was far higher than teleporting a player. In the past, the most common transportation method had been transport carriages. However, it would be foolish to transport a single log each trip. Hence, players usually stockpiled the wood before hauling it all at once. However, NPC towns and cities did not permit players to leave piles of items on the streets. If anyone dared to do so, their items would be confiscated immediately. Due to this, the various large guilds had needed warehouses to store the materials. To put it simply, guilds in the past had spent 50,000 gold to purchase warehouses for their diamond wood. Chapter 1106. Advanced Transport Carriage. Hellscythe _Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1106. advanced transport carriage. An additional 20,000 gold? For a moment, Yuan Tiexian fell into deep thought. Fine. However, once we make the payment, you need to begin the magic tower's construction immediately. Although the minor city's 20 plots of land and the 20,000 gold was slightly more expensive than the 5 high-potential lands in major cities, the latter's value had far more space to grow. That's fine. When the deeds for those 20 plots of land and the 20,000 gold arrive, we will begin the tower's construction. Shifeng hadn't expected Yuan Tiexian to agree to his demands so quickly. Although obtaining those lands was a simple task for a super guild, collecting the 20,000 gold was not. Yuan Tiexian's ability to agree so readily showed that 20,000 gold was nothing to the secret pavilion right now. This caused Shifeng some regret. If he had known, he would have asked for 30,000 gold. After all, super guilds would undoubtedly invest more than 20,000 gold into a town's defenses. A single defense turret already cost 7,000 gold. Roughly the same price of constructing a magic tower if it were built by a master lifestyle player. Meanwhile, a guild would need at least 4 defense turrets to defend a town adequately. Unfortunately, for defense turrets weren't as capable as a single magic tower, following which, Shifeng and Yuan Tiexian signed an agreement stating that the secret pavilion would complete its part of the deal within 2 days. At that point, Zero Wing would be required to construct a magic tower in Ice Crystal Town within 2 days. Shifeng was surprised when he saw Ice Crystal Town's name. He had never imagined that the secret pavilion would capture the town. Ice Crystal Town was a border town in the Fire Wing Empire's southwestern region. The town had originally belonged to a dark force, and the majority of the town's NPCs were Tier 2. There were even several Tier 3 NPCs in charge of the town. Even the Fire Wing Empire had to consider actions against the town carefully. However, this town was precisely the reason that the Fire Wing Empire had given up on evicting the dark forces in the area. One could just imagine how difficult it would be for players to raid the town. Although Ice Crystal Town appeared ordinary, it was the closest town to the neutral map, Sunset Mountain Range. As a neutral map, the Sunset Mountain Range did not fall under the influence of any kingdom or empire. The map was also roughly half the size of a kingdom. As no kingdom or empire had ever developed the map, it had far more resources than the various kingdoms and empires. Moreover, many races lived in that map. Without the many restrictions that were usually found in kingdoms and empires, many dark forces often operated in the map. Players could also find items there that were not available in kingdoms and empires. Sadly, players couldn't teleport there. They could only travel to the map on their own power. Ice Crystal Town's popularity among players would undoubtedly surpass Stone Forest Town if someone could obtain it. Pioneering the Sunset Mountain Range would be considerably convenient for a guild, as expected of the secret pavilion. It actually managed to secure Ice Crystal Town so early in the game. Shifeng was fairly envious. The Fire Wing Empire's player population exceeded Star Moon Kingdom's by many times. For players, Stone Forest Town's sole attraction was the Stone Claw Mountains. However, the regional dungeon had a level 50 limit. Once mainstream players exceeded that limit, the town would lose its appeal. On the other hand, the Sunset Mountain Range's limit ranged between level 50 and 120. Ice Crystal Town would be popular in the Fire Wing Empire for a long time. If a magic tower were built in the town, it could easily garner 3 to 5 times more players than Stone Forest Town. However, Shifeng gave the matter little thought. Zero Wing was only starting to get on the right track. How could it possibly compete with a well-established guild like the Secret Pavilion? Moreover, he had earned a fortune through this transaction. Only, he wouldn't see the profits immediately. Once his shipyard officially opened for business, those 20 plots of land would begin to show their true value. The high-level maps near those minor cities had yet to be developed. No one had noticed the benefit of constructing boats with rare wood yet, either. Now was the perfect time to purchase diamond wood in bulk. Once he had trained enough lifestyle players, he would have collected enough diamond wood to mass-produce boats, following which, Shifeng bade Yuan Tiexian and Purple Jade farewell. White River City's Teleportation Hall. A constant stream of independent players teleported into White River City. Among them, many immediately set out to inquire about Zero Wing's residence, all of them wishing to join the popular guild Big Sis Rain. Is this really White River City? Blue Phoenix, who wore a black cloak, asked as she observed her surroundings. Elite players wandered throughout the teleportation hall. There were also the members of many large guilds. Among them, there was no lack of level 39 and level 40 experts. Meanwhile, outside the teleportation hall, many players hawked their goods, and their items were just as astonishing, selling a level 35 secret silver plate armor chest piece. Find me for a private chat if interested. Selling a level 40 mysterious iron weapon. Only magic crystals accepted as payment. Watching the players sell weapons and equipment on the street, Blue Phoenix wondered if they had teleported to the wrong place at this stage of the game. Both level 35 secret silver equipment and level 40 mysterious iron weapons were considered high-quality items. Even in Empires, very few players would willingly sell them. Yet so many players did just that in White River City. It was simply inconceivable. Meanwhile, the various adventurer teams present were the most shocking. Many adventurer teams recruited members to head to the Twin Towers Kingdom. The minimum requirements to join these teams were to be level 39 and a full set of level 35 secret silver equipment. Applicants also had to be capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 4th floor. Players who met these criteria would be considered experts in a large guild. Phoenix Rain was also somewhat surprised. Even in Star Moon City, she hadn't encountered such a busy scene. This was the first time she had heard or seen one of a kingdom's major cities surpass the capital. After leaving the teleportation hall, Phoenix Rain quickly noticed a large number of advanced carriages moving about the streets. Hailing a carriage wasn't easy due to so many players fighting for their own. Why is Xianxia here? Just as Phoenix Rain was about to climb into an advanced carriage and head to the Candlelight trading firm, she discovered two players atop mounts stopped before the teleportation hall's entrance. Both the man and the woman wore black cloaks. Although the cloaks prevented others from seeing their IDs and levels, as the two did not hide their appearances, those who knew them could recognize them easily. This was especially true for Phoenix Rain. When Phoenix Rain saw Xianxia enter the teleportation hall in such a hurry, her expression shifted. Xianxia was one of the secret pavilion's upper echelons. He was even one of the guild leader's closest confidants. Very few matters warranted a personal visit from him. The only reason she could think of that would demand Xianxia's attention was Zero Wing. How many secrets does Zero Wing have? Phoenix Rain could not help but reveal a bitter smile, following which Phoenix Rain dispelled the thought as she made her way to the Candlelight trading firm. Shortly after Xianxia left, Feng called Melancholic Smile to meet him. Of the two designs Lancelot had dropped, one was a town design, while the other was for a transport carriage design. Chapter 1107. New Product Launch. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1107. New Product Launch. Over 20 advanced forgers and engineers stood inside one of Candlelight's special forging rooms. These advanced lifestyle players had come at Feng's call us advanced lifestyle players. They were highly valued and had high statuses in any guild. However, when these 20-plus advanced lifestyle players entered the room, they all fell silent, fully focused on the ancient designs spread out on the table. Guild leader, this is. Melancholic Smile rubbed her eyes, not daring to believe what she saw. The advanced transport carriage. Ordinary players might not have much use for this item, but to a manager of a trading firm, it was incredibly important to her. The advanced transport carriage was worth far more than the bronze engineering locomotive. Not only could the advanced transport carriage transport a large group of players, but it could also transport more goods than the ordinary carriages that NPCs sold. Many important items in God's domain couldn't be stored in a player's bag space. Players were required to carry such items by themselves. The carriages NPCs sold or rented out could only support a few players. Even a bronze carriage could only carry 5 people at a time. And while a bronze carriage could carry plenty of items in its bag space, it could only carry a maximum of 10 items that couldn't be stored in a bag space. Most importantly, these carriages could only travel on official trade routes, which greatly limited their uses. Transport carriages, however, were different. As player-crafted items, they did not have many road restrictions. The basic transport carriage could already hold up to 10 players. In addition, its bag space was larger than NPC bronze carriages, and it could carry up to 30 non-bag items. It was also faster. Normally, non-bag items were very valuable, regardless of whether the items were for an NPC or to sell to other players elsewhere. Delivering such goods was the easiest way to make a profit. Merchant players would even fight over basic transport carriages if they were available on the market. Much less advanced transport carriages. The advanced transport carriage could carry up to 20 people. Needless to say, its bag space was leaps and bounds larger than the bronze carriage. It could also carry up to 60 non-bag items. As for its speed, it could compete with mysterious iron mounts. If the Candlelight trading firm could use advanced transport carriages, even if they didn't sell products and focused on logistics, they could make a fortune. Hence, how could Melancholic Smile contain her excitement? You've seen the design for yourselves. I hope that you start producing them quickly. As for the key material, I'll try to think of a way to obtain what you need. For now, start producing whichever parts you can, Feng instructed, chuckling at everyone's dumbfounded expressions. While the advanced transport carriage was amazing, Its required materials were extremely rare. The candlelight trading firm might be able to procure most of the required materials, but the main material, green ebony, was extremely difficult to acquire. Even Shifeng could only think of a few places that produced this wood. Moreover, these locations were all very high-level maps. Even the lowest-leveled location was a level 60 map called Crying Ghost Ridge. Unfortunately, it was a neutral map, a forbidden land for current players. Only Tier 2 players would dare to grind there. However, for the advanced transport carriages, Shifeng intended to make the trip. If he had transport carriages, he could open trade routes from Stone Forest Town to other NPC towns sooner than he had planned, following which, Shifeng had the advanced lifestyle players research the advanced transport carriages components, while he instructed Melancholic Smile to stay behind after the others left. Shifeng looked to Melancholic Smile and asked, "What's the situation with the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms?" Before the war, both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms had waged a crazy price war with the Candlelight, hoping to push Candlelight out of Star Moon Kingdom's market while they whittled down Zero Wing's financial strength. Now that Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had suffered such a massive defeat, the two guilds would take some sort of action. This was especially true since Zero Wing urgently needed money. As you've guessed, they have reduced their prices again. They've dropped their light stones prices in particular. Right now, they're selling each light stone for only 30 copper. They aren't even trying to cover their production costs now, Melancholic Smile slowly reported. For current players, light stones were a must-have item. They were also the Candlelight trading firm's most competitive product. Now that the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms have lowered their prices to 30 copper, one could see how much the two trading firms hated Candlelight. At 30 copper, Blackwater and Heavenly couldn't even cover their production costs. Candlelight trading firm, however, could still make a profit due to their many advanced forgers. In addition, due to the special forging rooms, powerful flames, and other support tools, Candlelight's production cost for light stones was only 20 copper. Since they want to play, let's humor them until the end. Sell the light stones for 25 copper each. We'll also start selling the exotic stamina potions. Shifeng did not feel anything in particular about this situation. He had long since prepared for the day when the light stones would no longer be profitable. After all, the light stones were a common product in God's domain. He was satisfied with the fortune he had already made off of them. Meanwhile, the exotic stamina potion he was about to launch was different. Candlelight had exclusive rights over the exotic stamina potion's recipe. Its price was also within ordinary players' budgets. This was definitely a must-have potion. Most importantly, this potion would become popular among gathering players. One of players' main sources of income in God's domain was gathering raw materials. However, players consumed far more stamina when gathering materials than in boss battles. Moreover, the rarer a material was, the more stamina players would consume. This resulted in frequent forced breaks and limited gathering times. Once they released the exotic stamina potion, Shifeng refused to believe that players, who preferred to gather materials rather than fight monsters, would pass this new product by. I'll get it done right away. Melancholic Smile nodded excitedly. The Blackwater and Heavenly trading firm's actions had irritated her. Now that they were about to launch the exotic stamina potion, she wanted to see how those two trading firms planned to compete with Candlelight, following which, Melancholic Smile reorganized the layout of the Candlelight trading firm's first-floor hall, setting up a counter specifically for the exotic stamina potion. The new counter immediately garnered the attention of many players. Leader, look over there. Candlelight seems to have launched a new product. Let's head over and take a look. Immediately, a large crowd gathered around the first floor's new counter. Crap. Isn't this potion a little too amazing? It can actually recover stamina. Chapter 1108. 10 people. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1108. 10 people. When the crowd read the exotic stamina potion's description, excitement shone in their eyes. As one of the major hidden attributes, stamina played a massive large role in players' everyday lives. However, it was very limited. Leader, we hit the jackpot this time. This stamina potion is perfect for the Silent Swamp. With this potion, we won't have any problems reaching the swamp's core. A level 38 berserker exclaimed through his team chat. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's take a look at the price first. If it's too expensive, I'd rather stick to grinding in the swamp's outer region, a level 39 shield warrior replied. However, although his tone was indifferent, anticipation flashed in his eyes. Inwardly, he hoped that the exotic stamina potion was too expensive. The Silent Swamp was a level 40 to level 50 high resource map. However, as this map was a swamp, players consumed a lot of stamina while moving through it. Moreover, the deeper one ventured into the swamp, the more stamina they consumed. Hence, The various large guilds had avoided sending members there to level up. This provided an excellent opportunity for independent players like themselves to make money and level up quickly. Previously, on their team's first trip to the Silent Swamp, they discovered that the map was a land of treasures. They frequently came across rare minerals and herbs. Although there were a lot of monsters there, if one were careful, they could walk away with a significant harvest. Unfortunately, during this period, more players headed to the Silent Swamp, causing their income from the swamp's outer area to plummet, yet they couldn't venture into the inner and core regions as their stamina consumption would be too severe. If they encountered monsters with nearly depleted stamina, they would undoubtedly suffer a team wipe. However, if they took too many breaks, they wouldn't get far, and their harvest would be quite small. If they could use this exotic stamina potion, they could reach the swamp's core and its abundant resources. At that time, their daily income would skyrocket. Their team would also be able to gather enough money to equip everyone with mounts. By then, they would earn the other adventurer team's envy. As this level 39 shield warrior was occupied with his thoughts, the other independent players surrounding the counter calculated their own potential gains and losses. Quickly look. The pre-sale price is out. Did Candlelight list the wrong price? There must be a mistake. How can the exotic stamina potion be this cheap? The players in the hall cried out in shock when they saw the pre-sale price. The mana mixture the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firm sold only had a duration of 2 hours. The exotic stamina potion, on the other hand, lasted 10 hours. Moreover, unlike the mana mixture, which only increased the user's maximum mana by 10%, the exotic stamina potion increased the user's maximum stamina by 10% and increased stamina recovery rate by 80%. One exotic stamina potion was roughly the equivalent of 5 mana mixtures, yet it only cost 10 silver coins per bottle. It was much cheaper than the mana mixture. How could they believe this? However, even after some time, the NPC manning the counter did not change the price. This situation drove everyone crazy as they panted and stared at the exotic stamina potion sales timer. There were 30 minutes until the exotic stamina potion went on sale. However, none of these players showed any indication of stepping away from the counter. They lined up and waited for the potion's sale. They also contacted their party and team members in secret to gather more money. As players continued to notify others about the exotic stamina potion, news of the potion quickly spread like wildfire. Immediately, it caused a commotion in White River City. To gathering players and players who spent a long time in the fields adventuring, the exotic stamina potion was a godsend. The exotic stamina potion? I never expected Candlelight to sell something like this. With this, we won't have any problems in the ancient ruins in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Send someone to buy the potions immediately. Buy as many as you can. The various guild elite teams preparing to head to the Twin Towers Kingdom promptly made their way to the Candlelight trading firm. After receiving the news, the relatively calm Candlelight trading firm instantly boomed with business. Meanwhile, sitting in the Candlelight trading firm's second-floor lounge, Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix were shocked over this situation. Big Sis Rain, Zero Wing is amazing. Despite all the effort we've put into gathering information, we have yet to find any items capable of stamina recovery. Yet Zero Wing is about to put one up for sale. Moreover, it's so cheap. With this, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial must be growling in frustration, Blue Phoenix said, giggling as she watched the players line up in the first-floor hall. One could purchase an exotic stamina potion that lasted for 10 hours for just 10 silver coins. That was the equivalent of paying 1 silver per hour. Even ordinary players could afford this. Ordinary players earned a limited income. Aside from spending their money on necessary items, if ordinary players wished to level up quickly or gather more herbs and minerals, they could buy the exotic stamina potion. However, if these players bought the exotic stamina potion, they wouldn't have any money to spend elsewhere for a while. With this, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's price reductions to attract more customers were now useless. Nodding in agreement, Phoenix Rain said, Zero Wing has indeed grown a lot stronger. It's a pity that we don't have much time left. Otherwise, they could help me win the battle on Thunder Island. She had 2 matters to discuss with Zero Wing this time. The first regarded the Dark Arena. The Asura battle team's next match had been decided, and it would be held tomorrow afternoon. Once the match was over, the Dark Arena would host a large-scale auction. Based on what she had heard so far, all sorts of precious and valuable items would be up for sale. The second matter regarded Thunder Island. Currently, the competition over Thunder Island grew more intense with each passing day. More guilds were starting to reach for Thunder Island. In fact, Nine Dragons' Emperor had even employed his family's influence for this matter. Although she, too, had used her family's influence, she still faced many difficulties regarding the island. Hence, she planned to borrow some of Zero Wings members to assist Eros Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix conversed. Shifeng entered the lounge. What a powerful mental oppression. Blue Phoenix was shocked when Shifeng joined them. She had always been curious about the strength of Zero Wings guild leader. Now that she was meeting the man in person, it would seem that the rumors about him were true. The powerful mental oppression she felt from Shifeng made her feel somewhat strangled. Rather than a player, Shifeng felt like a humanoid monster. Phoenix Rain, however, was not particularly surprised. She had watched the video of Shifeng's battle in Stone Forest Town. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered with a personal trip to the candlelight trading firm. May I know why the Phoenix Pavilion Master suddenly requests my attention? Have they announced the competition's official date? Shifeng asked after taking his seat, smiling at Phoenix Rain. Although the Asura battle team's opponents had been decided some time ago, the competition's date had been a mystery. This competition in the Dark Arena was incredibly important to him. As more major corporations took part in the Dark Arena, the bets on each match would increase. At this point, it shouldn't be difficult for a winning team to walk away with 20 or 30,000 gold to Zero Wing, which urgently needed funds. The Dark Arena was an invaluable source of income. You have correct. The competition will take place at 10 p.m. tomorrow in the Flame Dragon Empire's imperial capital, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. I'm also here to borrow 10 players from Zero Wing. Chapter 1109. Holy Land at Sea. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1109. Holy Land at Sea. Borrow some of our players. Shifeng gave Phoenix Rain the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. The pavilion recruited a large number of members each year, and they had tons of guild-nurtured experts. That same Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had sought him out to borrow manpower. This was inconceivable. That's right. I wish to borrow 10 people to help me with a task. Once the task is complete, I will pay you 5,000 magic crystals. If the task fails, I will pay 1,000 crystals. Of course, I will offer additional compensation should any deaths occur during my loan, Phoenix Rain said, smiling as she nodded. May I know what guild leader Black Flame thinks of this? Normally, when hiring experts to help with a quest, payment was in the form of either credits or coins. An ordinary expert would only cost several gold to hire, while even apex experts only cost around 100 gold. Meanwhile, she had offered magic crystals as payment. Magic crystals were far more valuable than coins. It was a hard currency. The various large guilds already treated magic crystals as a strategic resource. They might be able to purchase 10 or 20 magic crystals from independent adventurer teams or small workshops. But when the numbers climbed into the triple digits, it was practically impossible to find enough on the market. 5,000 magic crystals was a considerable sum for any large guild. Some large guilds didn't even have so many magic crystals in their warehouses now. By loaning 10 of its experts, Zero Wing could potentially earn 5,000 magic crystals. This was definitely a tempting offer. Phoenix Pavilion Master, can you reveal the details of the task? Shifeng was indeed tempted after listening to the offer. Aside from running a guild, his goal in establishing the Zero Wing workshop was to accept commissions. However, requests like Phoenix Rain's were rare. That's fine. The task is very simple. I just need Zero Wing's members to defend an ancient tower on Thunder Island, preventing anyone else from capturing it. As Thunder Island is a very special place, only a very limited number of players can be there at a time. When the time comes, our enemies won't be able to dispatch much manpower. It would be a miracle if they could send 20 or 30 players. As long as Zero Wings members defend their assigned tower until the pavilion's main force captures a monster encampment, the task will be a success. Phoenix Rain explained after giving the matter some thought. News of Thunder Island had long since been spread among God's domain superpowers. It was no big secret currently. To secure a larger share of Thunder Island, the various superpowers were recruiting helpers from all over the place. Some had even hired extremely powerful independent players. This was all due to the unique conditions to capture Thunder Island. It was not an issue that could be resolved with a large army. Rather than quantity, one needed quality. Hence, she was asking for Zero Wing's help. Zero Wing had performed magnificently in the Dark Arena. Its members definitely qualified to take part in the battle on Thunder Island. In addition, she had found plenty of apex experts elsewhere. Although she might not occupy Thunder Island exclusively, she should have no problems taking control of a small portion. When the initial skirmish was over, her next step would be to fight the other super guilds slowly. Thunder Island. Information about Thunder Island immediately surfaced in Shifeng's mind. Thunder Island was in an extremely dangerous sea zone. That zone was known as the Sea of Death. One could find plenty of treasures and fortuitous encounters in the Sea of Death. There were even numerous ancient ruins in the zone. The abundant resources in the sea zone surpassed imagination. Thus, many maritime adventurer teams often explored the Sea of Death. Meanwhile, the only location in the Sea of Death that players could reside in was Thunder Island. As for the other islands in the sea zone, players couldn't survive on them for long periods. Once the night sky covered the Sea of Death, a large number of underwater monsters appeared. There were simply too many of these monsters for players to contend with. Thunder Island was only an exception because the island received thunder and lightning all year round. Even after night arrived, sea monsters couldn't reach the island. Thunder Island became a safe haven of sorts in the Sea of Death as a result. Bloodbaths had been a constant on Thunder Island in the past. The various superpowers in God's domain all wanted Thunder Island for themselves. However, it was not that easy to occupy Thunder Island. In the past, not one of these superpowers had controlled the entire island. In the end, various superpowers jointly operated the Holy Land at sea. Shurfeng had visited the island many times in the past. Unfortunately, as his guild had been too weak, they had never qualified to establish a small base in this Holy Land. He had been forced to travel to Thunder Island by boat each time he visited. Shurfeng had not expected the war over Thunder Island to begin so soon in this life. This task won't last very long. It'll be over in a day or so, Phoenix Rain added after Shurfeng had remained silent. Capturing Thunder Island was different from ordinary towns, where things would end once the target town was captured. In order to gain authority over the town on Thunder Island, one needed to capture monster encampments. The more encampments one captured, the more authority one could utilize. If one captured all of the monster encampments on Thunder Island, they would obtain the highest authority on the island. Meanwhile, this authority contest occurred once a month, with each contest lasting 8 hours. Moreover, during the day of the contest, Thunder Island would be enveloped in an ancient magic array. If one wished to set foot on the island during that time, they needed an entry pass. Without the entry pass, players would be automatically transported off of Thunder Island. Each entry pass allowed up to 10 people to enter the island and could be obtained by killing bosses in the Sea of Death. The Sea of Death was already an extremely dangerous sea zone. It was home to plenty of sea monsters, and these monsters were much stronger than the monsters found on land. The chances of a team wipe were even highly likely when sailing through the Sea of Death. Not to mention when hunting bosses in the zone. Currently, the various superpowers were doing their best to find and kill bosses. They had suffered immense losses as a result. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was no exception. Thus, the entry passes were exceedingly precious. These superpowers could not invite ordinary experts to take part in the contest. They would take as many apex experts to the island as they could. Only by doing so could they utilize the entry passes to their fullest potential. After pondering the situation for some time, Shurfeng looked at Phoenix Rain and asked, "May I know how many entry passes Phoenix Pavilion Master has right now?" Hearing Shurfeng's question, both Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix were stunned. The various superpowers were keeping a tight lid on the entry passes. They had never imagined that Zero Wing would know about this as well. However, when Phoenix Rain thought back to her encounter with Yuan Tiexin, she understood. Although the secret pavilion was not one of the superpowers contesting over Thunder Island, the latter possessed a powerful information network. It was not all that surprising that Shurfeng knew about the entry passes. Your information network cannot be underestimated. I won't hide it from you. I currently have slightly over 20 passes. In other words, I can bring over 200 people to compete for prominence on the island, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. Are you interested in a piece of this pie as well? Although she would not underestimate Zero Wing, those involved were God's domain superpowers. They were on an entirely different level compared to Zero Wing. With how few experts Zero Wing employed, the guild would not survive long on Thunder Island. Chapter 1110. Contesting over monster encampments. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1110. Contesting over monster encampments. Shurfeng shook his head when he heard Phoenix Rain's question. Contrary to Phoenix Rain's assumption, he was not particularly interested in Thunder Island. Phoenix Rain found Shurfeng's response reasonable. If Shurfeng truly understood the situation on Thunder Island, then he knew how fierce the upcoming contest would be. There were already 3 super guilds participating in the contest, not to mention super first-rate guilds. Moreover, the upcoming fights wouldn't be minor. These guilds were dispatching all of their top players. Every one of these existences wanted authority over Thunder Island. This way, they could temporarily establish a guild transfer point and set up a foundation to explore the Sea of Death. After all, the Sea of Death was quite far from the main continent. Even if players traveled from the nearest coastal town on a speedboat, They would have to sail for over a day to reach the Sea of Death. On their way to Thunder Island, players would also have to venture through a dangerous sea zone. One also needed a sufficiently powerful naval fleet to participate in the contest. Sea monsters were more powerful than land monsters, not to mention boss-rank sea monsters. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had to sacrifice a large number of elites and experts to kill one such boss. They could easily lose up to 30 ships during one of these raids. Even first-rate guilds could not afford such a loss, yet even after so many sacrifices, they would only obtain 1 or 2 entry passes to Zero Wing, which didn't have a naval foundation. It would likely lose far more than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion if it tried to join this contest. Give me 20 slots. I can help you defend 2 ancient towers. My price is 20,000 magic crystals and 1 temporary transfer point. If we fail, I won't charge a single coin. I also won't require any compensation for deaths, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. It was very difficult to occupy the monster encampments on Thunder Island. The monsters in these encampments depended on the players on the island. These monsters were generally chieftain rank and above. Before players reached Tier 2, the bosses defending these encampments would be fixed as Grand Lords. Including the risk of ambushes by other guilds, the difficulty of capturing an encampment was obvious at a glance. Most importantly, the monsters in these encampments had extremely high defense and magic resistance. It was not possible to raid these encampments normally. One needed the ancient towers buffs to lower the difficulty. Meanwhile, the more ancient towers one occupied, the easier it would become to deal with these monsters. However, Thunder Island had a limited number of ancient towers. The various large guilds would definitely dispatch their men to take these towers over, although they would only send a small number of players to do so. After all, the monster encampments were the most important targets to secure an ancient tower. One would generally dispatch 15 to 20 players, and these guilds usually attempted to occupy 3 or 4 towers. Once they did, with their expert strength, they could take down a monster encampment with roughly 100 players. His offer to defend 2 ancient towers would undoubtedly relieve some of the burden on Phoenix Rain. She would have an additional 10 players to help her occupy a monster encampment to secure 2 ancient towers. Phoenix Rain fell into deep thought to solidify their hold on the ancient towers. She had previously decided to dispatch 20 players to each tower. Her plan was to send 60 players to capture 3 ancient towers. The other 100+ players she had would be more than enough to capture an encampment. This was her most conservative plan. Ideally, she wanted to capture 2 encampments. However, this was simply too difficult. If what Shifeng said was true and he could maintain 2 ancient towers with just 20 players, she could save an additional 20 players for herself. If she put more efforts into expanding her fleet, she might even obtain 2 or 3 more entry passes before the day of the contest. By then, she would have a chance of obtaining 2 monster encampments. Only, Shifeng's transfer point condition was somewhat difficult to agree to. For each monster encampment one captured on Thunder Island, they would earn 2 temporary guild transfer points in the town. She had already promised 1 transfer point to another large guild that had agreed to assist her. If not for said large guild, she would not have obtained so many entry passes in the first place. If she accepted Shifeng's offer, she had to secure 2 monster encampments. However, there were too many uncertainties. Moreover, Phoenix Rain found it hard to believe that Zero Wing had so many powerful experts capable of defending 2 ancient towers with just a team of 20. Is there some issue? Shifeng could not help but ask as he watched Phoenix Rain ponder his offer. Guild leader Black Flame, to tell you the truth, each captured monster encampment only provides 2 temporary guild transfer points. Among them, I have already promised 1 to the Firmament Guild. Although Firmament is only a first-rate guild, the guild has been developing its maritime strength. Currently, its navy is even stronger than many super first-rate guilds. If not for them, I wouldn't have obtained so many entry passes. To begin with, Phoenix Rain explained. Firmament? Shifeng recalled the guild from his past. The Firmament Guild was indeed an overlord at sea. Firmament had occupied 2 coastal NPC cities, which had populations in the millions, very early in the game. These 2 cities served as the foundation for the guild to develop its maritime strength. In addition, Firmament had focused on developing its navy. Although overall, it was significantly weaker than super first-rate guilds, battles at sea did not rely on guild experts. The quantity and quality of the guild ships also played a major role. In the past, even some super guilds had not been a match for Firmament's combat power at sea. It was no wonder why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had managed to obtain so many entry passes. Despite having recently begun its naval development, when will Thunder Island's contest begin? Shifeng asked. The contest will begin in 7 days. However, traveling to the island takes a full day, so we only have 6 days to prepare, Phoenix Rain replied as she gave Shifeng a quizzical look. She didn't understand why Shifeng had asked such a question. 7 days should be enough, Shifeng said, laughing. Phoenix Pavilion Master. How about I make you another offer? Give me 60 slots. As long as your side can hold 3 ancient towers, my side will capture a monster encampment for you. In return, I want 100,000 magic crystals or lands of equivalent value in addition to 1 temporary transfer point. What do you think? When Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix heard Shifeng's new proposal, they stared at him in shock. They both believed that Shifeng was insane. While 100,000 magic crystals was not a problem for them, they simply did not understand where Shifeng found his confidence to make such a bold claim based on her estimation, under the assumption that they could capture 3 ancient towers as planned. Capturing a monster encampment required at least 100 apex experts, although the guild seemed full of experts too. Ordinary players, in the eyes of superpowers, Zero Wing only had around 10 truly capable experts. How was Shifeng going to fill the 50 remaining slots? Even if he could dispatch another 50 capable experts, it was impossible to capture a monster encampment with just 60 players. Phoenix Pavilion Master. You originally planned to capture only 1 encampment, right? You should know that the likelihood of capturing a second is quite low. Even if you allow Zero Wing to fight for the second encampment, I'm sure you won't suffer much loss. If you are still not sure, I can sign an agreement. If Zero Wing fails to secure the second encampment, we will pay 100,000 magic crystals. How about it? Chapter 11:11. Improving Strength. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 11:11. Improving Strength. Shifeng's words stunned Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix. 100,000 magic crystals was not a small amount. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not casually play with such a large amount. They never thought that Shifeng would be so confident of capturing a monster encampment. However, even after watching Shifeng for a long moment, neither of them saw any signs of anxiety. Shifeng had remained extremely calm the entire time. After giving the matter some thought, Phoenix Rain said, "Since guild leader Black Flame is so confident, I will agree to your conditions." Big Sis Rain. Blue Phoenix could not help but turn to Phoenix Rain in shock. Setting aside Zero Wing's confidence in capturing a monster encampment, losing 60 slots would be a major problem for the Phoenix Pavilion. They only had 21 entry passes. After deducting Zero Wing's 60 players and the 60 players required to defend the ancient towers, they only had 90 remaining slots. Even if they were lucky and obtained another 3 passes in the next few days, attempting to capture a monster encampment with only 120 experts was risky. In the off chance that Zero Wing failed and their side was targeted by other guilds, it was possible that they might end up with nothing at all if they followed their original plan. However, they could gain at least 1 monster encampment. Don't worry. I understand the risks. Phoenix Rain did not bother to explain herself to Blue Phoenix. She signed an agreement with Shifeng as long as Zero Wing captured a monster encampment and secured it until the end of the contest. Phoenix Rain would pay 100,000 magic crystals and 1 temporary guild transfer point on Thunder Island. After both sides signed the contract, Phoenix Rain left the lounge with Blue Phoenix. As they climbed into the advanced carriage, Blue Phoenix couldn't hold it in any longer. Big Sis Rain. Isn't this move a little too risky? 9 Dragons Emperor's group is capable of taking at least 1 monster encampment down. If we end up with nothing, we won't have leverage against 9 Dragons Emperor. Phoenix Rain was clearly able to reach a draw with 9 Dragons Emperor, yet she had intentionally chosen a more dangerous path. This was completely different from how Phoenix Rain normally operated. Blue, what you're saying is correct. If we follow according to the original plan, we could end in a draw, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. However, even if Black Flame hadn't suggested such a risky endeavor, when the time came, I would have split our forces to capture 2 monster encampments. I wonder if Black Flame suggested such a crazy plan because he predicted my intentions. In any case, I won't lose anything by agreeing to his proposal. On the contrary, Zero Wing will share the price of failure with us, but that price is more severe for them. Moreover, I am also very curious as to why Black Flame is so confident of taking down a monster encampment with just 60 Zero Wing members. Phoenix Rain's words rendered Blue Phoenix speechless. Phoenix Rain had made such a risky decision simply to sate her curiosity. How was she any different from Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame? In the quiet second-floor lounge in the Candlelight Trading Firm. Shortly after Phoenix Rain left, 2 unparalleled beauties entered the room, confusion and helplessness filling their eyes as they gazed at Shifeng guild leader. This is a battle between God's domain superpowers. Their strength is on an entirely different level. Aren't we taking too large of a risk for 100,000 magic crystals? Aqua Rose asked, her head aching before encountering the secret pavilion simulation training system. She had assumed that there was only a small difference between first-rate guilds and super guilds. However, after training in the system for some time, she finally realized that super guilds were in an entirely different world of the secret pavilion's trainees currently in the simulation training system. A large number were already in the refinement realm. One could just imagine how many refinement realm experts the secret pavilion had, much less other super guilds. In comparison, excluding Shifeng, Zero Wing only had 3 people in the refinement realm. Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Gentle Snow. While this might be a powerful force in first-rate guilds, this was a paltry amount in the eyes of super guilds. Of course, aside from combat standards, other factors also affected battles with other players, such as combat experience, weapons, equipment, skills, and various tools. Why would super guilds' apex experts lack any of these? In the end, the battles would come down to combat standards. Gentle Snow nodded in agreement with Aqua Rose's views initially. She had been astonished. She had never imagined that not only did Zero Wing possess a close relationship with the secret pavilion, but even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's pavilion master had traveled so far to seek the guild's aid. Superpowers upper echelons like these even looked down on the guild leaders of first-rate guilds. Although only a single rank separated the two guilds, interactions between them were unheard of. Someone of Phoenix Reign's rank making a personal visit to anything less than a super first-rate guild was practically a dream. Don't we have 7 days? Shifeng shrugged nonchalantly. I just so happen to be free for the moment. I'll help you all train for a bit. Train? Really? Guild leader, you must keep your word, all right? Gentle Snow was confused. Aqua Rose, who stood beside her however, rejoiced when she heard this. Every time Shifeng took them out to grind monsters, not only would their levels rise rapidly, but if they were lucky, they would also get to upgrade their already excellent weapons and equipment. The guild's core members always hoped that Shifeng would lead them. However, we can't have too many people this time. It is very dangerous where we are going. We'll take a team of 20 at most. I understand. Upon hearing Shifeng's instructions, Aqua Rose immediately began to contact the other members. Since Shifeng's goal was to help improve the guild's top combatants, she only contacted the top-ranking players within the guild. Among them were the 10 Asura battle team members and the top players from Gentle Snow's team, as well as Alluring Summer. Once they formed the 20-man team, Shifeng led the team to White River City's teleportation hall, teleporting to the closest town to Ghost Forest Town near the Crying Ghost Ridge. Crying Ghost Ridge was a neutral map between the Black Dragon Empire and Star Moon Kingdom. Although Ghost Forest Town was a border town, it was void of players. The nearby maps were all level 60 and above. The monsters here were simply too high-leveled for current players. If one did not wield weapons or equipment that had the ignore level attribute, grinding here was impossible. Furthermore, monsters past level 50 underwent a qualitative transformation. Even level 50 common monsters were significantly stronger than level 45 elite monsters, much less level 60 monsters. It also took nearly 14 hours to reach the Crying Ghost Ridge from Ghost Forest Town on foot. Players simply had no reason to visit the town. However, when Shifeng's team arrived in the town's teleportation hall, they discovered another team of players. Moreover, every player within this team was very high-leveled. They were all level 40 and above. Their weapons and equipment were also off the charts. Most frighteningly, these people were all independent players. The instant Shifeng's group appeared, these players all shifted their gaze towards Shifeng and his team. Their cold killing intent could be felt from over 100 yards away. Chapter 11-12. Midnight Tea Party. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 11-12. Midnight Tea Party. Why would anyone else come here? A robust guardian knight carrying a round white shield on his back frowned when Shifeng's group appeared in the teleportation array. Leader, could they be here for the Fallen Ark as well? A female cleric asked worriedly. A beautiful woman wearing luxurious purple robes looked toward Shifeng's group of cloaked players and said nonchalantly, "They shouldn't be. We rushed over here as soon as we received the message. Moreover, without the key, going there is useless. If they have any ill intentions, we can simply wipe them out." I guess you're right. If they wish to take action, we can use the opportunity to test our new weapons and equipment, another member said. Laughing, Shifeng was also surprised when he noticed the team a short distance away, chatting merrily. He hadn't expected to find other players here at this stage of the game. Guild leader, those players are really strong. Fire Dance commented when she saw the independent players, a hint of caution flashing in her eyes. Although the other party only had 20 players, from their movements and auras, Fire Dance could tell that these people's combat standards were very high. These players were no weaker than the apex experts she had previously encountered, and this team had 20 such experts. Normally, only super guilds were capable of forming such a team, yet these players were all independent with such strength. Why have I never heard these people's names before? Gentle Snow was similarly shocked. She had previously been a first-rate guild's guild leader. Naturally, her information network was vast. She had also memorized most of the apex experts in God's domain. However, she had never seen such a powerful independent adventurer team. The most laughable part was that she didn't recognize a single player on that team from what I can remember. The only adventurer team with this level of strength has to be Owl, the team that joined us in Titan City. When Aqua Rose saw this 20-man team, she could not help but recall Owl. In her opinion, Owl was one of the most powerful adventurer teams in God's domain. She had never imagined that she would encounter another team of such caliber. Guild leader, should we make their acquaintance? Independent teams were different from guilds. They might be able to recruit this adventurer team to Zero Wing. Even if they failed to do so, it wouldn't hurt to know such a powerful adventurer team. In the event that they needed more manpower in the future, they could request these independent players' help. After all, apex experts were extremely rare in God's domain. Gentle Snow nodded in agreement. If they could recruit these players to Zero Wing, it would undoubtedly push the guild to a whole new level. They would also have more confidence in the contest on Thunder Island. Forget it. We have more important matters to deal with right now. We'll get acquainted with them if there is a chance in the future, Shifeng said, shaking his head. While this adventurer team might be foreign to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, Shifeng could not be more familiar with them. This adventurer team was the famous Midnight Tea Party. The team maintained a member count of 20 players. In terms of combat power, even super guilds feared them. However, as the Midnight Tea Party did not bother to claim territory of their own and refused to operate under anyone, the various super guilds had tried to recruit the team in the past. Unfortunately, no one ever succeeded. However, what surprised Shifeng was that he found a familiar face among the group. Endless Scars. Shifeng had never imagined that the once mythical existence would be a member of the Midnight Tea Party during God's domain's early stages. If the public had learned of this in the past, everyone would have been shocked. Although members that left the Midnight Tea Party had gone on to their own great achievements in the past, none of them had ever been as successful as Endless Scars. Ranking as the #1 player on the God's Domain experts list meant that Endless Scars had stood at the peak of God's Domain yet. When Shifeng thought about how Endless Scars' status as one of the Blackwater Corporation's representatives, his head started to ache. The Blackwater Corporation's background was extraordinary. If Endless Scars joined Blackwater and became one of its leaders, he did not dare to imagine what kind of future awaited the guild. However, Shifeng had never heard of Endless Scars joining Blackwater in the past. She had gone solo throughout her entire career in God's domain, following which, Shifeng led his team into an NPC shop to stock up on food and beverages. He also had everyone check their inventory for potions and magic scrolls, and he handed these items out to anyone who needed them. After everyone rested, they rode their mounts to the neutral map Crying Ghost Ridge. The journey that typically required 14 hours only took Shifeng and the others 4. Moreover, the group didn't encounter a single monster attack on their way. Surprising them all, there were level 60+ monsters all over the place, and they were only level 40+ players. The massive level difference would allow monsters to detect them easily, yet none of the monsters attacked them during their journey. What these players did not know was that Shifeng knew this terrain like the back of his hand. He knew which paths were safe and which were not. In reality, the 14-hour journey included the time players wasted in fights against the local monsters. If one did not have to fight, they could reach the Crying Ghost Ridge in 10 hours if they ran straight there. Stop for a minute. Before us lay the neutral map, Crying Ghost Ridge. As the team was about to enter the mountain path before them, Shifeng halted his team. He then took a Tier 1 group invisibility scroll from his bag and said, "We'll complete the remaining journey on foot. Remember to follow me closely. The monsters here aren't like any you have encountered before. Even the level 60 common monsters here could reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor. They have the combat standards to reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor? Are they even monsters?" Blackie could not help his astonishment when recruiting ordinary members. Most large guilds only required players to reach the Trial Tower's 2nd floor. Though Zero Wing standards were slightly higher, with ordinary members needing to reach the 3rd floor, while elite members needed to reach the 4th floor. In other words, any random monster in the Crying Ghost Ridge was as strong as Zero Wing's elite members. However, monsters had much higher attributes than players. If both sides had the same combat standards, Monsters could easily kill players. Everyone's relaxed expressions immediately vanished, and they began to move cautiously. At the same time, they were very curious about why Shifeng had led them to such a dangerous location, following which, Shifeng activated the group invisibility scroll. As long as they did not attack or receive any attacks, they would remain invisible. The group invisibility scroll's only drawback was that it would reduce the affected player's movement speed to 80%, and its duration was only 10 minutes. Shortly after Shifeng's team entered the Crying Ghost Ridge, another group of players arrived before the ridge on their horses. There are too many monsters on the way here. We really are lucky that leader has the Beastmaster's breath as a deterrent. If that other team came this way, they would be stuck fighting those level 60 monsters for hours. By the time they got here, we'd already have the fallen Arkansas. The Midnight Tea Party's members could not help but laugh. They had only braved the journey here because their team leader had the Beastmaster's breath. Otherwise, they would have waited until they reached level 50. Something's not right. Look at those hoof prints. When one of the rangers used his investigation skill, he discovered hoof prints around the mountain path's entrance. He was shocked. The prints look quite fresh, and there are a lot of them. What? Could it be the team we saw in town? Impossible. Chapter 1113. Foreign Races. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1113. Foreign Races. When the Midnight Tea Party's members noticed the hoof prints, their expressions grew tense. The Crying Ghost Ridge was a level 60 to level 75 map. To current players, this place was a forbidden land. If not for their interest in the fallen Ark inside the ridge, they would not have bothered coming here at all. Even if they were trying to avoid contact with large guilds, they would only level and quest in level 55 or so maps. Why wouldn't they be surprised to find hoof prints from other mounted players? Breeze Wine, the Midnight Tea Party's leader, turned to Tia, delicate pretty assassin in white clothes, and ordered, "Wave, scout ahead and see how many people they have and how far ahead they are." The assassin class was not only skilled in the art of assassination. These players were also talented trackers. If an assassin's tracking skill were a high enough level, they could even determine general information of the other party through their footprints. For example, the white-clothed assassin had leveled her tracking to Tier 1, level 9. At this stage of the game, an assassin with the skill at Tier 1, level 2 was already impressive. After all, it was not a commonly used skill. Leave it to me. The pretty assassin called Netherworld Wave nodded. She then jumped off her massive avian mount and checked the hoof prints. As for the rest of the team, they also dismounted and sat to rest. Although they had ridden their mounts the whole way here, several hours of riding was a burden on their stamina. By sitting to rest, they could recover some of the lost stamina. There are 20 sets of prints. It should be a team of level 40 and above players. The prints are less than half an hour old. However, the team's trail disappears after reaching the path's entrance, Netherworld Wave reported. Even after searching for other clues, she could not find a reason for the sudden disappearance. Normally, only invisibility-type skills such as stealth produced such effects. However, why would a group of 20 assassins venture to the Crying Ghost Ridge? Although we don't know why these players are here, we should be careful. As a neutral map, there are plenty of foreign races in Crying Ghost Ridge. If the natives discover us, kill them immediately. If we can't kill them, run. Do not engage in a drawn-out battle. Breeze Wine instructed. Low-ranking mounts cannot hide their tracks. And my Beastmaster's breath is only effective against low-intelligence monsters. It won't be nearly as effective against the races here. From this point on, we'll advance on foot. Following which, the Midnight Tea Party stealthily entered the Crying Ghost Ridge. However, as the team traveled down the narrow mountain path leading into the Crying Ghost Ridge, they discovered a bewildering scene. The area, which had originally been covered with gravel, now looked like the surface of the moon. Craters and corpses of various races littered the ground. There were at least 300 dead scattered in the rubble. It looked like some Great War's forlorn battlefield. What happened here? The female cleric Cloud Yarn's jaw dropped, shock filling her gaze as she stared at 3 ogre corpses that were over 10 meters tall, their bodies bisected. Surrounding these 3 were hundreds of 3 and 5 meter tall ogres. Ogre Gladiator, High Lord. Level 62. HP 0/19. 200. 000. Ogre Warrior, Special Elite. Level 60. HP 0/1. 900. 000. Ogre Shaman, Chieftain. Level 61. HP 0/3. 500. 000. Leader, these ogres seem to have been here to ambush players. However, from the looks of it, the players who passed by earlier must have killed them, Netherworld Wave said as she handed some simple traps she had picked up to Breeze Wine in God's domain. Players weren't the only ones capable of setting traps. Monsters could do so as well. As for foreign races that had higher intelligence than monsters, setting traps was common. Though, there were differences between the traps the various races set. For example, simple-minded races like ogres were only capable of setting very primitive traps. Perceptive players could easily avoid them. Just who are those players? Breeze Wine could not help his joy when he saw the ogre corpses. Among the hundreds of ogres, there were 3 level 62 ogre gladiators and over 30 ogre shamans, which were healers. Even their adventurer team would suffer casualties if they fought such a powerful force. However, he could not find a single trace of a player's resurrection on the battlefield. Thank goodness we arrived after those people. Otherwise we would have had a hard battle, Cloudyarn said, sighing in relief. Leader, I found the team's tracks. It seems like they're heading towards the Fallen Ark as well. Dark War, a ranger wielding a short bow, said as he pointed towards the dead forest ahead of them. This is interesting. Endless Scars smiled faintly as she examined the sword marks on the ogre gladiators. Leader, let's move out. If we waste too much time here, the monsters might respawn. All right, let's go, Breezewind said as he gestured with a hand. The team then followed the tracks. Meanwhile, deep in the Crying Ghost Ridge's dead forest, Shurfeng and the others faced off against an army of trolls. Wave after wave assaulted the team. Meanwhile, the troll shamans standing in the rear continuously healed the troll warriors and chieftain fighting on the front lines. Troll warrior, elite. Level 61. HP 650. 000/650. 000. Troll chieftain, Great Lord. Level 63. HP 42. 000. 000/42. 000. 000. Troll Shaman, Chieftain. Level 62. HP 3, 100. 000/3. 100. 000. Guild Leader, if they continue calling for reinforcements, we won't be able to hold them back. Kola, who held back the Troll Chieftain, shouted. The pressure was intense as he fought the Great Lord. He was only level 43. With a 20-level gap, even though he had an epic shield and the support skills of the demonic Flame Tiger, he felt as if his life were on a roller coaster. Every one of the Troll Chieftain's normal attacks dealt over -19,000 damage, while a skill would deal over -26,000. Meanwhile, he only had slightly over 35,000 HP. If not for the Cleric's Truth Shield and Oracle's protection on him, the Great Lord's skills would have killed him instantly. Wait a little longer. Turtledove and Wumien, try to lure as many troll warriors away from the chieftain as possible. Shurfeng unhurriedly instructed Guild Leader, there are too many trolls here. If any more join the fray, I'm afraid that we won't be able to deal with them. Gentle Snow felt her chest tighten as she watched more troll warriors join the battle. They could deal with their foes if the monsters were simply level 40+ elites. However, these were level 60+ elite monsters. Furthermore, aside from the abundant EXP, killing these monsters wasn't particularly profitable. The elite and chieftain-ranked trolls they had already killed had only dropped silver coins and some materials. They hadn't even dropped a piece of mysterious iron equipment almost. Just hold on for a little while longer. Shurfeng did not bother to explain God's domain's neutral maps were home to various foreign races unlike humans. Foreign races were very talented. Some were good with magic, some possessed unmeasured strength, some had acute 5 senses, and some were natural-born warriors. To put it simply, foreign races were much stronger than humans during ancient times. Humans had consistently ranked at the very bottom among the races in God's domain. Humans did not have an edge in combat. However, humans' intelligence was unmatched. The human race had only achieved the prosperity it enjoyed today by accumulating and passing on their knowledge from one generation to the next. Although humans were still no match for archaic species, they had become the race on the continent of God's domain and occupied most of the continent's territories. There were 2 foreign races in Ghost Crying Ridge: ogres and trolls. While ogres wielded boundless strength, they lacked the intelligence to produce weapons that could maximize that strength. Trolls, on the other hand, were very smart. Normally, they would gather wood and stone to forge weapons for battle. Green ebony was among the wood these trolls harvested. Hence, when killing these trolls, There was a chance that green ebony would drop, of course. Players could also search the Crying Ghost Ridge for harvestable green ebony. However, the process was troublesome. Moreover, to Shifeng and the others, Crying Ghost Ridge was still too dangerous to explore casually. There were many places that they couldn't reach yet. Thus, Shifeng settled on killing trolls for the wooden fact. He was specifically waiting for the troll chieftain to call for reinforcements so that he would have more troll warriors to kill. Troll warriors were only elite monsters. Their chances of dropping a rare material like green ebony were quite low. At the very least, they needed to kill chieftain-ranked trolls for a decent chance of obtaining green ebony guild leader. More trolls have arrived. Minor Wind reported. His expression twisting. Among the newcomers were 3 Lord-ranked trolls. Chapter 11:14. Advanced Technique. As soon as Minor Wind finished his report, the team heard crashing from the nearby forest as one tree after another fell to the ground. Suddenly, 3 3-meter-tall figures jumped into the clearing. These 3 figures were black-skinned trolls clad in broken armor, each wielding a silver spear. Their blood-red eyes radiated an intense bloodlust roar. The instant the 3 black trolls noticed Shifeng's group, they bellowed in rage. One of them even swung their spear at a nearby tree, felling the massive tree with a single attack. Even Shifeng couldn't underestimate their incredible strength. Petrified Troll, Lord. Level 62. HP 8, 200, 000/8, 200, 000. Everyone on the team felt an immense pressure from the petrified trolls. If the trolls were merely level 40 lords, they could hold the monsters back. However, a level 62 lord was many times more powerful than a level 40. On their team, only their MTs could withstand an assault from one of these monsters. No one else could endure their attacks, much less pin them down. These level 62 lords possessed combat standards at the Trial Tower's 4th floor. These petrified trolls' attributes also dwarfed theirs. The same held true for speed. In addition, Lord-ranked monsters were generally resistant to control skills. If they could neither outrun nor control these monsters, just how were they supposed to fight against the petrified trolls? Shifeng's expression was just as serious as the rest of his team. What rotten luck. It's even capable of summoning petrified trolls. The troll chieftain surprised Shifeng. Unlike ordinary trolls, petrified trolls had petrification runes carved all over their bodies, which made their skin harder than even steel. They were also monstrously strong. They were famous for being difficult enemies. In the past, players that encountered these petrified trolls generally turned and fled. The 3 petrified trolls didn't give Shifeng's team much time to react. Without hesitation, they pounced on Kola, who currently held back the troll chieftain. Why are they always targeting me? Glancing at the approaching petrified trolls, Kola activated his Tier 1 protection blessing and last stand, reducing all incoming damage by 50%, weakening any impact he received, and increasing his maximum HP by 40%. Instantly, his maximum HP rose to 49,530 pung. Pang. Pang. 3 silver spears struck Kola's dragon scale shield, one after another. 6, 717-6, 809-6, 784, following which, the troll chieftain brandished its massive red greatsword and slashed at Kola. Tier 3 skill. Stormrage quickly adjusting his footwork, Kola lifted his shield just in time to block the attack coming from his side. Meanwhile, the distant violet cloud quickly cast a truth shield on the guardian knight. Boom. When the troll chieftain's great sword crashed into the dragon scale shield, dazzling sparks flew as a loud boom resounded through the dead forest. Everyone felt the shockwave from the impact. As for Kola, numerous deep cuts ripped apart the ground around him. The truth shield on Kola shattered as the guardian knight was thrown, only stopping when he crashed into a large tree. The wood splintered upon impact. 19,678. What a powerful move. Everyone gasped at the power of the troll chieftain's attack. If not for Kola activating protection blessing and last stand beforehand, he would have died instantly. After witnessing this assault, the team finally understood that these trolls were far from ordinary. The trolls could actually coordinate their attacks. It was also obvious that the troll chieftain had already planned this, saving its ultimate move to deal a final blow. Unfortunately for the trolls, Kola was Zero Wings #1 MT. He wore a Tier 1 set equipment and wielded the epic ranked dragon scale shield. In addition, he had 3 advanced mana armor kits equipped. After activating his life-saving skills, he was not that easy to instant kill. However, after receiving the 4 trolls combination attack, Kola had less than 10,000 HP remaining. Shifeng took a Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag, Unfurling it and reading the incantation within immediately, the dark blue magic scroll began to activate. 18 ice spears appeared around Shi Feng. He then controlled the frozen spears to attack the troll chieftain and the 3 petrified trolls tier 2 spell. Ice Wheel. Every one of the 18 ice spears was powerful. If they all hit their mark, even a great lord would suffer severe wounds. However, Shi Feng did not simply use the 18 spears to attack the trolls. Instead, he executed Sword's Orbit with the spears. The 18 spears formed a beautiful star of ice and struck at the 4 trolls. Boom. 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 The instant the spears met the trolls, a series of crashes echoed throughout the clearing. The trolls cried in agony. Guild leader, you're too good to me. You used a tier 3 magic scroll to save me. Kola released a sigh of relief when he saw the 4 trolls being pushed back. The team's 4 healers hadn't recovered half of his HP yet. If he received another round of attacks, he would have no choice but to activate his final life-saving skill. Now that the 4 trolls had been forced back, he had room to breathe. Who are these people? A 20-man team is actually grinding monsters here. This is insane. That attack should have been from a tier 3 magic scroll, right? That is simply extravagant. While Shi Feng's team fought the trolls, the Midnight Tea Party watched the battle from above the distant forest. They were curious as they observed Shi Feng's team of 20 cloaked players in battle. No, that should have been an elementalist's tier 2 spell. Ice Wheel, Endless Scars said, shaking her head. She glanced at the petrified trolls, which had been forced back by over 20 yards, and the troll chieftain, which had taken 6 steps back, and said, however, the magic scroll's user is very powerful. He managed to incorporate the spell with some kind of special technique, allowing the tier 2 Ice Wheel to display the might of a tier 3 spell. That's not possible, right? We're talking about a magic scroll. It is already extremely difficult to incorporate skills with combat techniques, not to mention enhancing a skill's power to such a degree. The assassin, Netherworld Wave, could not bring himself to believe Endless Scars. However, the latter was an elementalist and far more familiar with magic-type skills than himself. Moreover, in terms of combat techniques, Endless Scars was unmatched in their adventurer team. That person did incorporate a combat technique into Ice Wheel. However, his technique is so advanced that even I can't discern any clues on how he achieved it, Breezewine, the team's leader, said, confirming Endless Scars' claim. Among the experts I've encountered, that player can rank in the top 3. What? Is he even human? Cloud Yarn could not help but blink as she stared at the distant Shi Feng. This was the first time she had heard their team leader praise someone to such a degree. At this moment, the Ranger Dark War, who had been paying attention to the battle, recaptured his teammates' attention. Look! That player is about to make a move. The Midnight Tea Party's players immediately returned their gazes to Shi Feng. Fire, coordinate with snow and lure one of the petrified trolls away. Leave the remaining 2 to me, Shi Feng commanded. Chapter 1115. Violent Team. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1115. Violent Team. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, Fire Dance and Gentle Snow exploded into action. Fire Dance immediately used shadow steps to appear behind one of the petrified trolls, which was over 20 yards away. With a 360-degree spin, she thrust 1,000 transformations through the petrified troll's armor, penetrating the Lord's backstab. A damage of -9,216 appeared above the petrified troll's head, and it screamed in agony. The troll spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Although the petrified troll tried to retaliate, Fire Dance quickly followed up with a light slash at its back, the sharp 1,000 transformations easily cutting through the petrified troll's body like a hot knife through butter. Not only did Fire Dance's Bisect inflict a 30-second bleeding debuff, but the Lord was also paralyzed, unable to fight for a short time, following which, Fire Dance executed Absolute Strike, transforming into a streak of black light that lanced through the petrified troll. The instant she reformed on the other side of the troll, she thrust 1,000 transformations at the Lord's heart. 5-star Eviscerate. Immediately, the impact sent the petrified troll falling backward, 2 damages over -10,000 appearing above the Lord's head. The petrified troll had no defense against Fire Dance's assault whatsoever. The team was momentarily stunned by this scene. That was a level 62 Lord. Yet, Fire Dance had rendered it helpless. Moreover, she dealt such awe-inspiring damages to the Lord initially. The team had assumed that Shi Feng was pushing his luck when he had only sent Fire Dance and Gentle Snow to deal with the petrified troll. Now, however, it would seem that Fire Dance alone was more than enough for the job. Roar. As the heavily injured petrified troll got to its feet, It bellowed with rage. It swept its silver spear horizontally, covering a range of 10 yards. The powerful strength of its attack ripped apart the air, causing an explosion of force in response. Gentle Snow executed charge and appeared before the petrified troll, protecting Fire Dance. Although the petrified troll was immune to her charge's fainted effect, the skill increased her attack speed and movement speed. She followed up by meeting the troll's spear with a cross-slash boom. As an explosion shook the air, Gentle Snow was forced to take 3 steps back, a damage of over -2,000 appearing above her head, but she had driven back the petrified troll's spear. She blocked it? Everyone was stunned. She blocked it. No matter how I look at it, that monster's strength should be as high as a High Lord's of the same level, yet a single berserker blocked its attack and received so little damage in return? One of the Midnight Tea Party's muscular berserkers stared at Gentle Snow in shock. He was one of the top berserkers in the Midnight Tea Party, and even he did not think he could endure the petrified troll's attack as easily as Gentle Snow had. He even wore the complete Violent Will set, a level 45 dark gold set equipment for berserkers. What's so surprising? Rather, look at how powerful that assassin is. Although her attack seemed ordinary, she achieved a 90% or higher completion rate with every skill she used. Her bisect and eviscerates completion rates should be nearly 95%, Netherworld Wave said. Although Gentle Snow's ability to withstand the petrified troll's attack had surprised him as well, as an assassin, he understood exactly how powerful Fire Dance was. Big Sis Endless. Who do you think these people are? They're all as strong as monsters, the female cleric Cloud Yarn asked Endless Scars curiously. Among their team members, Endless Scars had the most powerful information network, the all wearing black cloaks. With their information hidden, even I have no way of determining their identities. However, there are not many experts at this level in God's domain. Although I know of a few, none of their actions or behavior match these people, Endless Scars said, shaking her head. However, what the members of the Midnight Tea Party did not know was that while level 62 lords might be difficult to deal with for other experts, Fire Dance and Gentle Snow were not among them. After all, one of them wielded the fragmented legendary ranked 1000 transformations, while the other wore the fragmented legendary ranked 7 luminaries battle armor. With these godly items, how could they not be capable of injuring a level 62 lord? As the Midnight Tea Party conversed quietly, Shifeng launched his own assault. He activated Dragon's Authority, inflicting the fear debuff on all enemies within a 50-yard radius and reducing their attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 40% for 1 minute. Although the skill couldn't reduce the petrified troll's movement speed, it could slightly reduce their attack power and attack speed. Moreover, the skill affected all nearby trolls, making it much easier for his other team members to fight these monsters. Shifeng then activated the Aura of Wind, increasing his movement speed and attack speed significantly. He executed Wind Blade and appeared before the 2 petrified trolls before executing Sword's Orbit, blue starlight wrapping around his body as the starlight bloomed. Not only did he force the 2 petrified trolls back, but a bloody gash also appeared across their bodies as a frightening damage appeared above both of their heads, 13, for 89. Minus 27,544. Shifeng didn't receive any damage. Angry Tyrant's effects sure are frightening. As expected from excellent epic equipment, Shifeng was quite satisfied as he looked at the delicate bracers around his wrists. Dark red runes faintly shone on the bracers. The Angry Tyrant's strength bonus was above average even among epic items. When its passive skill, Angry Blow, took effect, it pushed his combat power to a whole new level. If not for these epic bracers, he would not have decided to confront the 2 lords directly, opting for a safer approach instead. Although the petrified trolls possessed high defense and strength, they were slower than ordinary lords of the same level. Even a tier 2, level 50 assassin could easily outmaneuver a petrified troll, not to mention Shifeng, an expert with 5 epic items and a fragmented legendary item. Infuriated, the 2 petrified trolls howled. A blood-red haze then appeared around their spears. This move was none other than the petrified troll's tier 2 skill, Blood Sacrificial Spear. It was a weapon-enhancing skill that doubled their weapon's attack power for 10 seconds and increased their attack speed by 30% as numerous streaks of red light stabbed at Shifeng. The latter activated Flame Burst. The Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray both released blinding lights, illuminating the gloomy forest sword's orbit. Boom, boom, boom. A series of clangs rang out. Pained screams followed. The 3-meter-tall petrified trolls transformed into 2 massive fireballs as the attack sent them flying. They crashed through numerous trees before they finally fell to the ground. Everyone involuntarily shivered when they saw the 2 monsters' bodies. Meanwhile, the 2 lords' HP bars shrank by a small chunk, 134, 858-135. 047 The two horrific damages stupefied everyone on the team. If not for Fire Dance and Gentle Snow still struggling with the other petrified troll, they would have doubted that the two monsters on the ground were actually petrified trolls. Prioritize killing the other petrified troll. Blackie, Aqua, Summer, prepare your large-scale destruction spells. Sherfong commanded immediately after throwing his two opponents. Now that no more trolls had joined the battle, they no longer needed to hold back. After clearing out the elite-ranked trolls, they could deal with the petrified trolls more quickly. Blackie and the others nodded and began chanting their spells. Incantations. Time flew by. When the three of them finished chanting, gather the monsters around the troll chieftain. Blackie, use Guardian of Light on Kola. Under Sherfeng's command, the team gathered around the troll chieftain. Kola activated Dragon Scale Body, increasing his defense by 200%, HP by 300%, and recovery by 500% for 30 seconds. With Guardian of Light's effects, it was practically impossible for the trolls to kill him. Seal. When Sherfong saw that most of the monsters had been hurted, he activated Skywheel Sword and limited the monsters' movement. Attack! Immediately, 3 large-scale destruction spells descended on the trolls. As for Sherfong, he switched the aura of wind for the aura of fire and activated Firestorm. Thunder and fire bombarded the monsters. By the time the spells ended, all elite-ranked trolls were dead. Even the chieftain-ranked troll shamans had less than half their HPs remaining. Chapter 11:16. Quadruple Jackpot. There had been over 500 elite-ranked trolls on the battlefield. When they all died, a golden glow enveloped everyone on the team as they all leveled up. What astonishing leveling speed! Gentle Snow was flabbergasted as she watched her experience bar rise. When she had left White River City, she was only at 74% of level 41. To bridge the gap and reach level 42, she needed to grind for at least another full day or so, yet she had risen to level 42 shortly after entering the Crying Ghost Ridge. With this leveling speed, it was definitely possible to reach level 43 by the next day. After players reached level 40, it was practically impossible to level up once a day. No one would believe this, however. Although the team had killed plenty of troll warriors, the loot was pitiful, to say the least. Aside from some copper and silver coins, the 500 or so elite monsters only dropped some raw materials. Only 5 weapons and pieces of equipment dropped. Among them, 4 were level 60 common items, while the last was a piece of level 60 bronze equipment. However, Sherfong was not surprised. After reaching level 50, the drop rate for weapons and equipment decreased drastically. Only chieftain or above-ranked monsters had a slightly higher chance of dropping such items. This drop rate reduction occurred because players could begin challenging their Tier 2 class promotions after reaching level 50. After obtaining their Tier 2 class, killing elite monsters was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Tier 2 experts could solo chieftains and even give lords a run for their money. Generally, 2 or 3 Tier 2 experts working together could easily take down a lord of the same level naturally. The system wouldn't give players high-level weapons and equipment so easily. Hence, past level 50, 6-man party dungeons, even in normal mode, usually had lords as the final boss. Moreover, these bosses had extremely powerful AoE skills. One mistake could easily lead to a party wipe. The same held true for Tier 2 experts. Adventurer teams and workshops that wanted to make money by selling weapons and equipment generally needed to deal with chieftains of the same level. If they wished to grind for mysterious iron equipment, at the very least, they had to deal with lord-ranked monsters. This resulted in the rise in popularity for lifestyle classes capable of producing weapons and equipment. Of course, the system also restricted such lifestyle classes by significantly increasing the production costs of weapons and equipment that were level 50 and above. As a result, even bronze weapons and equipment required many rare materials. This greatly limited the number of weapons and equipment lifestyle players could produce and protected the market from oversaturation. This team is simply ridiculous. They have 4 people capable of using large-scale destruction spells in a 20-man team. Even our adventurer team only has 2 people with such spells. Is that swordsman an NPC? He can actually overwhelm 2 level 62 lords. Sherfeng's performance had astonished the Midnight Tea Party's members. However, they weren't shocked because Sherfeng had fought 2 level 60+ lords by himself. After all, they were capable of that themselves. What truly shocked them was the overwhelming strength Sherfeng had displayed. The swordsman had managed to suppress the petrified trolls through brute force. Turtledove, help tank the petrified troll on Fire's side. Wumian, lure one away from me. Everyone else, prioritize killing the troll shamans. Shi Feng ordered after sweeping a glance over the troll shamans, who had less than half their HPs remaining. Cola, start running. Lure the troll chieftain as far away from here as possible. Don't give the shamans any chance to heal the chieftain. Understood. Cola immediately dashed in the opposite direction of the troll shaman. Seeing this, the troll chieftain chased after the escaping guardian knight. When the troll chieftain moved, the troll shamans had no choice but to follow their leader. However, they couldn't cast their heals while moving. As a result, the troll shamans couldn't heal the troll chieftain. Meanwhile, the other members on Shi Feng's team begun to bombard the troll shamans. After a few moments, the troll shamans collapsed, one after another, becoming EXP for Shi Feng's team. Without the shamans' heals, the petrified trolls became a lot easier to deal with. Don't kill the petrified trolls. Leave them at 5% HP. Shi Feng warned his teammates when he noticed Turtledove's petrified troll only had 10% of its HP remaining. The petrified trolls were lords. Although the chances of them dropping green ebony were high, simply killing them would be a waste. After all, he had Icarus's heart on him. If he killed the lords, the chances of them dropping green ebony would be a lot higher. Although no one understood what Shi Feng intended to do, they followed his commands. When Turtledove's petrified troll had 5% HP remaining, the team halted their attacks and shifted their focus to Yi Wumian's troll under the violent bombardment. It only took 5 minutes for all 3 petrified trolls to reach 5% of their total HP. Guild leader, can we kill them now? Aqua Rose asked. While their team's firepower was indeed fierce, keeping all 3 petrified trolls alive placed an extremely heavy burden on their team's healers. Moreover, after such a long battle, their healers only had 30% of their mana remaining. On the other hand, the troll chieftain had most of its HP remaining. If they delayed the petrified trolls' deaths, their healers would not last 30% mana remaining. We could give it a try. Shi Feng calculated some factors as he glanced at the troll chieftain's HP and the healer's mana. He then said through the team chat, "Healers, use your intermediate mana recovery potions. Fire, take this petrified troll over for me. Remember, keep the petrified trolls at least 50 yards away from the troll chieftain. Everyone else, focus your fire on the chieftain." Saying so, Shi Feng activated silent steps and appeared behind the troll chieftain. He then executed Thundering Flash. 5 blue lightning streaks devoured the Great Lord, causing damages of around -7,000 to appear above its head. In terms of defense, the troll chieftain was even stronger than the petrified trolls. However, after receiving the damage amplification debuff from Thundering Flash, the team's damage was slightly higher. Divine Providence had a 30-minute cooldown. Shi Feng did not want to waste it. Although the troll chieftain was a great lord, it only had 42 million HP. It also had only 3 main damage skills. Among them, one was the Tier 3 skill, Storm Rage. The second one was Death Curse. It was a spell that was guaranteed to kill one player if it landed. However, this spell could be dodged, and players would be fine so long as the spell missed them. The last was an AoE skill called Whirlwind of Death. When activated, this skill would decrease the attack speed and movement speed of all enemies within 100 yards by 50%. Moreover, players would receive 1 death debuff every 10 seconds, each debuff increasing the damage they received by 10%. The troll chieftain would only activate this skill when its HP fell to 30%. Many teams had fallen under the troll chieftain's greatsword in the past due to Whirlwind of Death. To put it simply, once Whirlwind of Death activated, it would become a competition of damage against the troll chieftain. However, Shi Feng was not worried. After all, their team's firepower was off the charts. As the battle with the troll chieftain continued, Cola's HP continuously increased and decreased. Every time the troll chieftain used Storm Rage, Shi Feng landed a full-powered blow to one of the Great Lord's joints, disrupting Storm Rage's trajectory slightly. This small deviation provided Cola with enough space to dodge the attack, preventing his HP from dropping to a critical level and increasing the burden on the healers. As for the troll chieftain's death curse, Shi Feng warned his teammates to avoid the Great Lord's front when he noticed the boss activating the spell. As the troll chieftain channeled death curse through its eyes, one simply needed to avoid standing before the Great Lord and wait out the spell's 5-second duration. Ordinary players might find it difficult to avoid this spell, but these players were experts. As long as Shi Feng notified them in time, they could dodge the spell with little to no trouble. When the troll chieftain only had 30% HP remaining, it roared with fury. "Despicable humans, know our wrath!" the troll chieftain shouted. It then spun its great sword at the sky. A black storm instantly formed, covering the battlefield and enveloping Zero Wings players. Finally, Shi Feng had long since grown impatient. He activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. Don't hold back. Throw everything you've got at it. With the addition of Shifeng's doppelganger and the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, the team's damage output instantly soared. The other team members similarly activated their sure kill skills. The Troll Chieftain's HP rapidly decreased. It lost over 200,000 HP every second in the end. When it only had 1% HP remaining, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and Thunder God's Descent. Both he and his doppelganger then activated Flame Burst and went on to attack the Troll Chieftain before assaulting the 3 petrified trolls. As the 4 trolls died, 4 golden balls of light lifted from their corpses and flew into the air. Following which, the golden balls burst and transformed into streams of light that rained on the battlefield. Everyone was rendered speechless. These players had seen something like this before. This scene occurred when they triggered a jackpot. The Midnight Tea Party's members were also dumbfounded. Quadruple jackpots. This was utterly ridiculous. Chapter 1117. Godly Skill. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1117. Godly Skill. After the Troll Chieftain and 3 petrified trolls died, a golden glow once again encased several players on the team. Killing lords and great lords of a higher level definitely yielded far more EXP than killing elite monsters of a higher level. Among those who leveled up, Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud finally reached level 45, while Cola, Turtle Dove, Yiwumian, Minor Wind, and Shadow Sword rose to level 44 inches. The Black Dragon Empire. They could all rank within the top 10 on the Empire's ranking list. Currently, the Empire's #1 player was only level 42, and still quite a distance away from level 43. However, the team was more concerned with the loot before them. This was the first time any of them had seen 4 bosses simultaneously drop jackpots. There were too many items on the ground for them to keep count. This is insane. There should be at least 100 items here. Blackie gaped at the items on the ground previously. Despite killing so many elite monsters, they had only obtained a few decent items. However, practically every item among the 4 bosses' drops looked decent or better. Guild leader. Your luck is simply amazing. In the future, you must join us during the large-scale team dungeon raids. We'll probably get more during a single trip with you than 5 or 6 trips by ourselves. Aqua Rose could not help but look at Shifeng, her eyes shining. It was fairly obvious that, by the look on her face, she wanted to drag Shifeng into a dungeon raid every day. The rest of the team expressed their agreement. With that kind of ridiculous luck, it would be a waste not to have Shifeng raid dungeons. Alright, tidy up the loot first. We'll have plenty of opportunities to raid large-scale team dungeons afterward. Shifeng could not help but chuckle and shake his head in response to everyone's expectant gazes. He had no choice but to offer an empty promise for now. He had no intentions of revealing Icarus's heart. After all, this godly tool was simply too important to a guild. The necklace could even upgrade a lifestyle player to master rank. Following which, everyone began to collect the loot. They had an extraordinarily abundant harvest this time. The 4 bosses had dropped a total of 115 items, with 96 raw materials. Among the raw materials, 22 were green ebony, which surprised Shifeng. Generally, Lord rank trolls only dropped 1 green ebony when killed, or 2 logs if one were lucky. As for great lords, they usually dropped 3 logs. Crafting a single advanced transport carriage only required 15 logs. If they obtained another 8 logs, they could produce a second transport carriage. If they had 2 advanced transport carriages, he would have the foundation to start new trade routes to Stone Forest Town. Although the 2 carriages couldn't carry a lot of players, they could increase Stone Forest Town's popularity among NPCs. He could also earn quite a sum in transportation fees. After organizing the materials, Shifeng began to appraise the remaining items in God's domain. After reaching level 50, players would have to appraise the items monsters dropped if they wanted to know exactly what they had obtained. This added yet another expenditure for many players. Because of this, many players in the past had pursued the appraiser lifestyle class. This way, they could save money on appraisal fees. Of course, players who picked up the appraiser class for this reason could only appraise low-rank items such as bronze or mysterious iron rank. 4 secret silver rank, 1 needed to become an intermediate appraiser. However, becoming an intermediate appraiser was extremely difficult. One generally needed a guild support to do so. Without the full support of a large guild, it was practically impossible to become an advanced appraiser. To become an intermediate appraiser, one needed to appraise 20,000 mysterious iron items. As items of mysterious iron rank were not extremely rare, some workshops or adventurer teams could afford to nurture one. Unfortunately, they had no hope of nurturing an advanced appraiser. This was due to the basic requirement of appraising 50,000 fine gold items. Even top-tier workshops and adventurer teams could not obtain so many fine gold items above level 50. Only large guilds had any chance of achieving this. Meanwhile, nurturing advanced appraisers was a benefit to a guild in the past. Guilds had normally only charged their members a quarter of NPC's appraisal fees, while non-guild members paid 3/4 of NPC prices. By doing so, guilds could make a fortune. NPC price for appraising a dark gold item was around 10 gold. For excellent dark gold items, the price was even higher. Even if guilds charged a lower appraisal fee, with how many players there were in a guild, it would not be unusual to appraise several thousand items. Including the appraisal fees from non-guild players, a guild could easily make 200 or 300 gold a day in the past. Small guilds with only thousands of members dreamed of this kind of pure profit. Although Zero Wing still did not have any advanced appraisers, Shifeng possessed the omniscient eyes. Not only was the skill a very advanced identification skill, but it also served as an advanced appraisal skill. After a short moment, Shifeng finished appraising the remaining 19 items. Basic soul return actually dropped. Shifeng shouted in surprise after appraising the ordinary-looking skill book. Basic soul return. Doesn't that skill allow one to resurrect other players while in battle? Gentle Snow asked in shock. What? Guild leader, did it really drop? Aqua Rose looked at Shifeng excitedly, afraid that Shifeng was joking. Resurrection during combat would be a godly skill in dungeons. It wasn't uncommon for bosses to instant kill MTs due to mistakes. When such situations occurred, the entire team would die with the MT. However, if a team had basic soul return, they could resurrect the MT and continue the raid. This skill would undoubtedly reduce the unnecessary team wipes in dungeons. Take a look yourself, Shifeng said, nodding. He then shared the skills information in the team chat. Basic soul return resurrects one player while in combat. Player resurrected will only recover 30% HP and 20% mana. Their death penalty will be halved. Cooldown 30 minutes. Class restriction: Cleric, Druid, and Oracle. After everyone read the skill's introduction, excitement illuminated their expressions. What a godly skill! Previously, these players had only heard of skills that could resurrect players during battle. Now, not only was one such skill before them, but it could also reduce the death penalty. It was very common for players to die and lose a level when fighting a field boss. If they could reduce their death penalty by half and only lose 50% EXP, they could save plenty of time. What a pity. It would be great if the death penalty reduction were slightly higher, Cola said. Whether it was raiding dungeons or killing field bosses, MTs were the most susceptible to death. Following which, Shifeng shared the information for the remaining loot. The items were mostly level 60 weapons and equipment, with the best being secret silver rank. However, none of them could compare to basic soul return skill. Guild leader, should we search for another troll encampment? Minor Wind asked. Even after observing their surroundings for some time, he did not notice any signs of incoming monsters. It was likely that they had cleared out all of the nearby trolls. If they wanted to kill more, they would have to grind elsewhere. No. First, we need to greet our friends hiding in the distance, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He then turned to the dead forest on his left, shouting, "You've been watching for quite some time now. Why don't you come out and meet us?" Chapter 11:18. Reuniting with the Tea Party. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 11:18. Reuniting with the Tea Party. Due to the quiet of the surrounding forest, the Midnight Tea Party's members heard Shifeng loud and clear. "Leader, we've been discovered. What should we do?" Cloud Yarn asked somewhat anxiously. It wasn't unusual to encounter other players in the fields. However, this situation was somewhat different. This was because they bore the suspicion of banditry. Shifeng's team had just finished killing multiple bosses. Although they had already obtained the loot, the items would remain ownerless for the next 2 hours. As long as they were killed, the loot was guaranteed to drop. Cloud Yarn did not doubt that Shifeng's team would be merciless to anyone who attempted to rob them. It wouldn't have been a major issue if Shifeng's team were only comprised of ordinary experts. However, based on the miraculous feats she had witnessed, Shifeng's team was most likely just as strong as theirs. If it really came down to a fight, the outcome wouldn't be pretty. Guild leader, could that guy be trying to trick us into revealing ourselves? We're so far away. How could he possibly discover us? Moreover, we're using isolation scrolls right now. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't be able to discover us even with detection. How could a swordsman like him detect us? The Ranger, Dark War, set among the many classes in God's domain, the Ranger had the strongest perception abilities, with both active and passive skills. Rangers were usually a team's eyes. Although the swordsman class was also an agility-type class, it was not even a match for assassins, much less rangers. The rest of the adventurer team agreed with Dark War's words. Not only were their teams separated by such a massive distance, but the player that had called them out wasn't even a ranger. Moreover, they were also under an isolation scroll's effect. Shurfeng might have shouted to see whether or not there were nearby players waiting to ambush his team. I don't think so. He's looking directly at us. Moreover, this is the Crying Ghost Ridge. This area is too dangerous for ordinary players, Endless Scar said confidently as she watched Shurfeng, who stared straight at them. Big sis Endless, what should we do? Should we just go over there? Cloud Yarn asked. What if those people misunderstand our intentions? Yarn, what are you afraid of? At most, we'll have to fight them. We'll see who regrets their actions in the end, Netherworld said, wearing an eager expression. As an independent adventurer, his favorite hobby was to push his limits. Watching Fire Dance's performance had excited his will to fight. Wave is right. We're the Midnight Tea Party. Since when have we feared other players? Also, they have just finished an intense battle. They must have exhausted most of their abilities. If it really came down to a fight, they would be the suffering team. The other team members shared similar thoughts. All right, enough. Let's go over and introduce ourselves. As for a fight breaking out, I don't believe that it's likely. Those players aren't fools. They should have noticed our presence long ago. Since we didn't try to attack them during a crucial moment, they should realize that we carry no ill will, Breezewine, the team's leader, explained. He then approached Shurfeng's team, giving the matter some thought. The Midnight Tea Party's members saw the reason in their leader's words. They then followed Breezewine. Meanwhile, after Shurfeng announced the other team's presence, the rest of Zero Wings members followed his gaze. However, none of them noticed the silhouette or presence of other players. Snow, do you think the guild leader is being overly sensitive? Zhao Yueru asked softly after failing to find anybody in the forest ahead. Overly sensitive? Gentle Snow considered the possibility. After all, they had just finished a difficult battle. Even the best failed sometimes. They were also in a dangerous neutral map. A mistake wouldn't be unusual, however. As such thoughts began to sweep through the team, a blurry figure appeared from the dark forest ahead. Shortly after, more figures appeared. Zhao Yueru's jaw dropped as she turned to Shurfeng in astonishment. Not only was the other party so far away, but they had also used isolation scrolls. Yet Shurfeng still noticed them. Did he have the eyes of a hawk or something? However, the team did not know that Shurfeng's agility attribute had long since broken past the threshold of Tier 1 players, 1,500 points, and reached the realm of Tier 2 players. As a result, he gained the passive skill, Basic Perception. The passive skill greatly enhanced his 5 senses. As a result, he could see and hear further and clearer to Shurfeng. An ordinary magic scroll like the isolation scroll was useless. He had noticed them when the Midnight Tea Party had hidden among the trees. However, the team didn't have much time to spend in a daze. The new arrivals were none other than the powerful independent adventurer team they had encountered in Ghost Forest Town. If they were not careful, they would suffer. Hello. I am Breezewine, the leader of the adventurer team Midnight Tea Party. We have no ill intentions. We just happened to come across your team as we were passing by. Breezewine took the initiative to explain. I understand. If you guys had any hostile will, you would have taken action as we were about to kill the bosses, Shurfeng calmly stated. Moreover, we've already met in Ghost Forest Town. Ghost Forest Town? Are you guys that masked team? Breezewine stared at Shurfeng in shock. In God's domain, many adventurer teams wore black cloaks to hide their identities. Hence, he hadn't humored the thought that Shurfeng and the others could be the team he had come across in Ghost Forest Town. After all, his team had the Beastmaster's breath, which had allowed them to reach Crying Ghost Ridge unhindered. Any other team would have been harassed by the level 60 monsters and wouldn't be a match for their adventurer team's speed. Yet now, not only had Shurfeng's team reached the ridge ahead of them, but they had also killed 2 groups of foreign races. Breezewine could not begin to fathom how Shurfeng and the others managed this. The other Midnight Tea Party members were similarly surprised. Serious curiosity filled Breezewine's expression as he looked at Shurfeng and the other Zero Wing members. Are you guys also here for a quest? Shurfeng asked without hesitation. Players generally kept quiet about their high-level quests. This was especially true for quests in neutral maps. On the off chance that one attracts unwanted attention, they could suffer significant losses. Hence, when encountering strangers in the fields, one usually avoided mentioning quests to avoid suspicion. In Shurfeng's opinion, However, such wariness was unnecessary. Only a fool would believe that players in a neutral map weren't pursuing some quest. Moreover, by taking the initiative to admit that they were also here for a quest, he could avoid appearing suspicious himself and hide the fact that they were here to grind green ebony. Upon hearing Shifeng's straightforward question, Breeze Wine could not help but laugh and admitted, "That's right. Our adventurer team is here to complete a quest. Are you perhaps interested? If you help us complete the quest, we will give you 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment as a thank you gift." Leader. Dark War and the others turned to Breeze Wine in confusion. They had spent over half a month to obtain this quest. Yet Breeze Wine had just invited a bunch of strangers to help them. Moreover, these strangers were experts whose strength could rival their own. This was simply too risky. Chapter 1119. Fallen Arkansas. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1119. Fallen Arkansas. Just as the Midnight Tea Party's members waited for their leader's answer, Breeze Wine's offer had also stunned Shifeng's team. The man had actually offered 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment right off the bat at this stage of the game. Even first-rate guilds' top-tier experts only wore level 40 dark gold equipment. Level 45 dark gold equipment was simply too difficult to obtain. Normally, one only encountered such items by killing field bosses or completing quests. After all, the various large guilds were still amassing equipment from level 40 large-scale team dungeons. They still did not have good enough equipment to raid level 45 large-scale team dungeons if put up for auction. Level 45 dark gold equipment could sell for at least 200 gold. If it were an excellent piece of dark gold equipment, selling for even 500 gold wouldn't be surprising. 3 pieces of dark gold equipment was easily worth 1,000 gold presented with such an offer. Even large guilds would be willing to give everything they had to help. "Thank you for the offer, Team Leader Breeze. But we have other matters that we need to attend to, so we cannot accept your offer." Shifeng rejected the offer without so much as a thought. Although 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment were quite valuable, it wasn't what Zero Wing needed the most right now. The green ebony they were after would affect Stone Forest Town's prosperity. The wood was arguably their top priority. Shifeng's outright rejection stunned the Midnight Tea Party. Even super guilds wouldn't casually reject a 1,000 gold offer, yet Shifeng hadn't hesitated in the least. Dark War and the others, who had been opposed to the idea of Shifeng's team joining them, were somewhat annoyed. Their Midnight Tea Party had never asked for help before, yet in their first attempt, their offer had been tossed aside like garbage. Why wouldn't they be frustrated? Meanwhile, Endless Scars, who stood to a side, looked at Shifeng. Smiling, she said, "Truthfully, we don't need much help with our quest. We simply hope that you will help us fend off any monsters while we activate a magic array. We won't take up much of your time. 1 hour should be more than enough. If you feel that 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment aren't enough, we can pay 4,000 magic crystals instead. What do you think? Big Sis Endless?" Cloud Yarn's pretty eyes widened as she stared at Endless Scars in astonishment. Their leader's invitation was understandable as the man wanted to befriend Shifeng's team. However, she had never imagined that Endless Scars would also make an offer. Moreover, Endless Scars was offering magic crystals. Magic crystal was the current mainstream currency among God's Domain's experts because magic crystals allowed players to enter the Divine Colosseum's trial tower. There were many other uses for magic crystals as well. It was easy to trade magic crystals for coins, but the same was not true for the reverse. As for weapons and equipment, if an expert had no need for them, they didn't have much value to said expert. Hence, Apex experts were more willing to act for magic crystals than anything else. 1 hour for 4,000 magic crystals? Miss Endless, your proposal is impossible to refuse. Endless Scars' wealth momentarily stunned Shifeng. Not long ago, Phoenix Rain had offered to hire 10 of Zero Wings players for an entire day for 5,000 magic crystals. Even then, he was impressed by the woman's wealth. If it were up to him, he'd never pay such a high price. Only now did he understood that there was always someone better in this world. However, when he thought about how the Blackwater Corporation backed Endless Scars, spending 4,000 magic crystals wouldn't be much of an issue for her. "Let's sign a contract right away, then." The smile on Endless Scars' face grew even more charming when she heard Shifeng's answer, following which Shifeng signed a contract with Breeze Wine. The system contract was assurance for both parties involved. Aside from players who were unwilling to spend 5 silver coins on the contract, players at this stage of the game generally signed one when working together. After signing the contract, Shifeng and his team followed Midnight Tea Party's members as they carefully proceeded down a gravel path through the dead forest. "Leader Endless, what are you two thinking? The quest is dangerous enough already. Yet you just invited a team that we know nothing about. What if they harbor some hostility once we complete the quest? Wouldn't we suffer a massive loss? Dark War asked, displeased. As he eyed Shifeng and the others, this quest was extraordinary. It was the most difficult quest the Midnight Tea Party had ever undertaken. Although it was not a legendary quest, it could be considered a pseudo-legendary quest. It was very likely that they could acquire a fragmented legendary item during this quest. Not even super guilds had a fragmented legendary item. If Shifeng and his team discovered this, it would be a miracle if they did not outright betray them. The other Midnight Tea Party members supported Dark War's opinions. They could not understand why these two people, who were usually the most level-headed on their team, would make such an irrational decision about something so important. Ignoring the complaints, Endless Scars turned to Breeze Wine. Smiling, she asked, "Leader, do you want to say it? Or should I?" "Fine, I'll say it then." Breeze Wine shook his head and laughed. "Although you know that our quest is incredibly difficult, you guys don't know exactly how difficult. Based on Endless and my estimates, our chances of success is less than 30%. Opening the entrance will be the most difficult part of our quest." Opening the entrance? The team was confused. That's right. Although we have the key to unlock the Fallen Ark, when we begin the process, it will alert the Ark's guards. Based on the information Endless and I uncovered, there should be 5 guards, one of which is a Grand Lord, while the remaining 4 are Great Lords. With our current manpower, it will be too difficult to maintain the magic array while dealing with 1 Grand Lord and 4 Great Lords. Originally, Endless and I had planned to use 2 of the Tier 3 summoning scrolls our team obtained. Now, however, plans have changed. With these experts' help, our chances of success will rise to 50%, Breezewine explained. Moreover, befriending these experts isn't necessarily a bad thing. We might even get to cooperate with them during high-difficulty quests in the future. Realization dawned when these players heard Breezewine's explanation. It was no wonder why Endless Scars had offered such an exorbitant price to Shifeng's team. As everyone conversed in hushed tones, Breezewine had led them to a large canyon dotted with green hills and blue water. The canyon looked as if some giant sword had split the large mountain in half. Each side of the canyon radiated a powerful pressure that scared the monsters in Crying Ghost Ridge away. Isn't this the Fallen Ark's location? Shock colored Shifeng's face when he saw this scene. Is the Midnight Tea Party's quest related to the Fallen Ark? In his previous life, the Fallen Ark had been extremely famous in God's domain. It was also the Crying Ghost Ridge's greatest secret. It was rumored that the Fallen Ark had been one of the ultimate weapons in the Great Ancient War. Even gods would perish under one of the Ark's attacks. However, the Ark had been destroyed during the war and had fallen in Crying Ghost Ridge. Because of the Ark's magic, the mana flow in the ridge was quite abnormal, making the area inhospitable for humans. Hence, various foreign races had occupied the Crying Ghost Ridge instead. Chapter 1120. Special Lifeform. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1120. Special Lifeform. As Shifeng recalled information on the Fallen Ark, Breezewine slowly approached the canyon's entrance and carefully took a 16-sided orange crystal from his bag. As soon as he revealed the orange crystal, an invisible aura pulsed from the item. Moreover, each pulse was stronger than the last. What is that? Why does my whole body suddenly feel like lead? Gentle Snow could not help but shift her gaze to the orange crystal. The more she looked at the crystal, the more she feared it. It was as if this crystal were Purgatory itself. Even her soul shuddered with fear. Gentle Snow wasn't the only one shocked by Breezewine's crystal. Alluring Summer and the others were similarly afraid. Only the Midnight Tea Party's members, Shifeng, and several Zero Wing Corps members remained unperturbed. Shifeng and the Corps members had experienced this pressure before. It was divine might. There was a qualitative difference between the life rating of gods and ordinary people. Gods had created this orange crystal, and naturally, their aura had tainted it. Ordinary people wouldn't be comfortable around this aura. Around this energy, ordinary humans would feel like they had been submerged in liquid metal. Not only would they find it extremely difficult to move, but their breathing would also become labored. As the orange crystal released one pulse after another, the canyon began to shake. A purple-gold, 5-fold magic array appeared in the sky. Sure enough, their quest is related to the Fallen Arkansas. Have they lost their minds? They dare risk opening it at this stage of the game. Shifeng's expression darkened as he watched Breezewine lift the orange crystal above his head while chanting an incantation. Hurriedly he shouted, "Everyone, retreat! Retreat!" Zero Wings members looked to Shifeng in confusion. What are you guys doing? Dark War and the other Midnight Tea Party members asked, Enraged when they heard Shifeng's command to his teammates, their teams had already signed a contract with each other. Although there were no penalties for breaking the contract, no matter how they looked at it, Shifeng was breaking his promise. Moreover, now that they had exposed the contents of their quest, how could they possibly allow Shifeng and the others to leave? No time for explanations. Either run or die. Shifeng turned and fled. Shifeng hadn't expected that. While he assumed that the Midnight Tea Party's quest was related to it, their goal was to activate the slumbering Fallen Ark. Activating the Fallen Ark had shaken God's domain in the past. When the Ark woke, it also roused the sleeping abyssal monsters within. Although these abyssal monsters had been gravely injured during the Great Ancient War, they were still immensely powerful. The old monsters that had woken inside the Ark were mythic rank. Moreover, as more time passed and these monsters recovered, they grew more powerful. These monsters' emergence had turned Crying Ghost Ridge into a forbidden land for players in the past. To explore the Fallen Ark secrets, a few superguilds had dispatched an army of over 100,000 players. This army only consisted of Tier 2 players, and the lowest level was level 60. Many Apex experts had marched with the army as well. Such a force was normally more than enough to deal with 5 or 6 mythic monsters, yet the army had been annihilated in the end. Not one player had made it out of the Fallen Ark alive. To make matters worse, these players had boosted the old abyssal monster's strength. It was suicidal to activate the Fallen Ark with just their 2 teams of Tier 1 players. Big Sis Endless, they're running away. What should we do? Do we stop them? Netherworld Wave hurriedly asked Endless Scars. No need. We're fleeing too, Endless Scar said, shaking her head as she watched Shifeng. She ran, but our leader is still here. Cloud Yarn exclaimed anxiously as she shifted her gaze between Endless Scars and Breeze Wine. Once the unlocking process has begun, it cannot be stopped. The situation has changed. We have no choice but to sacrifice him, Endless Scar said without hesitation. However, this isn't a complete loss. At the very least, we can hide and watch what happens when the magic array activates from a distance. Although Endless Scars' words were casual, the Midnight Tea Party's members felt chills crawl down their backs. These players were all companions and had fought through many life-or-death battles together. Their team leader was one of them, yet Endless Scars spoke of sacrificing Breeze Wind as if she were talking about the weather. Unfortunately, as their team leader couldn't do anything, they had to listen to Endless Scars as she was the Midnight Tea Party's second-in-command. Shortly after the Midnight Tea Party members escaped from the magic array's range, 5 steel giants pulled themselves from the ground. Fallen Garrison Captain. Special Lifeform, Grand Lord. Level 65. HP 120. 000. 000/120. 000. Fallen Patrol, Special Lifeform, Great Lord. Level 63. HP 57. 000. 000/57. 000. Upon seeing these monsters, both Endless Scars and Shifeng's teams gaped in shock. What are these monsters? Their HP is so high. The pressure from them is so strong too. Aqua Rose felt her scalp tingle as she stared at these monsters. Despite standing several hundred yards away, she still felt an intense pressure radiating from the monsters. It would certainly affect the combat power they could exert in close combat. Based on her estimates, they'd be lucky to display 70% of their usual combat powers. If it came down to a fight, they would team wipe the Midnight Tea Party. Also understood how powerful the Guardian monsters were. These monsters' life rating was definitely higher than theirs. The Fallen Garrison Captain, in particular, was at least 2 or 3 ratings higher than the Grand Lords they've previously faced. It could practically rival a mythic monster's strength. In front of these monsters, their preparations were rubbish. While the Midnight Tea Party members were frozen in shock, Endless Scars shifted her gaze towards Shifeng. Did he know these monsters would show up? Endless Scars came to her own conclusions as she recalled Shifeng's decisive order to retreat. Although the Fallen Ark was a secret, based on the team's performance and Shifeng's statement that they, too, were here for a quest, it was likely that the man knew something about the Fallen Ark and saw otherwise. How could she explain Shifeng's decision to flee the moment he saw them activate the magic array? What Endless Scars did not know was that Shifeng wasn't worried about the steel giant's sudden appearance at all. Rather, he was afraid of the abyssal monsters inside the Fallen Ark itself. If those monsters were released, it would disrupt his plans to grind for green ebony. If that was their goal, he wouldn't help the Midnight Tea Party. As the steel giants appeared, the Fallen Garrison Captain instantly killed Breeze Wine as he maintained the magic array. When Breeze Wine died, the magic array began to dissipate gradually, as did the steel giants shortly after. Peace soon returned to the canyon when the area returned to normal. Endless Scars stopped her team before the Midnight Tea Party members could give Shifeng a piece of their minds. She approached Shifeng's team herself. Chapter 1121. Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. As Endless Scars slowly walked up to Shifeng, she sized up the man carefully. Although she couldn't see Shifeng's appearance due to the black cloak, curiosity filled her eyes. Shifeng similarly observed Endless Scars. One of God's domain's legendary figures in the past, the woman had clear, bright eyes, curved eyebrows, and thick eyelashes. A hint of pink colored her pristine, white jade skin. Her thin, soft lips were as mesmerizing as a ruby. As she revealed a hint of a smile, she could captivate any player. Shifeng had to admit that even Gentle Snow, who everyone called a goddess, fell short compared to Endless Scars' guild leader. That beauty seems interested in you, Blackie said, snickering softly instead of responding. Shifeng rolled his eyes. Although others might strive for a beauty like Endless Scars' attention, Shifeng knew how costly it was. He knew all too well what kind of person Endless Scars was. Although she wore an interested expression, looking like a little girl who had just found a new toy, her thoughts were as pure as everyone assumed. It was no different than her attitude towards Breeze Wine. If Miss Endless wants to ask why we changed our plans so abruptly, I believe you have already figured that out after seeing those 5 special life forms. It's not that we want to back out of our transaction. We're just powerless to help. If Miss Endless doesn't have any other matters to discuss, we will take our leave. Shifeng took the initiative to bid the woman farewell. Although he did not know what lay inside the fallen ark that could tempt the Midnight Tea Party, he no longer wanted to associate with the adventurer team. Please, wait. I wish to represent the Midnight Tea Party in thanking you. If not for your command to flee, we would be dead by now. Here are 1,000 magic crystals. Take them as a thank you gift, and let's part as friends, Endless Scars said. She then retrieved a gray gemstone bag and handed it to Shifeng. Every Midnight Tea Party member was stunned. What was going on here? Not only hadn't Endless Scars questioned Shifeng's intentions, but she also gave him 1,000 magic crystals as a sign of gratitude. She was insane. This beautiful big sister is simply too rich. When Violet Cloud saw the cloth bag of 1,000 magic crystals, even she wanted to volunteer to become Endless Scars' little sister. Even large guilds would hesitate before giving away 1,000 magic crystals. Yet Endless Scars did so without blinking. Although Shifeng wanted to say something, Endless Scars quickly followed up by saying softly, although our transaction has failed, I'd like to conduct another trade. We'll enter the Fallen Ark together and split the items 30-70. How about it? Endless Scars' offer shocked every player present. Miss Endless, you saw the monsters guarding the entrance. At this stage of the game, we have no chance against them. Shifeng could not understand what was going through Endless Scars' mind. Those 5 special life forms were no laughing matter. Even he was not confident in taking them down. Special life forms were extremely rare in God's domain. They were weapons the gods had specifically crafted for war. Like puppets, they possessed eternal life. They also had the power of immortality. Even if players killed them, they would resurrect. Moreover, they would revive slightly stronger than before. Generally, it only took these special life forms 10 minutes to resurrect, with some of the more powerful monsters taking up to an hour or so. In addition, these monsters did not drop any loot. Hence, players usually kept their distance. One had to admit that these special life forms were excellent guardians. What if I tell you that there's an inferior legendary treasure chest inside? Endless Scars asked when she saw Shifeng's lack of interest. Smiling faintly, she continued, based on what I've uncovered, there should be more than one inferior legendary treasure chest inside. In addition, there are plenty of epic treasure chests. My map can lead us to these treasure chests and allow us to bypass the traps. Are you sure you're not interested? The Fallen Ark had been one of the final weapons in the Great Ancient War. The items inside had been left behind by the gods before they had died. NPCs would consider even the most ordinary item a treasure, let alone players. You have a map? Shifeng stared at Endless Scars, flabbergasted. He would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in the Fallen Ark. However, obtaining these treasures wasn't that easy. To current players, triggering any of the traps inside would result in death. Hence, even after clearing out the monsters in the Fallen Ark, very few players had been willing to explore it in the past. In fact, after the abyssal monsters had been cleared out, a large number of players and guilds had rushed into the Fallen Arkansas. In the end, however, only a few had escaped with their lives. Practically 99.9% of the players that entered the Ark had died in the outer region. Even if one managed to reach the Ark's inner region, they would have to deal with even more powerful traps. As a result, very few were capable of leaving the Ark with any of its treasures. Players had come to both love and despise the Fallen Ark, however. It would be a different story if they had a map aside from the awakened abyssal monsters and a few special life forms. The Fallen Ark was void of life. The traps would be their main problem after entering the Arkansas. A map of the Ark's various traps was the equivalent of a free pass to its treasures. As long as they were careful to avoid the abyssal monsters and special life forms, they could obtain the Ark's treasures unhindered. Sherfeng finally understood Breeze Wine and Endless Scars' attraction to the Fallen Ark, and why they'd be willing to spend 4,000 magic crystals to hire his team for an hour. That's right. If you don't believe me, take a look. Although it is only a fragment, can lead us to the Fallen Ark's inner region, Endless Scars said. She then took out a broken map with only 2/5 of the original and showed it to Sherfeng. The item's name was Fallen Ark Map. However, if Sherfeng wished to look at it in detail, he needed the owner's permission. I can help you get inside. However, I have a condition. After giving the matter some thought, Sherfeng eventually chose to take the risk. In the past, even the most inferior item players secured from the Fallen Ark's inner area was an epic item. If one were lucky, they could even obtain a fragmented legendary item. With one such item, a player's combat power would skyrocket. If he could obtain one, the item would greatly enhance his chances of success both in the Dark Arena and in the contest for Thunderous Land. As for the abyssal monsters that would be released, they would mostly roam the Crying Ghost Ridge's inner regions. His team could still grind trolls in the outer region. The only drawback was a slightly lower drop rate for Green Ebony. Endless Scars had only wanted to test Sherfeng with her offer. However, upon hearing Sherfeng's confident reply, a small glimmer of hope shone in her flawless eyes. As long as your conditions aren't too outrageous, I can agree to them on behalf of our team leader, Endless Scars straightforwardly replied, smiling faintly. It was as if she had long since guessed Sherfeng's thoughts. Pointing at the map in Endless Scars' hand, Sherfeng said in a non-negotiable tone, "Give me a copy of the Fallen Ark map. Once we're inside, we'll go our separate ways and agree to a non-aggression pact. What we each walk away with will depend on our abilities." Chapter 1122. Foundation Magic Array. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1122. Foundation Magic Array. Endless Scars' conversation with Sherfeng had been private. The other players hadn't heard their discussion. However, when the Midnight Tea Party members saw Endless Scars' frown, they were shocked. Endless Scars had never revealed such an expression throughout her time on the team. Even when monsters nearly wiped their team out, nothing close to a frown had appeared on her face. "Propose another. Our team cannot agree to that condition," Endless Scars said after giving the matter some thought. Looking straight at Sherfeng, she said seriously, "The map itself is a pass to the Fallen Arkansas. If you have it, you can enter the Ark more than once. This will undoubtedly increase our competition over the Ark's treasure. With how important the Fallen Ark is, I believe that no sane person would agree to your proposal. Moreover, even if our adventurer team can't enter the Fallen Ark right now, we can simply return when we're strong enough. In any case, the key is ours. If we don't activate the Ark, no one will be able to enter it." "What you're saying is true. However, you don't seem to know the Fallen Ark's true secret," Sherfeng said, chuckling. He had long since guessed Endless Scars' reply. The Fallen Ark map was priceless. Naturally, he didn't expect the Midnight Tea Party to just make a copy for him. However, the adventurer team's understanding of the Fallen Ark was no match for his. "What are you trying to say?" Although Endless Scars had her suspicions, after hearing Sherfeng's confident comments, she was even more certain that Sherfeng knew plenty of information about the Fallen Ark. "Well, it doesn't really matter even if I tell you this. Although you have the key and the map, it is still impossible to obtain the items inside the Fallen Ark," Sherfeng explained as he pointed to where the 5 special life forms had disappeared. "You've seen for yourselves how powerful those guards are. However, the monsters inside are even more formidable. If you open the Ark, those monsters will escape. Moreover, those monsters will, slowly but surely, grow stronger. If you don't deal with them properly, even the map won't help you. Meanwhile, I have a way to deal with those monsters. If we work together, we can reach the Ark's inner region quickly. Even if you don't want to cooperate with us, once you open the Ark, we can still go in ourselves. Once the Ark is open, it won't ever close. Anyone will be able to enter." Endless Scars hesitated after listening to Sherfeng's explanation. Although she wasn't sure if Sherfeng were telling the truth, if he was, then her side had no way of dealing with those monsters. Their map might as well be a blank piece of paper. On the other hand, Shifeng had a way of combating this problem. Once Shifeng's team entered the Ark, although their progress would be slow without the map, the Midnight Tea Party would suffer a massive loss if they came across any treasure. Most importantly, her team did not have a lot of time. After all, their quest had a time limit. Based on her estimates, even if they focused on grinding and completing their class promotions, the furthest they could reach was Tier 2, level 55 before the quest's time limit was up. At that tier and level, their team might have a chance of defeating the 5 entrance guards. Unfortunately, she was not certain that they could deal with the Ark's monsters, which Shifeng claimed were far stronger. She had to admit that Shifeng's knowledge on those monsters was invaluable. All right, I'll agree to your conditions. However, you need to tell me what you know about those monsters. You also have to tell me how to deal with them. If what you say is true, I'll make a copy of the map once we're in the Arkansas. If you lie to me, you won't get anything. Endless Scars glared at Shifeng. This was the first time she hadn't had the upper hand in a negotiation since she had joined God's domain. She was even more frustrated that she still didn't know Shifeng and his team members' identities. That won't be a problem. Once you see for yourself, you'll know the truth. Shifeng laughed after the various super guilds' army had suffered annihilation. Crying Ghost Ridge had become a forbidden land for players in the past. Even then, however, many players had sought the fallen Ark's treasure. To deal with the incomparably powerful abyssal monsters, these players had formed a multitude of plans. Unfortunately, none of those plans had succeeded. The most ridiculous part was that players had only discovered a proper method of dealing with the monsters after they had been defeated. That method involved utilizing mana stones. Due to the special mana phenomenon inside the fallen Ark, the slumbering abyssal monsters couldn't absorb mana to recover. However, once the fallen Ark was unlocked, this mana disturbance would vanish. To recover their strength, these abyssal monsters urgently needed large amounts of mana. Ordinary magic crystals would not do. To those ancient abyssal monsters, mana of such quality did little to aid in their recovery. Only mana stones were suitable when the time came. He simply needed to construct a foundation magic array to display the mana stones. The mana stones would lure the abyssal monsters, and once they left, these abyssal monsters wouldn't be able to return to the Ark for a short time. Their teams could then search the Ark relatively safely, following which, Shifeng and Endless Scars signed a contract. After ensuring that there were no issues, Shifeng had Violet Cloud use basic soul return on Breeze Wine. This way, Breeze Wine would not lose a level, and his combat power would be unaffected. Wait here for now. I still need to prepare, Shifeng said before entering the dead forest by himself and setting up a teleportation point with the Abyss Pendant. He then used a return scroll and teleported to White River City. As soon as Shifeng returned to White River City, he passed the green ebony he had obtained to Melancholic Smile. Although they only had enough for one advanced transport carriage, it took a considerable amount of time to manufacture one. Even if they had a master engineer and a master forger, they would need close to a day. Hence, the sooner they began production, the better. Inside one of the Candlelight Trading Firm's special forging room, Shifeng retrieved the Philosopher's Stone, which he had picked up from his private warehouse on his way back, and began to synthesize magic crystals into mana stones. He could synthesize 1 mana stone from 50 magic crystals. Without hesitation, he used all 1,000 magic crystals he had obtained from Endless Scars and ended up with 20 mana stones. That was enough to lure the abyssal monsters from the Ark twice, following which, Shifeng made 9 magic array scrolls for the 9-star polar domain. Once those were complete, he used the Abyss Pendant to return to Crying Ghost Ridge. Upon returning to the ridge, Shifeng used 10 mana stones to set up a foundation magic array far from the canyon where the fallen Ark resided. With this foundation magic array, he could lure all the abyssal monsters from inside the Ark. After finishing that task, Shifeng returned to his team. You've finished your tasks already? Endless Scars asked Shifeng with a suspicious tone. Only 1 hour or so had passed since Shifeng had left. That wasn't even enough time to make a round trip to a town or city. What could he possibly do in 1 hour? Originally, she had thought that Shifeng had left to gather reinforcements. After all, with their current strength, defeating the 5 guardian monsters was impossible. At the very least, they needed a team of 100 experts. Shifeng hadn't brought even 1 player back with him. Endless. Is this brat toying with us? Dark War asked through the team chat. Infuriated after Shifeng left, Endless Scars had told her team everything about her agreement with Shifeng. They all thought that Shifeng's demands were outrageous. They also thought that Shifeng was lying about how powerful the monsters inside the Ark were, and that he simply wanted to trick them for their map. Shifeng's speedy return only justified their assumptions before Endless Scars could reply. However, Shifeng beat her to it and said, "I've completed my preparations. However, during the battle, everyone needs to follow my commands." Chapter 1123. Monsters Domain. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1123. Monsters Domain. "You'll take command?" The Midnight Tea Party members shot Shifeng's scornful looks to ordinary players. A team commander's role was not particularly important. Ordinary players wouldn't have any choice in the matter if an expert like Shifeng wanted to guide them. However, they weren't ordinary players. Moreover, even the slightest mistake could result in death in the upcoming battle. If they died and lost the fight, they would have wasted several days of effort. If they were not absolutely confident in their commander, how could Apex experts risk listening to him? Having only met him recently, Shifeng was just a stranger. They could let Shifeng's request for the Fallen Ark map slide. However, if he thought that they would listen to his commands, he was simply dreaming. Breeze Wine nodded in agreement with his teammates' responses. He didn't think that it would be suitable for Shifeng to take command of the Midnight Tea Party, either. However, this was not because he looked down on Shifeng's abilities. Rather, for one to qualify as a commander, one needed to familiarize themselves with every player on the team. This included their various basic attributes, skills, habits, and many other details. Only by knowing this information could one effectively lead and allow everyone in the team to display their fullest potential. Shifeng knew nothing about the Midnight Tea Party members. Although it wouldn't be a major issue if they were raiding a simple dungeon or boss monster, they intended to take on a level 65 Grand Lord and 4 level 63 Great Lords. Any mistakes would definitely result in casualties. "It's fine if you don't want me in command. I'll just tell you our raid strategy. When the time comes, work with us," Shifeng said, not minding the hostile looks he received. "Only, I will not be responsible for any casualties." 5 special life forms working together was no laughing matter. Based on Shifeng's understanding, every one of those 5 special life forms possessed their own ultimate moves. Alone, those ultimate moves might not be that powerful, but combined, they might increase exponentially. If those 5 special life forms cooperated with each other, they could annihilate a team of Apex experts effortlessly. Players needed an accurate grasp on the timing of the boss's skills. Even a slight error could result in a team wipe. Hence, he had asked to take command. "That won't be a problem," Breezewine confidently replied. "If a team wipe occurs due to a mistake on our side, we'll compensate you correspondingly." The rest of the team members agreed with the arrangement as well. At the very least, this was far better than taking orders from a stranger, following which, Shifeng began to assign tasks. In reality, there was very little the Midnight Tea Party needed to do. As Breezewine had assumed, Shifeng was not very familiar with the Midnight Tea Party's members. Thus, he hadn't assigned them any particularly important tasks. The adventurer team mainly had to supply 9 magical classes to maintain the 9-star polar domain magic array. Shifeng told the other 9 players to distract 2 of the fallen patrols. They did not even need to focus on damaging the Great Lords. As for Breezewine, he had to unlock the Ark. Of course, Zero Wing would deal with the fallen garrison captain and the remaining 2 fallen patrols. After Shifeng finished assigning tasks, both teams began to inspect their weapons, equipment, potions, and scrolls. Later, while leader is maintaining the magic array, I'll take over command. "You guys better not embarrass our team," Endless Scar said seriously as she glanced at her teammates. "Endless, rest assured. You know our standards better than anyone else. When the time comes, even if their side is annihilated, we won't have any issues." The Ranger, Dark War, sneered as he shot a glare at Shifeng's team. Facing 2 level 63 Great Lords might be a problem for ordinary experts. To their adventurer team, however, it was simply a somewhat strenuous task. Moreover, they only had to serve as distractions. They were not even required to fight the 2 bosses head-on. On the other hand, Shifeng's side, which needed to confront a Grand Lord and 2 Great Lords directly, was the largest concern. After everyone confirmed that there were no issues, Shifeng signaled Breezewine with a wave of his hand, having the latter start the unlocking process. Seeing this, Breezewine raised the orange crystal above his head and began to chant once more, following which, the canyon shook as 5 massive figures rose from the ground. They were none other than the fallen garrison captain and the 4 fallen patrols. "Activate the magic array." Shifeng hurriedly shouted. Endless Scars gave the same command practically at the same time. Suddenly, a massive, purple-gold magic array appeared and enveloped the 5 boss monsters as an intermediate magic array. The 9-star polar domain could even suppress mythic monsters. Naturally, the garrison captain and patrols were no exception. Immediately, the 5 bosses' attributes began to fall rapidly. How is this intermediate magic array so powerful? The Midnight Tea Party was momentarily stunned in the blink of an eye. The fallen garrison captain's HP fell from 120 million to 96 million, whereas the fallen patrol's HPs fell from 57 million to 41 million. The magic array's effects even stunned Endless Scars while they, the Midnight Tea Party, had seen intermediate magic arrays before and had even collected a complete set themselves. That intermediate magic array was only capable of reducing a Grand Lord's basic attributes by 10%. Even then, it was already considerably powerful for an intermediate magic array yet. The 9-star polar domain had weakened the fallen garrison captain by 20% and the fallen patrols by 30%. This was simply inconceivable, of course. Shifeng's team didn't even stop to notice the Midnight Tea Party members' reactions go. Under Shifeng's command, Cola, Yi Wumian, and Turtledove charged at own targets as the lead MT. Cola would deal with the Grand Lord, while Turtledove and Yi Wumian would each tank the 2 Great Lord's special lifeforms. Life rating was slightly higher than ordinary monsters, though they were undoubtedly inferior to archaic species. With their attributes suppressed, Cola and the others should be able to handle them. However, before Cola could reach the fallen garrison captain, the latter swung its massive, 10-meter-long great sword at the ground. Boom. A massive fissure ripped through the ground, extending straight towards Cola. Activate Protection Blessing. Shifeng shouted upon seeing the attack. Cola activated Protection Blessing without hesitation. He then positioned his shield before his body and gripped it with both hands. Peng. Cola was thrown 10 yards away on the spot. The truth shield and protection on him shattered into oblivion. Meanwhile, Cola's HP fell by over 25,000. The Troll Chieftain's ultimate move paled tremendously in comparison to the fallen garrison captain's attack. The fissure only stopped after 50 yards. The garrison captain's attack range made everyone shudder. Had Cola not activated Protection Blessing in time, he would be dead. The garrison captain's attack stunned every player in the battle. Unfortunately, this wasn't the end. In the next moment, the 4 fallen patrols moved simultaneously, abruptly raising their battle axes and slamming them to the ground violently. Boom. 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 The ground began to tremble. Golden jets began to spray from the ground in a 30-yard radius around the 4 fallen patrols. When the 4 domains were superimposed over each other, it was practically impossible to avoid them. Meanwhile, any player that these jets struck would receive anywhere from -5,000 to -8,000 damage. These golden jets appeared without any signs or fixed patterns. The overlapping domains doubled the attack's density. Although they tried their best to dodge the attacks, players occasionally slipped up and got hit, their HPs decreasing rapidly. One level 41 from the Midnight Tea Party, unfortunately, got caught in 2 overlapping domains. Without any time to respond, numerous jets struck the Berserker, and he died on the spot. Chapter 1124. Tier 4 Super Spell. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1124. Tier 4 Super Spell. Everyone, avoid the overlapping domains. What kind of skill is that? Why is it still going on even after so long? The battle had just begun, yet one person had already died. Both Shifeng's team and the Midnight Tea Party grew anxious. Everyone had seen how the Berserker had died. The golden jets appeared suddenly and silently. Moreover, the attacks could not be blocked, only dodged. Even if they were only near one domain, they would have to dodge 3 to 5 jets. Near 2 overlapping domains, one would face 7 to 10 attacks simultaneously. The Berserker's paths of retreat had been cut off. In the end, he had died before the team's healers could help him. The Midnight Tea Party members no longer wore their previous complacent expressions. Lure the patrols to 4 corners. Do not let them near the garrison captain. Shifeng commanded. Shifeng was not particularly familiar with the Guardian boss's skills. After all, he had only learned about the Fallen Arc after it had been activated in the past. He did not even know who had activated the Arc. All he knew was that these special lifeforms had their own ultimate moves and that those ultimate moves would become exponentially stronger when combined. However, he hadn't expected these ultimate moves to be domain skills. Among the various skills in God's domain, those that posed the greatest danger were none other than large-scale destruction spells and domain skills. Attacks from large-scale destruction spells usually only lasted 1 or several waves. If players could endure the spell's duration, they would live. However, domain skills could stay in effect much longer. Domain skill would gradually whittle players down until they died. Endless Scars now realized how severe the situation was. Immediately, she took a Tier 3 summoning scroll from her bag and shouted through the team chat. Wave, Use your summoning scroll with mine. We'll use them to lure away the patrols. Melee players, stay away from the bosses. Use only ranged attacks. After all was said and done, the Midnight Tea Party's members were still experts. Very quickly, they began to move. The team's melee players promptly distanced themselves from the fallen patrol's domains. Meanwhile, Endless Scars and Netherworld Wave each summoned a Tier 3 creature and instructed them to pounce on the fallen patrols. Both Endless Scars and Netherworld Wave were incredibly proficient with controlling their summoned creatures. Although they couldn't dodge all of the golden jets, they could dodge the majority of them. With relative ease, the summoned creatures arrived before the fallen patrols and swiped their claws at the enemy's ping. When the Tier 3 summoned creatures' claws struck the stationary fallen patrols, the clang of metal rang out. The summoned creatures' claws had only scratched the patrol's armor. They did not even manage to push the patrols back despite both being at the Great Lord rank. The fallen patrols had only lost around 4,000 HP from the attacks. Why are their defenses so high? Even a Grand Lord doesn't have this much defense. When the Midnight Tea Party's members saw the damage the Tier 3, Level 60 summoned creatures had dealt with their normal attacks, their expressions grew gloomy. When they had used Tier 3 summoned creatures to fight Tier 3 Great Lords in the past, the former's normal attacks usually dealt 20 to 30,000 damage. Even against Grand Lords, their attacks dealt nearly minus 8,000 points, yet against these bosses, their summoned creatures had only dealt around minus 4,000 damage. The fallen patrol's defense was ridiculous. If even a Tier 3 summoned creature dealt so little damage, then players like themselves would deal, at most, minus 1,500 damage to the fallen patrols. Meanwhile, the fallen patrols each had 41 million HP. With their battle recovery, they could regenerate over 410,000 HP every 5 seconds. In other words, they would recover 82,000 HP every second. If their damage couldn't exceed 82,000 every second, then the fallen patrols were invincible against them. Big Sis Endless. How are we supposed to fight these things? Cloud Yarn asked anxiously. She could not help but turn to the Grand Lord Shifeng's team fought. If the fallen patrols were already so difficult to deal with, wouldn't the fallen garrison captain be even more overbearing? Forget about that for now. Lure the bosses away. Endless Scars ordered, shaking her head as she also glanced at Shifeng's team. The 5 guardian bosses were far more powerful than she had thought. Initially, she had believed that the Midnight Tea Party could deal with these monsters after they reached Tier 2, level 55. Now, however, it would seem that even after reaching that level, they had less than a 40% chance of beating these monsters. After the Midnight Tea Party lured 2 of the fallen patrols away, Turtledove and Yi Wumian activated their life-saving skills and began to lure their patrols away from the fallen garrison captain. Once the 4 patrols were in 4 separate corners, Kola, who stood in the middle, had a much easier time dealing with the garrison captain. However, even after activating Protection Blessing, he still took over minus 10,000 damage from one of the Grand Lord's normal attacks. Without Protection Blessing, a single attack would devour over 20,000 of Kola's HP. Kola couldn't imagine standing against the garrison captain without the 9-star polar domain. Moreover, when everyone's attacks struck the garrison captain, every one of them dealt less than minus 1,000 damage. Only Fire Dance and Gentle Snow's normal attacks could deal over minus 1,500 damage to the Grand Lord, while their skills dealt up to minus 5,000 damage. However, to the garrison captain, which had 96 million HP, that damage was negligible. Guild leader, we won't even scratch its HP at this rate. Sooner or later, it will wear us down. Why don't we retreat and have the guild's main force meet us here? Gentle Snow advised through the team chat. Facing a Great Lord with a 20-man team was already pushing their luck, not to mention a Grand Lord that was 20 levels above them. If not for their excellent weapons and equipment and their exceptionally high combat standards, they would have team-wiped with the first wave of attacks. No need. Kola, keep hold of the boss. 3 seconds is long enough. The current situation didn't surprise Shifeng over much. He was fully aware of how powerful special life forms functioned. They were only inferior to archaic species. Knowing this, he had prepared a method to deal with them in the next moment. Shifeng took a blood-red magic scroll from his bag. The instant the magic scroll appeared, a powerful mana fluctuation occurred within the 9-star polar domain. Everyone's gazes instantly shifted to Shifeng. What is that magic scroll? Endless Scars muttered, shocked, when she noticed the rampant mana inside the barrier. This magic scroll was one of the 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls Shifeng had obtained from killing the awakened NPC, Lancelot. Meanwhile, the garrison captain noticed the mana fluctuations immediately, the Grand Lord's eyes similarly shifting towards the blood-red scroll in Shifeng's hands. It shifted to attack the swordsman. Don't even think about getting away from me that easily. Cola raised his shield and slammed it into the garrison captain's foot. He then activated the Tier 1 skill Justice Roar, his body releasing a dazzling golden glow. He instantly regained the boss's attention and aggro. At the same time, his strength would double if the boss didn't attack him. However, even after Cola activated Justice Roar, the garrison captain was still focused on Shurfeng guild leader. What did you just take out? Cola could not help his surprise. With no other choice, Cola activated Power of Darkness, his attributes soaring once more. He then executed the Tier 1 skill, Righteous Punishment Boom. With a single strike, he forced the garrison captain's right foot back, causing over -10,000 damage to appear above the Grand Lord's head. The attack had nearly forced the garrison captain to kneel, yet the fallen garrison captain did not return its attention to Cola. Rather, it advanced on Shurfeng, one step after another. Seeing this, Cola continued to execute several powerful moves, everyone dealing over -10,000 damage, yet the result did not change. Guild leader, this monster has gone nuts. Cola was dumbfounded as the garrison captain arrived before Shurfeng. Before it slashed its great sword down on Shurfeng, Shurfeng finally finished chanting the magic scroll's incantation Disillusionment. Shurfeng's eyes flew open. Two extremely complex and refined, blood-red magic arrays then emerged from his eyes. The other players were astonished. Tier 4 super spell, Disillusioned Space. Chapter 1125. Unexpected Evolution. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1125. Unexpected Evolution. The instant the magic scroll activated, it seemed as if space had frozen as the garrison captain's descending greatsword came to an abrupt halt. Immediately after, the space within the 9-star polar domain began to change, a blood-red color coating the surrounding scenery. What's going on? Why does my body feel so light? Wait, our basic attributes have risen. It's true. My basic attributes have increased by 100%. Guys, look. The boss seems to have slowed to a crawl. As everyone looked at the garrison captain's greatsword again, they found that they could see the weapon clearly. Before, they had only seen afterimages. As the greatsword descended, the earth shattered. Over 30-meter-long fissures broke through the ground. However, the garrison captain had only hit the afterimage Shurfeng had left behind. The swordsman himself had long since moved 10 yards away. So fast. When did he start moving? Endless Scars was flabbergasted. Unlike the rest of the players, she had focused on Shurfeng. However, during the brief moment when she glanced at the garrison captain's greatsword, which had suddenly and significantly slowed, Shurfeng had moved 10 yards away. She found the matter unbelievable. Look. Those patrols have slowed down as well. Even the golden jets are slower. With this speed, even I can dodge them easily. The players finally noticed that fallen garrison captain hadn't been the only one whose speed had been affected. The fallen patrols in the four corners had also suffered a speed reduction. Even their domain skills were affected. Zero Wings members in the Midnight Tea Party could now dodge the golden jets easily. Just who is he? The Midnight Tea Party members couldn't help but glance at Shurfeng. They usually boasted their vast understand of God's domain. However, even with their bountiful knowledge and experiences, they had never encountered a situation like this. Without a doubt, this phenomenon had something to do with Shurfeng's blood-red magic scroll. There was no other way to explain it now that everyone's basic attributes had been boosted while the 5 bosses' reaction speeds and attack speeds had decreased. The Midnight Tea Party's members, who had previously begun to despair, brimmed with hope. Currently, the 5 bosses had only landed 1 out of 3 or 4 attacks against their respective MTs. However, due to the significant attribute increase, the boss's damage had decreased. Take the fallen garrison captain Cola tanked for example. Originally, Cola withstood over -20,000 damage from the Grand Lord's normal attacks. Now, however, the Grand Lord's normal attacks only dealt around -13,000 to the Guardian Knight. In addition, due to Cola having activated Power of Darkness, his HP had risen to more than 56,000. Including Disillusion Space's effects, his HP had risen to more than 112,000. He was practically a humanoid monster at this point right now. Cola wouldn't even have issues tanking 3 fallen garrison captains, much less 1. As for Cola's damage, due to the strength bonus from Justice Roar, just his normal attacks dealt nearly -10,000 damage, while his skills dealt close to -30,000 damage. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud, who stood among the healers at the rear, had similarly grown more powerful. Every one of her heals restored over 10,000 HP to Cola. If she double cast her spells, she could heal over 20,000 HP every time. If she were lucky and triggered a double critical, she could instantly heal over 40,000 HP. Not only was Violet Cloud capable of keeping Cola alive by herself, but she could also handle healing Turtledove and Yi Wumian guild leader. What kind of magic scroll did you use? I feel like we can even deal with a mythic monster right now. Cola exclaimed through the team chat. The rest of the team nodded in agreement. Aside from their frightening damage, the most troublesome aspect about boss monsters were their attack speeds and reaction speeds. Now that the fallen garrison captain had been suppressed in all three aspects, it was only as difficult as a High Lord. It only dealt slightly more damage. However, their increased attributes made up for that, further decreasing the raid's difficulty. Right now, they felt like they were simply fighting a powerful lord. Alright, enough idling around. Use your berserk skills and throw everything you've got. We only have 15 minutes until this space disappears. Shurfeng felt a sting in his chest. Lancelot had only dropped 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls. He had just used the more precious of the two, the Tier 4 super spell Disillusion Space. Unlike Tier 4 curses, super spells had been created during ancient times. They were ridiculously powerful, capable of transforming the environment. They were many times more powerful and mystical than the spells of the current era. Even the current NPCs in God's domain couldn't analyze these spells. Thus, they were called super spells. After activating Disillusion Space, it would transform the area within 200 yards of the caster into a custom world. All enemies within this world would be suppressed, decreasing their movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed by 2/3 of their totals. At the same time, this world would also enhance the caster and his allies, decreasing the boss's difficulty by 1 tier. Take the fallen garrison captain for example. It had originally been a Tier 3, upper rank existence. Now that its raid difficulty had reduced, it was only as strong as a Tier 2, upper rank. Unfortunately, Disillusion Space's duration was considerably short. Even so, in the past, everyone had called it the rarest magic scroll in God's domain, second to none in the past. A Tier 4 super magic scroll had been worth at least 3 epic items. If a team of Tier 2 players used the scroll, they could even kill Tier 4 mythic monsters. However, Shurfeng couldn't care less right now. The garrison captain and patrols were far stronger than he had imagined. If he hadn't used the magic scroll, they would have undoubtedly team-wiped. Moreover, trading a Tier 4 super magic scroll for a map to the Fallen Ark was a sure profit transaction. Upon hearing Shurfeng's warning, everyone promptly began to activate their berserk skills. Although the fallen garrison captain and fallen patrols still possessed very high HPs, their reduced speed made them living targets. After activating their berserk skills, everyone easily dealt over -10,000 damage with their attacks. While Fire Dance and Gentle Snow could deal over -20,000 damage, Shurfeng didn't hold back either as he activated Power of Darkness. He then used Silent Steps and appeared behind the garrison captain before activating Phantom Kill. Both he and his doppelganger activated Flame Burst simultaneously. Miniature suns appeared on both Shurfeng's and his doppelganger's swords. Every strike they landed on the garrison captain dealt over -60,000 damage, while critical hits dealt over -130,000 damage. By the time Shurfeng and his doppelganger dropped to the ground, both had landed a total of 30 consecutive attacks. The fallen garrison captain lost over 2 million HP on the spot. The damages that appeared above the Grand Lord's head stupefied everyone. With such high damage, Shurfeng could instantly kill a chieftain of the same level. Time passed quickly. Under the players' crazed bombardment, it took roughly 6 minutes for the garrison captain's 96 million HP to hit zero. Boom. When the fallen garrison captain collapsed, although it did not drop any loot, Gentle Snow, Alluring Summer, and the other members of Zero Wing rose from level 42 to level 43. The abundant EXP exceeded everyone's expectations. The Midnight Tea Party's members also leveled up from 41 to level 42. However, no one stopped to celebrate as they still had to deal with 4 fallen patrols. They had less than 10 minutes left before Disillusion Space's duration ran out. If they could not kill these bosses within this period, it would be much harder to do so afterward. Moreover, Shurfeng had already told everyone that special life forms were immortal existences. Until they opened the Fallen Ark's entrance, these special life forms would continue to resurrect. Moreover, special life forms generally revived in around 10 minutes. They couldn't afford to waste any time. However, the fallen patrols were much easier to deal with than the fallen garrison captain. Even without their berserk skills, the two teams could deal a lot of damage to these bosses. In addition, they still had the support of the Midnight Tea Party's 2 Tier 3 summoned creatures. Finally, 14 minutes since Disillusion Space had been activated, the 4 fallen patrols collapsed, transforming into piles of rubble and gifting a large amount of EXP. The Midnight Tea Party members even leveled up once more, reaching level 43. This leveling speed astonished these players. They had actually gained nearly 2 full levels EXP in just 15 minutes. Zero Wings members were already high-leveled. Although they had also obtained plenty of EXP, it was not enough to reach the next level. However, the abundant EXP had helped Shurfeng reach 82% of level 47. If he grinded trolls, he could reach level 48 in only half a die. As the Guardian bosses died, the canyon began to tremble violently. Suddenly, the canyon's center collapsed. A towering aqua-blue temple then emerged from the ground at the same time. The familiar sound of a system notification reached everyone's ears. God's Domain System announcement. Players have successfully activated a new expansion pack in God's Domain. The system will undergo an upgrade. All players, please prepare to log out of the game. Chapter 1126. Revealing Identity. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1126. Revealing Identity. The notification about God's Domain System update echoed in every player's ears. The notification immediately earned various reactions. Who's the bastard that triggered a new expansion pack? I'm only halfway through a dungeon here. Crap. I just bought a helmet and joined God's Domain. Many players began voicing their dissent on the official forums. However, although many people were outraged about this update, even more people were curious about its contents. For a time, everyone made their own guesses. Meanwhile, before the Temple of the Fallen Ark, the sudden system notification caught Shurfeng and the others by surprise. They had only activated the entrance of the Fallen Ark after much difficulty. Yet even before they had the chance to enter the Ark, the system announced an update. This was ridiculous. By now, practically everybody playing God's Domain knew that a system update signified a major upgrade. Meanwhile, the more God's Domain improved, the more difficult the game would become. Guild leader, should we log off here? Aqua Rose and the others turned to Shurfeng. The game had given them 20 minutes to log off. It wasn't exactly a lot of time, but it was more than nothing. If they strived hard enough, they might reach the Fallen Ark's inner region. If they entered the Ark after the system update completed, who knew how difficult the Ark would become? After all, this system was definitely related to the Fallen Ark's activation. After giving the matter some thought, Shurfeng looked to Breeze Wine and Endless Scars and said seriously, "We have decided to enter the Ark right away. Do you want to enter first, or wait until after the update?" Shurfeng hadn't expected the system update this time. However, this helped Shurfeng recall the system's update after the Fallen Ark had emerged in the past. The update back then had ruined many players. This was because this update would improve God's Domain's traps. Not only would removing the traps become twice as difficult, but the trap's power and concealment effect also increased significantly. This situation caused many players, who enjoyed adventuring in the fields, many hardships. The higher difficulty of obtaining weapons and equipment for adventure-seeking independent players was also due to this update in God's Domain. There were 3 major sources for weapons and equipment. The first was dungeons, the second was field adventures, and the third was quest rewards. In the past, due to the system update, the weapons and equipment on the market had decreased significantly. As a result, players that produced weapons and equipment became even more important in God's Domain. The gods from the ancient era had left behind the traps inside the Fallen Arkansas. These traps were incredibly difficult to remove to start with. If these traps were improved, exploring the Fallen Ark would become far more difficult. However, Shurfeng had no intentions of informing the Midnight Tea Party about this. Instead of answering Shurfeng's question, Endless Scars turned to ask Breezewine, "Leader, what are your thoughts?" They had already cleared the most difficult part of their quest. However, Shurfeng had previously stated that, shortly after the Fallen Ark activated, monsters even more powerful than the 5 Guardian bosses would appear. According to their original plan, they had intended to wait until the monsters had been lured away from the Fallen Ark before they dove in to explore. However, they had less than 20 minutes before they had to log off. If they entered the Ark now, they would have to risk encountering those monsters. Let's not enter the Ark for now. The monsters inside have yet to leave. If we die because we rushed into the Ark, it will do us more harm than good. In the end, Breezewine chose the safer approach instead. In his opinion, as long as he had the Fallen Ark map, both the Fallen Ark's treasures and quest were within their grasp. There was no need to risk their lives. What about our map? Blackie could not help but ask. Their previous agreement hinged on the Midnight Tea Party confirming these monsters' existence and their safe entry into the Fallen Ark. Only after these conditions were met would the Midnight Tea Party give them a copy of the map. Yet the adventurer team now intended to wait until the monsters had been lured away from the Ark. Here is your copy of the Fallen Ark map. Take it, Endless Scars said as she took a map from her bag and handed it to Shifeng. Endless Scars stunned the other Midnight Tea Party members. They had neither the existence of the monsters Shifeng had warned them about, nor had they confirmed the validity of Shifeng's method to lure the monsters away. It was simply too risky to hand over the copy right now, thanks. Shifeng expressed his gratitude as he received the map. Endless Scars didn't respond to her team's questions. Instead, she evaluated Shifeng carefully before revealing an intimate smile and said, "This is what we've agreed upon after all. However, this is our second transaction with each other, yet I still do not know your identity. I wonder if I can have the good fortune of a true introduction?" "Certainly," Shifeng replied before taking off the black cloak that hid his identity and appearance. He then introduced himself, "I am Black Flame, Zero Wings Guild leader." His first reason for hiding his and his team's identities was that he didn't want others to know what Zero Wings' main force was up to. His second? He simply didn't want Endless Scars to know who they were. After all, Endless Scars was a Blackwater Corporation representative. Even if Endless Scars did not show any particular interest in Blackwater, at the end of the day, Zero Wing and Blackwater were enemies. It never hurt to be careful, however. The Fallen Ark map was more important. If Endless Scars found out that they were from Zero Wing, she might sever their agreement for the Fallen Ark map then and there. However, now that the map was in their hands, there was no reason to continue hiding their identities. Moreover, Endless Scars spoke on behalf of the Midnight Tea Party. It would only create an unnecessary rift between their teams if they refused to reveal themselves. In addition, the Midnight Tea Party and Blackwater were utterly unrelated. "It's you?" Endless Scars' eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined the group of experts before her to be Zero Wing members. Moreover, the team's leader was even Zero Wings Guild leader himself. "Thanks for the map. Hopefully, we'll find more chances to work together in the future." Shifeng chuckled. He then led his team and dashed into the Fallen Ark. Meanwhile, Endless Scars was utterly dumbfounded as she stared at Shifeng's departing back. "Big sis Endless, what's wrong?" Cloud Yarn asked curiously when she saw Endless Scars' astonishment. Although it was indeed surprising that the other team's leader was Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame, this wasn't the reason for Endless Scars' shock. In the past, their team had encountered many surprises. However, none of them had ever earned such a reaction from Endless Scars. This was her first time seeing such an expression on Endless Scars' face. Before today, she hadn't even thought that Endless Scars was capable of such an expression. Chapter 1127. Ark's Armory. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1127. Ark's Armory. Starmoon City, Blackwater's residence. Blackwater wasn't as prosperous as it had been. Very few players waited in front of the guild residence's entrance, eager to join. If not for the Blackwater Corporation's backing, not even these few players would be willing to join Blackwater. Not only had the Blackwater elite members that had died in the war in Stone Forest Town lost one level, but they had also lost a weapon or a piece of equipment. To make up for this loss, the elite players wouldn't have any time to help other guild members for some time. One of the main reasons that independent players willingly joined guilds for the guild experts' help in leveling and raiding dungeons to upgrade weapons and equipment. Practically every guild in God's domain provided this benefit. Players wouldn't want to join a guild that did not provide such a benefit. As a result, Blackwater's ordinary members had stagnated. They were now only capable of raiding party dungeons and small-scale team dungeons. They had no choice but to stay as far away as possible from 50-man or above team dungeons. Meanwhile, Qin Muyun, Laughing Drunkard, and Lethal Gale entered the guild leader's office, one after another. "Guild leader, here's the latest guild report you asked for," Qin Muyun said as she placed a report on the table. At this moment, she wore a grave expression. The report clearly stated that over 20,000 elite members had already withdrawn from the guild, as many as a second-rate guild's total count. As for the ordinary members that withdrew from the guild, there were more than 100,000. However, when Abandoned Wave looked at these numbers, he maintained a relatively nonchalant attitude. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards Lethal Gale and asked, "How is the Blackwater trading firm coming along?" The Candlelight trading firm's latest product, the exotic stamina potion, has been well received. Despite having already reduced the mana mixture's price to 10 silver per bottle, ordinary players are buying the exotic stamina potion instead. Right now, our shops are only seeing 1/3 of our past traffic, Lethal Gale said, shaking his head dejectedly. Although our spies have already poked around in Candlelight, looking for information about the exotic stamina potion, it seems that only a select few of the trading firm's upper echelon know about the potion. As of now, we still do not know where to find the recipe. The exotic stamina potion had massively impacted the market, setting aside how cheap it was. The mana mixture could not compare to its 10-hour duration. In addition, the mana mixture was only useful in dungeons, whereas the exotic stamina potion was useful in dungeons and the fields at this moment. Many ordinary players had given up on the regeneration potions and mana recovery potions in order to buy the exotic stamina potion. With the exotic stamina potion, players could grind monsters for longer periods. With the potion's effects, they did not even need to rest when traveling long distances, which allowed them to save plenty of time. Even Lethal Gale could not resist the temptation and had purchased 3 bottles for himself. After using the potion, he had to admit that it was a miracle potion. The potion had improved his leveling speed by roughly 20% to 30%. It was no wonder why many players were even willing to empty their coffers to buy the exotic stamina potion based on what he knew. The Candlelight Light trading firm had long since run out of the exotic stamina potion. As soon as Candlelight restocked, players would rip them from the shelves. Many large guild upper echelons had specifically visited the Candlelight trading firm to negotiate a deal for the potions right now. Be it the guild's development or the trading firm's, Zero Wing was unstoppable good. Excellent. Contrary to expectations, Abandoned Wave didn't seem enraged. Rather, he began to laugh. Guild leader? Qin Muyun and Lethal Gale were utterly confused. Young Master Jing was greatly displeased with them. Most likely, they would receive instructions from their superiors in the next few days. At that time, none of them would escape punishment. This was especially true for Abandoned Wave, yet the man that was supposed to be worried and angry was actually laughing. Was the shock too much for him to handle? However, instead of responding to Qin Muyun and Lethal Gale's question, Abandoned Wave turned towards Laughing Drunkard and asked softly, "Drunkard, did you finish what I asked of you?" "Guild leader, don't you trust me?" Laughing Drunkard chuckled. Confidently he continued, "I've already sent details regarding Zero Wing's experts to the Miracle Guild. Miracle has confirmed that they will not give Zero Wing any chances of victory in tomorrow's match in the Dark Arena." Originally, he was not particularly optimistic of Zero Wing's loss in the Dark Arena tomorrow. However, after making a trip to the Miracle Guild and the detailed report he had provided the guild, his confidence that Zero Wing would lose in tomorrow's competition had grown. The odds for the upcoming competition had already been released. The odds were 1 to 3, with the majority of the bets on the Asura battle team. However, this was simply because only a few people knew that the Evil Dragon battle team was backed by the Miracle Guild. They had only discovered this due to the Blackwater Corporation's relationship with one of Miracle's upper echelons. It was extremely rare for the odds in the Dark Arena to be as high as 1 to 3. Normally, the odds were around 1 to 1.5. Seeing such a high payout rate, the Miracle Guild intended to go all out. Moreover, the guild aimed for a complete victory. The payout for a complete victory was 1 to 7. That was even high enough to tempt super guilds. A super first-rate guild like Miracle couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Miracle's apex experts could even rival those of super guilds. Moreover, to guarantee their win in the competition, Miracle had secretly borrowed epic items from other large guilds. Even Zero Wing's apex experts, who were famed for their heaven-defying attributes, would be no match for the experts the Miracle intended to dispatch. Zero Wing's members were so powerful mostly because of their basic attributes. As for the experts that had reached the refinement realm or higher, there were only 5 in the guild. Among them, Black Flame would not participate in the Dark Arena. After all, the man was Zero Wing's guild leader. That left Yi Feng, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Violet Cloud. Among them, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Violet Cloud had only recently reached the refinement realm. Without the attribute advantage, the only true fighting force on the Asura battle team was Yi Feng. However, the competition in the Dark Arena was a 10-man team match. Good. Afterward, you 3 go and gather our guild's resources. When the time comes, we'll have to watch the competition as well. Abandoned Wave had not been as affected by the previous loss as Qin Muyun and Lethal Gale had thought. On the contrary, he had calmly thought of a way to turn the situation around. The first thing he needed to do was recover the guild's foundations, earning back the weapons, equipment, coins, and other items that the guild had lost in the war. The Dark Arena served as the perfect platform to do exactly that. Moreover, Blackwater's defeat was not without meaning. At the very least, their defeat had shown exactly how powerful Zero Wing's various experts were, and this information would help Miracle deal with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, after entering the towering temple, Shifeng had everyone use isolation scrolls before dashing through the labyrinth of empty corridors. As they had less than 20 minutes remaining, they would be hard-pressed to reach the Ark's inner region in time. The abyssal monsters had just woken and hadn't left the Ark yet in the outer region's corridors. Shifeng's team occasionally encountered wandering fallen patrols. However, as Shifeng now had a map, these fallen patrols meant nothing to the team with his acute senses. Not only could Shifeng avoid the patrols, but he could also avoid any traps. So this is the Armory. After nearly 10 minutes, Shifeng discovered a tightly shut door. The words, War Armory, had been carved on the stone above the massive door. Upon seeing these words, Shifeng's heartbeat accelerated. The War Armory stored weapons of war specifically, and no other player had ever opened this War Armory. Chapter 1128. Difference between Mythic Monsters. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1128. Difference between Mythic Monsters. As Shifeng stopped to look at the War Armory, Minor Wind noticed red dots appear on his system map and reported, Guild Leader, distant patrols are approaching our location. If we don't move now, I'm afraid that we'll be discovered. After Zero Wing's team had entered the fallen Ark, Minor Wind had activated his scouting skill as he kept a lookout for any movement in their area. Although his scouting search area was reduced inside the Ark, he could sense for enemies within a 300-yard radius. That was enough for the team to respond before enemies reached them. How many? Shifeng asked too. Moreover, they're moving relatively quickly. They'll reach our location in 15 seconds at most. Minor Wind reported 15 seconds? We'll be cutting it quite close. Shifeng frowned. Based on his estimates, even an assassin with their locksmith class at master rank would need roughly 20 seconds to open a room like the War Armory. Unfortunately, their team didn't have a master locksmith. He also fully believed Minor Wind's estimate. A qualified ranger was not just a ranged damage dealer. Rangers' constant awareness of their surroundings and their judgment of various situations were their most important aspects. Although Minor Wind's combat standards were slightly lower than Zero Wing's other core members, his observation skills and judgment were top-notch. Guild Leader, we don't have much time left, Gentle Snow urged as they had less than 8 seconds to prepare. Based on their location on the map, they were only 2/3 of the way to the fallen Ark's inner region. If they couldn't reach the inner region before the system update began, when they logged back into the game, reaching that area would be far more difficult. They also needed to select a treasury and deal with the traps inside. Shifeng hesitated. In the past, the fallen Ark had been a famous treasure trove in God's domain. However, as the inner region's traps were extremely dangerous, very few players were capable of obtaining any treasures whatsoever. This situation had also resulted in the various large guilds in giving up on the Ark. However, Shifeng never thought that he would actually come across an armory in the outer region. An armory might not mean much to an ordinary player, but to a guild, some of the more advanced weapons of war were even more valuable than fragmented legendary items. Forget it. We're giving up on the inner region. Let's take this armory for now. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng settled for the armory. Right now, Zero Wing still lacked overall strength. It likely did not even have the power to defend a single city. However, if they could find a few advanced weapons of war here, they might make up for Zero Wing's lack of combat power. As long as they could construct and defend a city properly, the city's value would easily exceed that of 2 or 3 fragmented legendary items. Cola, you and Turtledove will tank the patrols. Don't let them near us. Everyone else, look for any nearby traps. Fire Dance, you'll be responsible for unlocking the door, Shifeng hurriedly commanded. Understood. Hearing this, everyone exploded into action. The 2 fallen patrols were similar to those they had encountered at the entrance. They were both level 63 Great Lords with 57 million HP. However, Cola and Turtledove had long since familiarized themselves with the patrol's attack patterns. Even without the 9-star polar domain, they were capable of dealing with the Great Lords at the same time. Fire Dance began to unlock the door to the armory as one of the fallen Ark's secret rooms. The time it took to unlock the armory was secondary. The crucial issue was that the extremely complex unlocking method. One would have to start the process all over again if they made a single mistake. Only after removing the various locks could one finally open the secret room. Time passed quickly. After 1 minute, Fire Dance was only halfway through the door's locks. Guild Leader, 2 more patrols are approaching. Minor Wind announced anxiously. If there were only 3 fallen patrols, their team could, more or less, manage. 4, however, would be a problem. As for trying to kill the patrols, that would be considerably foolish. Special life forms were immortal existences. Even after expending a lot of time and effort, the most they would get out of the endeavor was some EXP. After 10 minutes, the fallen patrols would be back on their feet and ready to fight once again. Moreover, with each resurrection, the fallen patrols would become stronger. Only a lunatic would try to kill them, woman. You'll come with me. Once Fire finishes unlocking the door, rush into the room. Remember, do not touch anything inside. Shifeng commanded. He then dashed towards the two new fallen patrols with Yi Wumian. Shifeng wouldn't try to take on one of the fallen patrols directly. Instead, he activated Aura of Earth while deflecting the patrol's attacks. This way, not only could he reduce the damage he received, but he could also alleviate the burden on the team's healers. However, as time passed, a loud roar echoed from a distant corridor. The angry roar reverberated through the spacious corridor already. Shifeng's expression darkened. The abyssal monsters had awakened far sooner than he had anticipated. If these monsters discovered his teams, none of them would get out of here alive. Shifeng's team wasn't the only one who had heard the roar. The Midnight Tea Party's members, who waited outside the fallen ark quietly, heard the deafening roar as well. Black Flame really didn't lie. Breeze Wine could not help but inwardly celebrate when he heard this roar. The fact that this roar is so deep and can reach all the way out here means that this monster should be mythic rank at the very least. Fortunately, they had made the trade with Shifeng. Otherwise, even if they had activated the fallen ark by themselves after obtaining their tier 2 classes, they'd have no way of completing their quest. The difference between mythic monster strength and Grandlords was simply too massive. Even if their entire team reached tier 2, it wasn't likely that they could defeat a mythic monster of the same level. Much less a mythic monster of a higher level. The other team members nodded in agreement. Despite Dark War and several other people's opinions about Shifeng, they had to admit that Shifeng had helped them enormously. Meanwhile, before the Fallen Ark's armory, Fire Dance finally unlocked the door to the secret room. Guild leader, the door's open. Good. You guys go in first. Cola, start slowly moving towards Armory. Opening the tightly shut door was undoubtedly good news to Shifeng. Immediately, he had everyone retreat towards the armory as Shifeng and the others reached the armory's entrance. Shifeng, Cola, and the other MTs felt their bodies become heavy. It was as if they had been submerged in mud. It was extremely difficult to move. Not good. Those monsters have arrived. Get inside quickly. Shifeng panicked. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and recovered his ability to move. He then took an aqua blue magic scroll from his bag. This magic scroll was none other than his sole remaining tier 4 magic scroll. The area they were in was not particularly large, but he understood how powerful those monsters were. Any players the abyssal monsters killed would not get off with just a lost level. If that were the case, players in the past wouldn't have given up on the Fallen Ark's treasures that easily. Rather, those abyssal monsters would extract the immortal souls from the players they killed. Not only would players lose 2 or 3 levels, but they also wouldn't be able to log into the game for over 10 days. Humans? Those souls. Heaven-blessed individuals? Wonderful. It's been so long since I've tasted an immortal soul. As Cola and the others rushed into the armory, a cold voice reached their ears, making them shudder with fear. Suddenly, as if the fallen patrols had been struck, the team watched the Great Lords fly into the corridor's walls, their powerful metallic bodies flattening like a specimen under a microscope. Aside from Shifeng, none of the players could move. Why is such a powerful monster here? The abyssal monsters might far exceeded Gentle Snow and the rest of the team's expectations. Before the monster had even shown itself, it had already flattened the 4 fallen patrols into pancakes. They had become fish on a cutting board. Chapter 1129. Ransacking the Armory. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1129. Ransacking the Armory. Sure enough, a complete domain is really powerful. Shifeng was slightly stunned. The Fallen Ark's abyssal monsters were much stronger than he had imagined. It was no wonder why God's domain's various superpowers hadn't been a match for these monsters in the past. This was definitely the first time Shifeng had encountered a mythic monster that wielded a complete domain. Generally, only Tier 4 NPCs could use one. This was also the factor that provided Tier 4 NPCs the power to face Tier 4 mythic monsters right now. Despite him having activated Heavenly Dragon's power, he could barely move his body. His joints even creaked as he moved. Oh? Someone can still move? As Shifeng moved, a cold, deep voice reverberated through everyone's minds. When the team members lifted their heads, they discovered that a humanoid creature, which was roughly 4 meters tall and covered in scales, had suddenly appeared before them. The creature had 2 blade-like arms and crimson eyes that were as large as an ordinary human's fist. 2 sets of jet-black wings also stretched from the creature's back. Soul Eater Lord. Dark creature, Mythic weakened. Level 67. HP 210, 000, 000/210, 000, 000. Every player gasped when they saw this creature. Despite being weakened, the creature was still a mythic monster. Moreover, the team despaired upon seeing his HP. Even a team of 1,000 experts would be cannon fodder against this monster, much less a 20-man team weary doomed. As Aqua Rose watched the Soul Eater Lord gradually approach them, she could already see her and her teammates' instant death in her mind. However, Aqua Rose still did not know that any player the Fallen Ark's ancient abyssal monsters killed would not get away with losing a single level. What an interesting little fellow. It's a pity that your struggling is useless. Just become my soul's nourishment obediently, the Soul Eater Lord said as he widened his ferocious mouth. He could no longer wait to devour these players. When 30 yards separated the team from the Soul Eater Lord, Shurfeng finally finished chanting the last verse of the incantation in his heart. He abruptly unfurled the dark blue magic scroll in his hands. Pointless resistance will only add to your pain and despair. The Soul Eater Lord had already noticed the Tier 4 magic scroll in Shurfeng's hands. However, he disregarded the object because he was fully capable of dealing with any Tier 4 spells. If it were a Tier 5 magic scroll, he might be nervous. However, such magic scrolls had even been extremely rare during the ancient era, not to mention the present era. Oh really? Shurfeng smiled faintly. Immediately, an aqua-blue magic array formed beneath Shurfeng's feet. Following which, with Shurfeng as the center, a faint blue barrier expanded outward. Tier 4 curse, Water Boundary. Water Boundary was not an attack-type curse. Rather, it was a defensive curse. The curse was even capable of blocking Tier 5 attacks. It was a kind of absolute defense. The curse had a radius of 20 yards and a duration of 30 seconds. After Water Boundary formed, Zero Wings members immediately felt the pressure dissipate as they regained their freedom of movement. Damn it. The Soul Eater Lord's expression twisted as the Water Boundary formed. It then began to assault the barrier. Boom. 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 The Soul Eater Lord was so fast that even Shurfeng could barely see its movements. Everyone's hearts pounded as a series of expressions echoed throughout the Fallen Ark. They were terrified that the Soul Eater Lord would break through the seemingly flimsy, light blue barrier. After glancing at the fluctuating blue barrier, Shurfeng shifted his attention away from the Soul Eater Lord as he commanded, "All right, get moving. We don't have much time left." As a Tier 4 defensive curse, Water Boundary could withstand the Soul Eater Lord's attacks, even if he were at his peak. The Soul Eater tribe's king, though, would have no problem shattering the barrier. Unfortunately, that kind of existence, which was as powerful as gods, was not in the current arc, following which, the Soul Eater Lord could only watch helplessly as Shurfeng led his team into the armory. After entering the armory, Shurfeng turned around and shut the door, immediately locking it. "Guild leader, that monster can't break in here, right?" Violet Cloud asked worriedly as she recalled how powerful the Soul Eater was. "Relax. This is the Fallen Ark, one of the final weapons the gods created. Divine runes strengthen the Ark's interior. Even a Soul Eater king would have a hard time destroying the interior of the Ark, not to mention a Soul Eater Lord," Shurfeng said nonchalantly. His companions could not help but release a sigh of relief when they heard Shurfeng's reassurance. "Now that the danger has been dealt with, Fire, you and Flying will disable the traps inside the armory. Everyone else, move carefully," Shurfeng ordered. Looking at the time, he found that they had around 6 minutes before they had to log out of the game. If they could not remove the traps within the armory during these 6 minutes, by the time they logged back into the game, these traps would become much harder to disable. Hearing this, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow immediately went into action. As for the rest of the team, they let their gazes wander the armory for a moment. They were stupefied. The armory was a massive treasure trove. There was a variety of tools on display, and everyone was extremely tempting. "Guild leader, look over there. Mana pulse cannons. They're even intermediate rank." During the war against the Star Alliance, Shurfeng had spent 20,000 gold to purchase a basic mana pulse cannon. A single attack from the cannon could rival the might of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. Moreover, the cannon had a range of 15,000 yards and a radius of 200 yards. Unfortunately, the cannon was very costly to use, with each shot requiring 1,000 magic crystals. Moreover, it had a long cooldown of around 3 to 4 minutes. Meanwhile, upon reading the intermediate mana pulse cannon's information, the team discovered that it was even more impressive than they had thought. Although its attack was roughly as powerful as a Tier 4 destruction spell, it had a range of 20,000 yards and a radius of 500 yards. It cost 2,000 magic crystals to fire a single round and similarly had a cooldown of around 3 to 4 minutes. The difference between a radius of 200 yards and 500 yards was simply outrageous. Furthermore, this armory actually had 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons. If Zero Wing had had these 2 cannons and a sufficient number of magic crystals during its battle against Blackwater, winning the war would have been far easier. However, rather than the mana pulse cannon, Shifeng's gaze stopped on a magical, steel car. He was quite familiar with this item movement type defensive magic array. Although it was only a basic defensive magic array, it could be moved freely even after being activated. In the past, large guilds treated it like a mobile fortress. As long as this magic array had enough mana, it could block all Tier 3 attacks and lower. Meanwhile, its maximum radius could cover an entire basic town. Aside from the mana pulse cannons and movement-type defensive magic array, there were a large number of basic mana pulse bombs. Every bomb possessed the might of a Tier 3 spell, and had a radius of 25 yards. They could be thrown up to a maximum of 50 yards. They were incredibly suited for individual players. To current players, these mana pulse bombs were godly weapons in group battles, as a single bomb could obliterate all players in a 25-yard radius. There were actually over 1,000 of such bombs. Shifeng had never imagined that a single armory would contain such a large harvest. With these items, the issue of his future city's defense was practically settled. Seconds passed, then minutes. When there were only 2 minutes before the system update began, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow had disabled 90% of the armory's traps. Only one trap set up around a stone altar was left. Guild leader, this trap is too complex. Even I can't disable it. Fire Dance exclaimed as she examined the trap before her. Even you can't disable it? Shifeng was surprised. They were still in the Ark's outer region. With Fire Dance being an advanced trap disabler, she should be able to deal with every trap here. It was only a matter of time. However, the fact that Fire Dance was unable to disable the trap spoke volumes about the stone altar's value. Since time was running out, Shifeng immediately removed Icarus's heart from his neck and passed it to Fire Dance. Fire Dance was momentarily dazed when she saw Icarus's heart. She had never expected such a powerful epic item to exist. Hurry. Use this to disable the trap. Shifeng instructed. Trap Disabler was a similar lifestyle class to the Appraiser class. However, it was not a particularly popular class. The Assassin class possessed a talent bonus that allowed them to level lifestyle classes like Locksmith and Trap Disabler far more easily. With Shifeng's command, Fire Dance recovered her wits and activated God's Blessing, upgrading her Trap Disabler class to the Master rank immediately. Fire Dance began to disable the trap on the stone altar. However, this trap would require a considerably long time to disable. Quick. We don't have much time left. Shifeng's anxiety grew when he saw only 30 seconds remaining if Fire Dance failed. The next time they logged into the game, the consequence would not be limited to some lost time. Fire Dance also grew desperate. Her mind focused like never before as she frantically disabled the trap's mechanisms. One after another. There were only 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. It's disabled. Fire Dance finally disabled the trap with only 2 seconds remaining, and she could not help but sigh in relief at her success, following which, everyone's vision faded to black as they were sent to their individual God's Domain offline rest spaces. Chapter 1130. Talent. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1130. Talent. Inside the offline rest space, Shifeng slowly opened his eyes. With this, all we need to do is wait for the system update to end and log back into the game. Shifeng could not help his growing excitement when he thought about the stone altar. Even the intermediate mana pulse cannons had only been protected by advanced traps. Whatever master traps protected definitely stored far more valuable treasure. Shifeng shifted his gaze to the system interface displayed before him. The interface showed 14 hours and 40 minutes before the system update completed. From this, Shifeng could tell that significant changes would shake God's Domain. A nearly 15-hour-long system update. It's roughly the same duration as when the Fallen Ark had been activated in the past. Shifeng could not help but recall detailed information about the system update in the past. Every time God's Domain underwent a system update, it more or less changed Guild's path of development. For example, the previous few system updates had gradually increased the importance of lifestyle classes in the various large Guilds' eyes. Guild had even begun to invest a significant amount of resources to nurture their lifestyle classes. Similarly, the system update this time would change God's Domain once more. There were many lifestyle classes in God's Domain. They weren't limited to forgers, engineers, alchemists, enchanters, leatherworkers, tailors, chefs, and such. There were many other lifestyle classes that players did not pay much attention to, such as diviners, architects, appraisers, fraudsters, cultivators, tamers, scholars, magicians, locksmiths, and other minor subclasses. This latest update would gradually increase the importance of these minor subclasses in the game before the trap mechanisms in God's domain had been perfected. Adventurer players who explored the fields could get by financially in the game relatively easily. In the fields, their main problem when they found treasure was the guardian monsters. Rarely would any player pay attention to the traps protecting the treasure. This was because of the only two possibilities when one tried to disable a trap. The first was that the trap could be disabled, although the time required depended on the player. The other possibility was that the trap could not be disabled. One wouldn't receive any kind of punishment for failing to disable a trap. As a result, players rarely paid much attention to the trap disabler class. However, after this system update, a third outcome would occur: a trap could be disabled. But failure came with a risk. If one failed to disable a trap, they would trigger the trap itself. Trap strengths varied. If players triggered a weaker trap, they might retain their lives. Even in the event of death, players would only suffer the normal death penalties. For stronger traps, however, players might have to pay more than a single level for their failure. Another example was the magician subclass, one of the minor subclasses Shifeng had learned. A magician's role was to produce items such as magic scrolls and magic arrays. Although the magician subclass was not as important as the forger subclass, it was one of the essential subclasses in God's domain. Moreover, as the subclass increased its rank, it would serve a greater purpose due to the increased importance of the various minor subclasses. The large guilds began to nurture these subclasses to aid their guild's development. Seems that I'll have to get melancholic to start collecting purple dew and 5-colored flowers once I log back in. After some thought, Shifeng decided to start nurturing a batch of players with minor subclasses. Minor subclasses were not as difficult to improve as major subclasses. There was no need to expend a large stock of materials for trial and error. One simply needed to achieve a certain technical standard to rise through the ranks. Take the magician subclass for example. If a player produced a basic magic array, they would become a basic magician. If they produced an intermediate magic array, they would become intermediate magicians. There was no need to accumulate a large number of proficiency points. Promotions solely depended on a player's technical skills. However, while there were no restrictions on learning minor subclasses, with players being allowed to learn over 10 minor subclasses, due to personal talent, not everyone could level a subclass to intermediate or advanced rank, much less master rank. Due to this, players should learn only the minor subclasses they were proficient at if they wished to advance to higher stages in the game. However, how was a player supposed to determine which minor subclass they were proficient at? In the past, the most popular way to test their abilities was the talent potion. As long as players drank the talent potion, the system would provide a series of tests. After completing these tests, the system would notify players about the subclass they were most suited for. This way, players would not have to waste their time researching whether they were suitable for a certain subclass or not. Of course, if players liked a particular subclass, they could learn it regardless of whether they had the talent. They just wouldn't be able to advance quickly. Meanwhile, the main materials for crafting the talent potion was purple dew and 5-colored flower. Shifeng also knew where to find the recipe. As long as he went there to grind, he should have no problems obtaining a few copies. After Shifeng finished planning his development, he decided to rest in the virtual space. Only at 7 in the morning did he exit his virtual gaming cabin after Shifeng finished breakfast and did some light exercises. Before he left to check on Zero Wing's new internal members in the dojo, he noticed his female assistant, who currently wore black working attire, waiting for him by the lounge's entrance. Head instructor, Chairman Xiao has an extremely important matter he wishes to discuss with you. He is waiting in the chairman's office right now, Liang Jing reported as she walked up to Shifeng, who wore blue sportswear. Got it. Shifeng nodded. In reality, even if Xiao Yu hadn't come looking for him, he would have likely sought the man out himself within the next few days. During his previous expansion of the Zero Wing workshop, he had recruited plenty of talented people. These people were all much stronger than the independent players he had recruited in God's domain. Although their levels in the game were still quite low, their combat standards were already higher ordinary elite players. In addition, he and Lei Bao normally trained these new recruits. It was only a matter of time before they could clear the trial tower's 4th floor. Once these people reached the 5th floor, they would become experts in the eyes of ordinary players. If they could reach the 5th floor's late stage, even large guilds would treat them like experts. However, Shifeng wasn't looking for ordinary experts. He wanted apex experts capable of turning the tides of war by themselves. It was extremely difficult to nurture such apex experts. First, He needed a sufficient amount of resources such as the S-rank nutrient fluid. However, Shifeng didn't have the connections he needed to gain a large quantity. Fortunately, Xiaoyu did. The Big Dipper Tower's 51st floor. This floor was specifically reserved for the chairman of the Big Dipper Group. It was also the Big Dipper Tower's highest floor. From in the corridor, they could see the entirety of Jianghu City through the glass walls. Very few people in Jianghu City were ever invited to this floor. Even Liang Jing, Chairman Zhao's senior assistant, had never set foot on this floor. Generally, she waited for the chairman on the 50th floor as Liang Jing followed Shifeng to the chairman's office. She sighed ruefully as she stared at Shifeng's back. If not for Director Xiao allowing her to bring Shifeng here, she would never have had the opportunity to see this floor. When Liang Jing opened the doors to the chairman's office, an office the size of a basketball court appeared before her eyes. 3 people sat before the room's French window. Shifeng was familiar with all 3. One of them was Xiaoyu, another was Gan Xingting, the bald man who Fire Dance had thoroughly defeated, and the last Xie Qiwen, the handsome youth with a body as robust as Lei Bao's, known as the White Tiger Dojo's fighting genius. Chapter 1131. An invitation that cannot be refused. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1131. An invitation that cannot be refused. Why are they here? Shifeng frowned slightly as he eyed Xie Qiwen and Gan Xingting, who sat on a sofa and chatted merrily with Xiaoyu. The White Tiger Dojo was currently Big Dipper's rival. As Shifeng walked up to the 3 people, Xiaoyu took the initiative to welcome him. Instructor Shi, you're finally here. Let me introduce you. This is White Tiger Dojo's rising star, Xie Qiwen. As for our other guest, I believe that you've already met. Gan Xingting has already been appointed the acting head instructor of the White Tiger Dojo's branch in Jianghu City. Xiaoyu introduced the men to Shifeng. As Xiaoyu completed the introductions, Xie Qiwen stared at Shifeng. Shifeng currently wore dark blue sportswear. He appeared extremely young for someone in his position. No matter how Xie Qiwen looked at Shifeng, the latter looked like any ordinary youth. Shifeng did not exude the aura that was usually found on martial arts experts. If not for Gan Xingting providing him with information about Big Dipper beforehand, he would have assumed that Shifeng was a new student who had recently enrolled to the Big Dipper Dojo. Hello, head instructor Shi. Xie Qiwen greeted Shifeng without getting up from his seat. He simply looked at Shifeng, nodding slightly as he spoke with a courteous tone. I have heard of head instructor Shi's fame. Sure enough, the rumors were true. Hello. Shifeng gave with a brief, but polite response. As for Gan Xingting, he did not bother saying anything to Shifeng. In Gan Xingting's opinion, Shifeng was simply one of the Big Dipper Group's puppets and did not possess any true ability. The dojo's true master must be the woman he had fought before, Fire Dance. In both strength and reaction capabilities, Fire Dance far surpassed him. He wouldn't even be surprised if she turned out to be the internal force expert the Big Dipper Group had invited. Xie Qiwen stood up and turned to look at Xiaoyu before saying, Chairman Xiao, since we've already told you why we are here, we'll take our leave now. When the time comes, I will welcome your arrival. Initially, he had waited here to catch a glimpse of Shifeng. Now that he had met the man in question and discovered that Shifeng was exactly as Gan Xingting had mentioned, he had no reason to stay. Following which, Xiaoyu sent both Xie Qiwen and Gan Xingting to the door. He then had Liang Jing send them on their way. After the duo left, Shifeng asked, Chairman Xiao, may I know what business you wish to discuss? The White Tiger Dojo will be holding an opening ceremony in 4 days, and they have invited you and me to participate. At the same time, the White Tiger Dojo plans to hold a friendly competition during the ceremony and has invited the various training centers and dojos to participate as well. The match will involve teams of 3, and participants must be below the age of 20. The competition's champion will win 1 million credits and an invitation card to the Green God Company's annual auction. An invitation card to the Green God auction? Sure enough, the White Tiger Dojo is impressive. The White Tiger Dojo's wealth and influence surprised Shifeng. Practically everybody in the world knew about the Green God Company. The Green God Company was the sole producer of nutrient fluids, which was sold in practically every town and city around the world. It was an absolute giant. In this current era, who did not pay attention to their bodies? Who didn't want to live longer? Particularly, the S-rank nutrient fluid produced miraculous effects. However, as its production volume was low, it was extremely difficult to obtain. The Green God Company also held an auction once every year. In this auction, the company sold plenty of S-rank nutrient fluids. In addition, the company would introduce new products that were not available on the market. Only, It was extraordinarily difficult to gain an invitation. A company like the Big Dipper Group did not qualify to receive an invitation. However, this wasn't surprising. After all, not a single person or company in Jianghu City qualified. Most likely, only an existence like the White Tiger Dojo, which nurtured international-level fighters consistently, qualified. After all, in this era, where everyone paid attention to their physical fitness, the various international training centers and dojos were the Green God Company's main customers. I know, right? In previous years, we've offered 5 million to purchase an invitation card. However, we have never actually managed to buy one. Hence, head instructor Sure, I was wondering if you could select a few members from the Big Dipper Dojo to participate in this friendly competition? Xiao Yu asked anxiously, although he knew that the White Tiger Dojo wanted to flaunt its might through this friendly competition and solidify its position in Jianghu City. The invitation card to the Green God auction was simply too tempting to give up. This invitation card was a pass that allowed one to purchase S-rank nutrient fluids. At the same time, one would encounter people of high social standing. If he could form some kind of relationship with some of these influential people, it might help the company's development in the future. Hence, even if he knew it was a trap, he couldn't refuse it. Chairman Xiao, you should know that the dojo's members have only recently joined. Even the powerful fighters are no match for the White Tiger Dojo's elite geniuses. Shifeng replied as he shook his head. Since the White Tiger Dojo dared to put up such a tempting prize, it was obvious that the dojo was confident in claiming the prize for itself. During the competition, the dojo would definitely send geniuses from its main branch to participate and teach the various dojos and training centers in Jianghu City a lesson that they would never forget. I heard that head instructor Sure has several experts in your workshop. What if they participate instead? Xiao Yu asked eagerly. He had long since learned about the Zero Wing workshop from Liang Jing. According to Liang Jing, the workshop members were powerful fighting experts. The woman named Fire Dance in particular had even defeated Gan Xingting in a single move. Chairman Xiao, I understand what you are trying to say, but unfortunately, they are all over 20 years old, Shifeng said, smiling bitterly. Of course, he wanted Cola and the others take part in the competition. However, they were all over the age limit. Only Violet Cloud met this requirement. However, the competition was a group match. If he could not fill the 2 remaining spots, they wouldn't be able to take part anyway. As for the members that had recently joined the Zero Wing workshop, although they had improved significantly, they were no match for the White Tiger Dojo's elite members. The White Tiger Dojo really is crafty. I never thought that they would have accounted for this as well. A disappointed expression dominated Xiao Yu's face. Despite the valuable opportunity to develop the company, he had no way of grasping it. We still have 4 days. It isn't entirely impossible to find suitable experts. However, it won't be easy. Shifeng suddenly recalled several core members in the guild that were younger than 20. Only, none of them had come to Jianghu City to participate in Zero Wing special training. Xiao Yu's eyes shone at Shifeng's words. Immediately he said, if head instructor Sure has any requirements, please, don't hold back. Since Chairman Xiao has offered, things will be easier on my side. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's assurance, Shifeng said, if we wish to defeat the White Tiger Dojo, I'll need roughly 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. Although those several core members possessed a wealth of combat experience, their physical attributes were simply too low. Meanwhile, unlike virtual combat, real-life combat relied heavily on a person's physical attributes. If he wanted to improve their combat power in the real world quickly, the only way to do so was by pushing them past their brain's limits and utilizing the S-rank nutrient fluids to recover. Only this method would rapidly improve their body's overall strength. He could also nurture the guild's experts, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 1132. Butterfly Effect. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1132. Butterfly Effect. 10 bottles. Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat when he heard Shifeng's requests. Rank nutrient fluids were not cabbages that one could purchase easily. It was difficult to buy a bottle even if one could afford it. People around the world referred to the S-rank nutrient fluid as the water of life. A bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid could easily go for 1 million credits. Even Xiao Yu himself was only willing to drink 1 bottle per year to repair the damaged cells in his body, significantly slowing the aging process. The S-rank nutrient fluid was a treasure to well-known international fighters. Normally, they would only consume a bottle if they were heavily injured. Even drinking A-rank nutrient fluids during normal training was considered a luxury previously. To recruit Shifeng into Big Dipper, he had utilized his connections and spent a significant sum to obtain a batch. No matter how he looked at it, Buying another 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to obtain the Green God Company's invitation was not a worthwhile transaction after all. His main goal in obtaining the invitation card was to purchase S-rank nutrient fluid and other new products the Green God Company intended to offer. He was still uncertain about how many bottles he could purchase in the auction. It was simply too risky to invest 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid right off the bat, that's right. I'll need 10 bottles at the very minimum. Shifeng wasn't lying. Void steps placed a huge burden on the human brain. Without the in-depth healing the S-rank nutrient fluid provided, one would risk their life by using the technique. Hence, whenever he trained the guild's core members, he warned them that, if they did not have any S-rank nutrient fluids on hand, they were absolutely not allowed to practice void steps excessively. If it is money you are worried about, I can pay half the cost. However, I want a spot on the Green God Company's invitation card. You'll pay half of it? After giving the matter some thought, Xiaoyu agreed and said, "All right, I'll try to find a way to get the 10 bottles. However, they will cost slightly above market price." Every invitation card allowed 2 people to attend the auction. It did not matter if he shared one with Shifeng to further develop itself. The Big Dipper Group had already invested a large sum into the new dojo. They had also spent a lot on advertising. Hence, the company was somewhat tight on funds. If Shifeng were willing to cover half of the S-rank nutrient fluids cost, investing in Shifeng's group was no different than their previous attempt of purchasing the Green God auction invitation card for 5 million credits. Only, unlike Shifeng, that plan hadn't succeeded. As for whether Shifeng had the money to pay up, he had long since ordered Liang Jing to investigate the man's finances recently. God's domain had become increasingly popular around the world. Many industry giants had already invested in the game. It was definitely possible to earn a lot of money through God's domain. Moreover, based on what he had heard from Liang Jing, Shifeng's workshop was considerably large. Moreover, more companies had invested in the workshop. At this point, the workshop had begun mass recruiting full-time gamers. It was obvious that Shifeng earned quite an income from the game. He shouldn't have any issue spending several million credits at a moment's notice now that God's domain was so popular. Even Xiaoyu had considered establishing a workshop based on what he had heard from his connections. He learned that gaming workshops focused on God's domain earned far more than they had in past virtual reality games. God's domain also had far more players. However, expanding the Big Dipper Group took priority. Once the Big Dipper Group had grown, it would become far more profitable than any gaming workshop or guild after all. More people had begun to take their physical training more seriously after discovering God's domain. Unfortunately, what Xiaoyu did not know was that Shifeng's workshop was more profitable than he imagined. After Shifeng finalized his arrangements with Xiaoyu, he returned to Zero Wing's training room. Only the workshop's official members had access to this room. Shifeng had specifically instructed Liang Jing to stock the room with various training equipment. These machines would help strengthen a person's reaction speed and evasive maneuvers. Blackie, contact Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove. Have them come to Jianghu City as quickly as possible. Report the travel expenses as a workshop expenditure, Shifeng instructed Blackie, who was currently occupied with basic training. Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove had been members of a certain dojo before they had joined Zero Wing. They were both younger than 20. However, after officially becoming Zero Wing core members, Shifeng had both of them leave their dojos. After all, becoming a Zero Wing core member was basically a formal job. They had to make God's domain their main priority after they left their previous dojos. Aside from playing God's domain, they normally exercised at a local gym. All of their attention had shifted to God's domain. However, as Zero Wing had yet to establish its own company officially and the purchasing agreement for Ouroboros's training center wasn't finalized, Shifeng hadn't invited them to take part in special training with the others. We having them here now? Blackie shot Shifeng a curious look. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of excitement as he asked, "Is the training center ready?" He had already heard about the matter from Shifeng. Ouroboros's training center specialized in nurturing gaming experts. Setting aside its numerous facilities, it had an advanced virtual system in which players could train. Of course, Ouroboros's training center wasn't as advanced as the secret pavilion's simulated training system. However, it was far more efficient than a ton of people competing for the 10 black cards. Most importantly, with the acquisition of Ouroboros's training center, Zero Wing would finally have its own headquarters. They would no longer have to borrow someone else's facilities. Like the core members of those first-rate guilds, they could then walk into their luxurious training centers in the city center every day. No, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Xianxia is still negotiating the price for the training center. I want them here for another matter. Although the Blackwater's defeat had indeed dealt a major blow to the several companies backing Ouroboros, it was not an easy task to buy the training center's remaining shares. If they discovered Zero Wing's true goal, they might demand a far higher price than what Zero Wing had planned on unless something forced these companies were forced to sell the shares in a hurry. Shifeng had to let Bai Qingxue find a way to obtain the shares cheaply. His reply disappointed Blackie. However, he suddenly thought of something else as he said, Brother Feng, when you went to your meeting, someone came to the workshop asking for you. However, I told him that you're in a meeting, so he's been waiting in the lounge. Do you want to meet him right now? Who is it? It's that youth that Big Sis Fire flattened. I think his name is Yu Zipping? Blackie responded, somewhat uncertain. He came on his own volition? Interesting. I just so happen to be free, so I might as well meet with him. Shifeng thought back to the bait he cast. He hadn't expected to hook Yu Zipping so quickly. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Now that Xie Chiwen was in Jianghu City, as Yu Zipping's greatest romantic rival, how could the boy sit by and do nothing? If Yu Zipping remained passive, Xie Chiwen would definitely take the girl he loved. This was his last chance to do something only. This development had occurred sooner than Shifeng had anticipated. The current timeline was deviating further away from the one he remembered, following which, Shifeng entered the training room's lounge. Yu Zipping sat on the lounge's sofa, his legs shaking slightly. He looked quite nervous. What business do you have with me? Shifeng asked slowly as he examined the fighter before him. Seeing Shifeng, Yu Zipping stood up abruptly, anxiety flashing in his eyes as he asked, Didn't you say that, as long as I join Zero Wing's workshop, you'll tell me how to become stronger? Is that offer still valid? Hall Master Jiang had already announced his intentions of driving his daughter, Jiang Lingyu, closer to Xie Chiwen. If he did not achieve some sort of feat quickly, he would be too late. Chapter 1133. The difference brought about by time. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1133. The difference brought about by time. Of course, it's still valid. Shifeng provided a definitive answer. However, didn't your White Tiger Dojo bar you from joining any gaming workshops? Yu Zipping fell silent upon Shifeng's question. He had been determined not to join Zero Wing's workshop. After all, he was recognized as an elite member in the White Tiger Dojo. If given enough time, he would gain Hall Master Zhang's recognition. However, Xie Chiwen's sudden appearance in Jianghu City significantly reduced the time he had to make any notable achievements. Xie Chiwen was already a well-known national fighter. Now the White Tiger Dojo's main branch had decided to cultivate Xie Chiwen and prepare him for the international stage. On the other hand, he hadn't even reached the national threshold. With Hall Master Zhang's personality, he definitely had no hopes of furthering his relationship with Jiang Lingyu right now. His only way of getting Hall Master Zhang's recognition was to grow a lot stronger within a short time. At the very least, he needed to become a fighter on the national level. Only then would Hall Master Jiang even consider handing his daughter over to him to build his strength quickly. The only way he could think of was by joining Zero Wing's workshop. There wasn't actually a rule or regulation in the White Tiger Dojo that disallowed joining a gaming workshop, and growing stronger was far more important than violating Gon Xingting's rules. If I join Zero Wing's workshop, how much stronger can I become within a month? Yu Zipping was desperate to grow stronger. However, he was suspicious about how much stronger the Zero Wing workshop could help him become. I knew you would ask something like this. Since you're curious, how about you spar with one of our workshop's new members? Shifeng suggested, chuckling. Fortunately, you're already familiar with this person. Someone I am familiar with? Yu Zipping gave Shifeng a skeptical look. Follow me. Shifeng did not bother to explain as he left the lounge. Yu Zipping promptly followed him. Curious about his opponent in the White Tiger Dojo, his status was relatively high. Not only had he become an intermediate disciple at the young age of 18, but he even ranked near the top among intermediate disciples. He was only a short time from becoming an advanced disciple. If he became an advanced disciple in the White Tiger Dojo at his age, he would definitely qualify to participate in the National Youth Fighting Competition. Inside Zero Wing's training room. Many of Zero Wing Workshop's new members were preoccupied with their basic training. When they noticed Shifeng lead an indifferent youth into the room, they stopped and looked at Yu Zipping curiously. Who's that? A new member? No, I know that guy. He was one of the fighters that came to the dojo to make trouble, but got a beating from Big Sis Fire instead. What unfortunate fools. Big Sis Fire never shows mercy in a fight. She is exactly like Instructor Lei in this aspect. Do you think that guy is looking to challenge Big Sis Fire again? Everyone in the training room had their assumptions about Yu Zipping's intentions. As for whether Yu Zipping had any chance of actually defeating Fire Dance, the thought never even entered their minds. In their eyes, Yu Zipping would need a miracle to survive against the woman for longer than 5 seconds. As for the youth defeating Fire Dance, had anyone ever seen an ordinary human win against a monster before? After Shi Feng entered the training room, he turned to a slim youth that looked to be roughly 20 years old and said, "Lu Xiao, come over here for a second. We'll be testing your strength today." "Understood." Lu Xiao hurriedly responded. Lu Xiao? When Yu Zipping saw Lu Xiao walking over, the youth wore a strange expression previously. When they had shown up to make trouble for the Big Dipper Dojo, Lu Xiao had chosen to leave the White Tiger Dojo and take part in the Zero Wing Workshop's test as an intermediate disciple of the White Tiger Dojo. Yu Zipping was very familiar with Lu Xiao's standards. The latter was just barely as strong as an intermediate disciple. Hence, he had been happy about Lu Xiao's decision to leave the dojo. After all, not everyone could succeed in the world of fighting. Lu Xiao might have a better future if he joined a gaming workshop instead. However, when he realized that Shi Feng had selected Lu Xiao to be his opponent, he found the matter laughable. Just how much did Shi Feng underestimate him? "All right, you two. Get in the arena. Your time limit is 3 minutes, Shi Feng instructed. Not explaining further, Shi Feng's words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Blackie merrily shouted, "We have a good show coming up. I'll be the bookkeeper. The betting ratio is 1 to 5. Whoever bets on Yu Zipping will get 5 times their wager if he wins. Don't miss this opportunity." "All right, I'll bet on Lu Xiao." "I'll bet on Lu Xiao as well." "I'll bet 1 bottle of 100-berry wine on Lu Xiao's win." In the end, nobody bet on Yu Zipping. Blackie's expression twisted. However, among those present, Yu Zipping had the ugliest expression. He was only a step away from becoming an advanced disciple in the White Tiger Dojo, yet in the eyes of these gamers, he seemed to be some random passerby not worth their attention. Lu Xiao felt an immense pressure on his shoulders. Similar to Yu Zipping's familiarity with his strengths, he, too, understood Yu Zipping's power. He had never imagined that Shi Feng and Zero Wing Workshop's core members expected him to win. No matter how he thought about it, that was impossible. Upon seeing both fighters in their positions, Shi Feng shouted, "Begin!" "Lu Xiao, don't hold back and show me everything you've got. I'm curious to see what you've accomplished in the Zero Wing Workshop since you've joined," Yu Zipping told Lu Xiao seriously. Lu Xiao nodded and charged at Yu Zipping. Lu Xiao launched a straight punch towards Yu Zipping, his fist pushing a strong gust of wind into the latter's face. Lu Xiao's punch was so fast that Yu Zipping barely caught a glimpse of it. So fast. Yu Zipping could not help his surprise. Lu Xiao's punch was far faster and more accurate than it had been in the past. However, Yu Zipping was no ordinary fighter. Diverting the approaching fist with one hand, Yu Zipping sidestepped and rushed forward, slamming his body into Lu Xiao. As if Lu Xiao had expected the move, he quickly adjusted his footwork as his fist was redirected. Twisting his body, he circled to Yu Zipping's back, avoiding the latter's body slam. He dodged it? Yu Zipping was slightly surprised. Yu Zipping regained his composure as he turned and continued his fierce assault against Lu Xiao. Every one of Yu Zipping's moves contained both deadly speed and precision, making them extremely difficult to parry. However, contrary to Yu Zipping's expectations, Lu Xiao didn't become flustered, and the attacks didn't land. Rather, with nimble movements and footwork, he systematically dodged one attack after another. After Yu Zipping's barrage ended, Lu Xiao realized that Yu Zipping was exhausted. Immediately, Lu Xiao took advantage of the opportunity and dove in for the kill. Yu Zipping, knowing he was in a bad position, could only throw a punch of his own to deter Lu Xiao's assault. However, Lu Xiao showed no signs of avoiding the hit. On the contrary, Lu Xiao continued straight towards Yu Zipping's punch. As Yu Zipping's fist was about to collide with Lu Xiao's face, however, the latter abruptly tilted his head. Yu Zipping's fist brushed past Lu Xiao's cheek, leaving a bloodied cut. However, this allowed Lu Xiao to move into Yu Zipping's guard. Combining his speed and strength, Lu Xiao sent an open palm strike at Yu Zipping's neck. This strike forced Yu Zipping to retreat by 3 steps, feeling a little faint. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao took this opportunity to land another palm strike on his opponent's chest. Immediately, the attack sent Yu Zipping sprawling to the ground. The victor of this match. Lu Xiao. From the start of the match to Yu Zipping's collapse, Lu Xiao felt as if he had been dreaming. He had the weird feeling that Yu Zipping had gone easy on him. Why else would Yu Ziping have had so many holes in his defense? Moreover, in Lu Xiao's opinion, Yu Ziping's attack methods had been monotone. It was as if Yu Ziping had begged him to dodge the attacks. However, in Shifeng's opinion, Lu Xiao's win wasn't unexpected since joining Zero Wing. Lu Xiao had experienced many life-or-death battles. He also frequently attended Lei Bao's training sessions. Both provided plenty of combat experience. Lu Xiao also used to be one of the White Tiger Dojo's intermediate disciples. In terms of his physique, he wasn't any weaker than Yu Ziping. Lu Xiao had simply lacked combat experience. However, during his time in Zero Wing, Lu Xiao had accumulated far more combat experience than Yu Ziping. Yu Ziping's defeat wasn't unusual. The first thing Yu Ziping saw after regaining consciousness was Lu Xiao. How did he improve so much so quickly? A bitter feeling swam in his heart as he looked at Lu Xiao. He knew why he had been defeated. The fight might have looked like a deadlock, but the difference in their combat experience was simply too vast. Right now, Lu Xiao moved like an expert that had lived through hundreds of battles. Lu Xiao may even possess more combat experience than the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples. How much time had passed since Lu Xiao had joined the Zero Wing workshop? How could he have gained that much combat experience in such a short time span? You've seen how much Lu Xiao has improved for yourself. What do you think of my place now? Shifeng asked, laughing. Will you really teach me everything if I join Zero Wing's workshop? Yu Ziping asked anxiously. He stared at Shifeng with anticipation. Shifeng could not help but sigh ruefully at the tense Yu Ziping. No one would ever have imagined that this youth before him would actually become the Tier 5 berserker known as Silent Blade. Yu Ziping was just as talented as Xie Qiwen. However, Xie Qiwen was slightly older and had a far stronger family background. If one wanted to improve their physique rapidly, intense training wasn't enough. A fighter also needed to replenish the energy they consumed. Even the most common C-rank nutrient fluid cost 400 credits. Fighters who trained arduously every day needed at least one bottle per day. That meant that one would have to spend 12,000 credits on C-rank nutrient fluids in a single month. Ordinary households couldn't afford that expenditure. There was even less need to mention B-rank nutrient fluids, which cost 1,000 credits per bottle. Dojos and training centers were only willing to sign contracts with and nurture people with outstanding talent. Ordinary members wouldn't have access to the privilege. However, even contracted members only received C-rank nutrient fluids. Only those geniuses would be given B-rank nutrient fluids. As for Yu Ziping, the White Tiger Dojo had only offered him an ordinary contract, providing one bottle of C-rank nutrient fluid each day. However, Xie Qiwen was different. Xie Qiwen did not even need the support of the White Tiger Dojo, as his household provided A-rank nutrient fluids to fine-tune his body. A-rank nutrient fluids cost 10,000 credits per bottle. Not only were A-rank nutrient fluids capable of healing injuries that normally went unnoticed, but they could also develop a person's brain cells. Even if Yu Ziping and Xie Qiwen were equally talented, the difference in their strengths at the end of the day was like the difference between heaven and earth. Furthermore, Xie Qiwen's household had invited powerful fighters and instructors to help the man gain a plethora of combat experience aside from talent. Yu Ziping was weaker than Xie Qiwen in almost every aspect. How could he possibly be a match for Xie Qiwen? Meanwhile, Jiang Tianyuan, Jiang Lingyun's father, highly valued strength. It was only a matter of course for him to choose Xie Qiwen. Chapter 1134. Test Evaluation. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1134. Test Evaluation. Noticing Shifeng's long moment of silence, Yu Ziping grew nervous. Yu Ziping had already seen how much Lu Xiao had improved despite having recently joined the Zero Wing workshop. Lu Xiao could display strength like never before. If Yu Ziping told the other White Tiger Dojo members about this, nobody would believe him in any case. He was now sure that, by joining and training in the Zero Wing workshop, he could become strong enough to get a ticket to the National Youth Fighting Competition before this year's qualifiers. If he improved sufficiently, his results might even be quite good. Although he still wouldn't be a match for Xie Qiwen, with the advantage of his age, Hallmaster Jiang would, more or less, consider giving Yu Ziping his daughter instead of outright rejecting him. If you join Zero Wing's workshop, you won't miss out on any training. Before that, however, we have to see whether or not you can pass the workshop's test. Based on your performance, you'll be offered a corresponding contract, Shifeng explained. Of course, Lu Xiao's standards are already quite high. He has already become a reserve corps member in our workshop, and we're providing various benefits to nurture him. Above that are the reserve main force member slots. If you achieve that standard, you'll receive even heavier emphasis from the workshop. The resources we'll invest in you at that time will definitely surprise you. To put it simply, what benefits you receive are up to you. However, one thing to note is that the higher your position is, the greater the workshop's restrictions will be if you become one of the workshop's reserve main force members. You'll need to leave the White Tiger Dojo and focus on the workshop. Yu Zipping nodded in response, not particularly surprised by Shifeng's explanation. He had no intentions of becoming a reserve main force member. He was fine with becoming a reserve core member. This way, he could continue his development in the White Tiger Dojo, following which, Shifeng had Blackie lead Yu Zipping to take the foundation tests. The workshop's tests were very simple. They tested for an applicant's reaction speed, observation, and judgment. As long as they performed well in these aspects, even if they had never received training from a gaming guilds before, they could get by fairly well in God's domain. Once Zero Wing nurtured these people, both in the game and in the real world, they could very quickly become fifth-floor experts in the trial tower. Shifeng had always planned for his guild to walk the path of the elite. Hence, he was very strict when recruiting internal member Zero Wing's evaluations fell into 5 grades. D, C, B, A, and S. Various large guilds had created these grades in the past during their own internal member recruitment. It was a standard method. Those who earned a D grade were considered ordinary. Generally, large guilds only picked people who earned a C when recruiting internal members. In other words, people who were slightly more than ordinary in the various aspects. This way, these guilds' investments had a higher likelihood of greater return. To become a super guild's internal member, one generally needed to earn a B in their evaluation. Although the difference was only 1 rank, a B grade player could easily defeat a C grade player of the same level. This was similar to the wooden barrel theory. The amount of water a wooden barrel could contain was not determined by the longest plank of wood. Rather, it depended on the shortest plank of wood. This was also why, despite there being countless people applying to join super guilds as internal members each year, very few actually managed it. The internal members Zero Wing recruited were separated into 2 groups. To become a core member, one needed to earn a high C. Meanwhile, main force members needed a B at the very minimum. The guild had very few members who had earned an A. Even super first-rate guilds and super guilds hungered for such talent, much less Zero Wing. After Yu Zipping completed his test, Blackie ran to Shifeng and handed him Yu Zipping's results. Brother Feng, this Yu Zipping kid is really impressive. His scores are the highest I've ever seen. Based on your tests, he actually managed to score a high A in everything. His observational skills even earned an S, Blackie reported excitedly. It seems that he should be quite talented in God's domain. However, his future achievements will depend on him. Shifeng chuckled as he read the results the system had provided. This outcome didn't surprise him in the least. After all, Yu Zipping had been a Tier 5 berserker in the past. At his peak, he had even ranked 58th on the God's Domain experts list. Players who had earned such high ranks at that time were of much higher quality than present players. After all, God's Domain had been a second world for people back then. Far more experts had competed with each other in the game. Placing within the top 60 ranks had been dozens of times more difficult than it was now. If not for the fact that Yu Zipping had joined God's Domain later than others, he might have achieved an even higher rank. It's a pity that he only chose to become a core member. If he wanted to join Zero Wing's main force, with his potential, he could reach far greater heights. Blackie sighed. Shifeng only tested a person's current talent, but talent wasn't a constant. As long as one continued to develop their mind, their talent would rise as well. The fact that Yu Zipping was already so talented meant that his starting point was much higher than others. If he wanted to grow stronger, he still required training and resources. Relax. Now that he has already set foot on Zero Wing's boat, I believe that he will, sooner or later, join our main force. Shifeng chuckled as he clapped Blackie's shoulder, following which, according to his daily schedule, Shifeng proceeded with training his members. As the sun began to set, Shadow Sword and Turtledove arrived at Zero Wing's workshop. When Shifeng met the two for the first time, he discovered that they both looked much younger than in God's Domain. Moreover, they were only 19 years old, only 1 year older than Yu Zipping. However, although the two's combat experience trampled over Yu Zipping's, they were physically much weaker than Yu Zipping. According to the White Tiger Dojo's evaluation standards, they were not even fit to become basic disciples. However, this wasn't unusual. Neither Shadow Sword nor Turtledove had received much attention from their previous dojo. Their dojo hadn't wanted to contract either of them after the two arrived. Shifeng split the 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, which Xiaoyu had Liang Jing deliver some time ago, between Shadow Sword and Turtledove. These S-rank nutrient fluids should be enough for them to train void steps for a considerable amount of time. S-rank nutrient fluids. Yu Zipping gaped in shock when he saw the exquisite coolers Shadow Sword and Turtledove were carrying. He had seen the coolers used to store S-rank nutrient fluids many times. After all, when the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples performed exceptionally well, the dojo rewarded them with S-rank nutrient fluids as far as he could remember. The last time the dojo awarded S-rank nutrient fluids was when one of the geniuses at the main headquarters got 10th place in the National Youth Fighting Competition. The dojo had boasted about this achievement, so much so that it had rewarded that youth 2 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. That youth had treated those bottles like family treasures, only using them when he was severely injured yet. Shifeng had given Shadow Sword and Turtledove 5 bottles each without hesitation. What was this? Could the Green God Company be backing the Zero Wing Workshop? The thought hovered in the back of Yu Zipping's mind. There was no other explanation. A gaming workshop like Zero Wing had actually given 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to 2 people. This was far beyond extravagant. This was simply being a spendthrift. If he had received them, those 10 bottles would last him 10 years. After Shifeng finished instructing Shadow Sword and Turtledove on what they needed to do, he returned to his own room. There were less than 10 minutes before God's Domain system update completed. After drinking a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid, Shifeng entered his gaming cabin and logged into God's Domain. Chapter 1135. Resource Competition. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat Chapter 1135. Resource Competition. Ha! The interface changed? When Shifeng logged back into his rest space, he suddenly discovered that plenty of changes had occurred originally. The rest space was an empty space with only a massive interface display and nothing else now. However, the dimly lit rest space had a set of stone doors 10 meters tall with ancient runes carved on each door, lending them an ancient ambience. Meanwhile, at a corner of the doors was a system interface mind space system owner. Yifeng. Mind space. Inactive. Activation conditions. Own a private space under your own name. Private space must also be located in a city at the very minimum. Space size. Unknown. System. Scan discovers that you own a private space in White River City. Do you wish to activate your mind space? The system has already been updated to such a degree? Shifeng could not help but sigh as he looked at the familiar set of stone doors. The previous system update had introduced the mind space system but had not actually applied it to God's Domain. Only the related files had been added into the game, so that the main God system could gradually phase it into the game. At the same time, the addition could also attract the attention of the various international corporations and let them know about God's Domain's uniqueness. However, after the update this time, the mind space system could be said to have truly been activated from now on. As long as players had a private space of their own in the game, they would be able to activate their mind space. With a sufficient number of 7 luminaries crystals, they could also expand and perfect their mind spaces. The mind space was different from God's Domain. In God's Domain, players could connect to the official forums to search for relevant information there but nowhere else. However, inside the mind space, players could connect directly to the internet. Whether it was for work or shopping, players could do all that through their mind space. Players could even contact mobile phones in the real world and engage in conversation. In addition, players could change the environment in the mind space to their liking, creating their own virtual world. Most importantly, the mind space shared the same flow of time as God's Domain. In the mind space, one could enjoy twice the amount of time they had in the real world. Moreover, the flow of time in the mind space could also be sped up further, though at a very huge cost in a limited life. Who did not want to live longer? The official activation of the mind space system meant that the competition for resources in God's Domain had also officially begun in the future. Competition in God's Domain definitely would not be as peaceful as before. It would even become normal for everyone to fight over the 7 luminaries crystal while disregarding all costs. And to contest for more 7 luminaries crystals, everyone would definitely continuously strengthen themselves, which would intensify the competition over weapons, equipment, and tools. And Shifeng grew worried just thinking about what was about to come. Nevertheless, now that the era of resource competition had begun, he had no choice but to get his hands on some of the 7 luminaries crystals that he knew the whereabouts of as soon as possible. However, it was also not that easy to get. These 7 luminaries crystals were exceedingly rare in God's Domain. Even an entire kingdom would have only a limited amount. Most importantly, unlike magic crystals, 7 luminaries crystals could not be stored in a player's bag space, nor could they be transported via teleportation arrays. Players could only carry them by hand or by transport carriages. However, many variables could occur when one was conveying 7 luminaries crystals over long distances. Robbery by incomparably powerful NPCs would not be surprising. After all, 7 Luminaries crystals were equally important items to NPCs however. In Shifeng's opinion, the most criminal setting placed by the main god system would still have to be the fact that 7 Luminaries crystals could not be disguised. The 7 Luminaries crystal contained mana of extremely high purity and density. Just its presence alone could cause a change to the ambient mana, which allowed players and NPCs to discover it readily without a sufficiently powerful transport team. Even if one managed to obtain some 7 Luminaries crystals, the crystals would not reach their intended destination. Many of the transport teams Shifeng led in the past, which carried 7 Luminaries crystals, had been robbed by Tier 4 and Tier 5 NPCs. He had to admit that this was the pitiful aspect of small guilds. This was also precisely the reason why Apex experts had gained importance in the past, and why nurturing Apex experts became essential for the various large guilds, following which, Shifeng chose to activate his mind space. The instant he activated his mind space, the massive stone doors began shattering. Chunks of stone fell one after another, revealing bronze metal behind them. When all the stone was gone, a set of bronze doors had replaced the set of stone doors. Meanwhile, the divine runes carved on the doors began radiating a faint golden glow immediately after. A change occurred to the system interface owner. Yifeng. Mind space. Active. Space level. Bronze. 3,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystals will be required to upgrade to secret silver rank. Space size. 0. Every additional cubic meter will require 1 unit of 7 Luminaries crystals. 7 Luminaries crystals. 0. After scanning, it is discovered that you have no 7 Luminaries crystals in your private space. After taking a glance at the interface, Shifeng promptly chose to enter God's domain. Although his mind space was already active, without any 7 Luminaries crystals, it was equivalent to non-existent. Currently, what he needed to do was gather 7 Luminaries crystals and deliver it to his private space in God's domain. Aside from lacking powerful experts, another aspect where small guilds were inferior to large guilds was the amount of land they owned. As 7 Luminaries crystals could be stored only in one's private space, the more land one possessed, the easier it would be to transport the crystals. However, the main god system had also implemented a corresponding restriction to this matter. 4 bronze spaces, the private spaces they were bound to in God's domain, could be changed only once every 20 days. This prevented guilds that possessed a large number of lands from gaining too great an advantage. When Shifeng entered the game, he found himself alone inside the armory. Nobody else had logged back into the game yet. He expected that the others were taking a look at the officially activated mind space system with all the traps in the armory disabled. Shifeng walked straight to the stone altar. Previously, Fire Dance had managed to disable the master trap only at the very last second. Everyone was forcibly logged out of the game before they could even get a glimpse at what was on the stone altar. Shifeng was very curious to find out what exactly the trap had been protecting. Despite the rarity of master traps even in the inner area of the Fallen Ark, they actually found one in the armory located in the Ark's outer area. Without a doubt, the item on the altar was extraordinary. Walking forward, Shifeng sent a glance at the altar. Nothing particularly remarkable lay on the altar. Only a glass bottle and some scattered designs covered in dust, following which, Shifeng blew away the dust and carefully held up the glass bottle and designs. He was immediately stunned by what he saw was a small sailboat. Shifeng could not believe his eyes. Right now in God's domain, speedboats were mainly meant for individual players. A small sailboat, on the other hand, was intended for teams. A bronze small sailboat was even more valuable than the Swift Dragon speedboat. In terms of maritime combat power, the small sailboat was far superior. Meanwhile, the small sailboat before him was Mysterious Iron Rank. Chapter 1136. High-End Building. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1136. High-End Building. Shifeng was dazed as he stared at the ancient bottle in his hand. He had to admit that time could erode everything. The glass bottle storing the small sailboat was extremely high quality, crafted of epic ranked materials. However, the bottle had been in this armory since the Great Ancient War. After so much time, even epic materials would start to disintegrate. As a result, Shifeng could only see the small sailboat's information. He couldn't actually use it. Hurricane sailboat, small sailboat, Mysterious Iron Rank. Maximum capacity 150 people. Durability 1,000/1,000. Item storage when liberated, 8,000 bag space slots and 100 non-bag space slots. Additional active skill 1 dash. Triple shield, absorbs up to 1,300,000 damage for 5 minutes cooldown. 15 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Double destruction cannon. 2,000-yard range. Deals divine damage to a radius of 20 yards cooldown. 1 minute. 4 cannons are currently equipped. Up to 6 cannons can be equipped. Additional active skill 3 dash. Hurricane Frost Field. Reduce the movement speed of all life forms and objects outside of the hurricane sailboat within a radius of 200 yards for 4 minutes cooldown. 30 minutes. Each activation costs 60 magic crystals. Additional active skill 4 dash. Mana Conversion. Converts mana into motion, increasing movement speed by 40%. Every 10 magic crystals consumed extends duration by 20 minutes cooldown. 10 minutes. Additional passive skill dash. Braving the winds and waves. When sailing with the wind, movement speed increased by 50%. When sailing against the wind, movement speed is unaffected. The hurricane sailboat has been severely damaged and cannot be used. Must repair the boat's divine ruins before use. It seems I'll have to get Burning Abyss to fix it. Shurfeng sighed as he stored the hurricane sailboat. The hurricane sailboat was no less valuable than a fragmented legendary item. It was even more valuable than the Swift Dragon speedboat. The sailboat was especially valuable right now. Sailboats were very large. Not only could they participate in naval combat, but they were also transportation tools. Transporting cargo over sea was much faster and more convenient than on land. More importantly, transportation across the sea was much safer. This was especially true for the current God's Domain. Naval combat was different from combat on land. While players' role in these battles was important, the ship they used was the more so in God's Domain. A mysterious iron small sailboat combat power made it practically invincible among current guilds. The sailboat could even deal with troublesome sea monsters. After storing the hurricane sailboat, Shurfeng shifted his gaze towards the designs. Although the designs were somewhat damaged due to the passing of time, Shurfeng could discern their information. 4 towers of elements. When Shurfeng saw these words, he froze. So, this is the famous 4 towers of elements. Shurfeng's eyes glowed with excitement as he examined the designs, nearly losing his grip on the papers. While the 4 towers of elements name seemed ordinary, in the various libraries around God's Domain, it was also known as the Elemental Towers. The 4 towers of elements was a defensive structure that combined 4 towers that harnessed the power of the 4 major elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. If the Mana Tower was considered a mainstream defensive building, the 4 towers of elements was a high-end defensive building. However, in the past, he had only seen these towers in Super Guild's main headquarters. He had never heard of a lesser guild owning one. In fact, only super guilds had known where to obtain them. However, looking back at it now, Shurfeng felt that those super guilds might have obtained the designs in the fallen Arkansas. Either that, or the Midnight Tea Party had sold the designs to super guilds after obtaining them. Otherwise, the 4 towers of elements would not have been so rare in the past. Shurfeng finally understood why the main god system had activated the mind space system. It turned out that it was because he was about to obtain the 4 towers of elements as a high-end building. Ordinary players could not construct the 4 towers of elements. Only those who had learned the relevant subclasses could build them. Moreover, the relevant subclass requirements were exceptionally high. At the very least, one needed to reach the advanced rank. With this, I won't have any issues defending the city. Shurfeng could not help but grin at the designs. There were a total of 4 designs, the complete design for the 4 towers of elements. With these designs, in addition to the lifestyle players the Candlelight trading firm had already nurtured, he could definitely construct the towers. Thinking up to this point, Shurfeng began reading the list of required construction materials. This way, he could prepare what? These towers require 7 luminaries crystals. Shurfeng grew somewhat faint after glancing through the materials. If the towers simply needed a few 7 luminaries crystals, he could have dealt with that. However, each tower required 10 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Constructing the entire set would cost him 40 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Constructing these 4 towers cost more than constructing an entire city in God's Domain. 1 unit of 7 luminaries crystal was roughly the size of an adult's fist. Generally, one only came across 0. 1 to 0. 3 units of a 7 luminaries crystal. 1/10 of a 7 luminaries crystal would sell to NPC merchants for around 300 to 400 gold. If sold to players, some had even offered 1,000 gold in the past. However, even at such a price, nobody had been willing to sell their crystals. If Shurfeng invested 40 units in his own mind space, he could increase it by 40 cubic meters. This was enough space for one person to live in. Even though he knew of many areas where he could collect 7 luminaries crystals right now, collecting so many in such a short time wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, Fire Dance came online. When she noticed Shurfeng's sour expression, she asked curiously, Guild leader, what's wrong? It's nothing, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He had no intentions of revealing the 4 Towers of Elements. The 4 Towers of Elements were of the utmost importance. There wasn't much benefit in revealing the information. Rather than letting everyone worry about the matter, it was better that they focus on what they needed to do right now. Shortly after, Aqua Rose also logged in. Immediately, she turned to Shifeng and asked anxiously, Guild leader, what was on the stone altar? A small sailboat, Shifeng said. He then shared the Hurricane Sailboat's information in the team chat for everyone to see. Those that had just come online and saw the Hurricane Sailboat's information were stupefied. Although they weren't very familiar with naval matters, they could more or less tell how powerful the Hurricane Sailboat was by its skills. The Hurricane Sailboat was practically a moving turret. If the 4 double destruction cannons were lined up and fired together, their killing power would be absolutely terrifying. If the Hurricane Sailboat could be used on land, it would be invincible, not to mention at sea. Guild leader, with a sailboat we can start developing in a coastal city. With this sailboat and our resources, we'll definitely get our own share of the pie, Gentle Snow suggested after reading the Hurricane Sailboat's details. That's right. Guild leader, the various large guilds have already secured most of the available resources on land. We have to waste a lot of time and effort to contest for those resources. We might as well shift a portion of our focus to the sea. There are not many cities out at sea, so the various guilds are slow in developing their maritime strength. There are still a lot of locations free of guilds' control. With this small sailboat, we can definitely compete with the guilds current in coastal cities. Aqua Rose very much agreed with Gentle Snow's proposal. Both Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were members of the guild's management team. They possessed far more information than others. The two of them had also considered the problem of the guild's future development. There were simply too few resources available on land, and it was time-consuming to contest for more. As for the sea, not only were its resources abundant, but the majority of the various large guilds in God's domain were in the same situation as Zero Wing when it came to competition at sea. Most guilds were just starting to move towards the ocean at this stage of the game. One could say that they were all at the same starting point right now. Zero Wing's acquisition of the mysterious iron small sailboat gave it a significant advantage over the other guilds. Zero Wing could easily suppress their competition's fishing boats and speedboats. Chapter 1137. Introducing the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1137. Introducing the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. In the canyon outside of the Fallen Ark, the Soul Eater Lord, which had previously attacked Zero Wing's team, finally emerged immediately. The Soul Eater Lord's powerful domain enveloped a significant portion of the canyon. How is there such a powerful monster? The sight of the Soul Eater Lord instilled fear and insecurity into the Midnight Tea Party's members. They had listened to Shifeng's instructions and moved 1,000 yards away from the Ark, which put them outside of the Soul Eater Lord's domain. However, as experts, their senses were far superior to ordinary players. In addition, they normally fought high-tiered monsters. As a result, they could roughly gauge a monster's strength based on the pressure it emitted. Meanwhile, right now, from the pressure they felt from the Soul Eater Lord, they could tell that he was the strongest monster they had encountered since joining God's domain. Black Flame really didn't lie. Even if every member in the team has reached Tier 2, level 60, we'll still be cannon fodder against such a powerful monster, Netherworld Wave said, finding it somewhat difficult to breathe. Even Tier 4 NPCs of the same level wouldn't be a match for the Tier 4, level 67 mythic monster with a complete domain. After all, complete domains were what made Tier 4 NPCs so powerful and allowed them to fight mythic monsters, which had higher attributes, on equal footing. Leader, are we still going to go in? Cloud Yarn asked Breeze Wine worriedly. With such powerful monsters guarding the Fallen Ark, even sending in an army of tens of thousands of players of the same level would be meaningless. They were significantly under-leveled right now. Let's wait for a bit, Breeze Wine said softly. Black Flame told us his method for luring these monsters away. Let's make our decision after watching the situation. After Breeze Wine announced his decision, the team fell silent. Would be a pity to simply leave after so much difficulty to open the Fallen Ark. While the Midnight Tea Party members waited quietly, one monster after another exited the Fallen Arkansas. The weakest among them was a Grand Lord, while most were mythic monsters. The adventurer team counted 20 mythic monsters leaving the Ark. Watching this, the Midnight Tea Party members, who had experienced hundreds of challenging battles, shuddered. If not for the monsters' low levels, they could have easily obliterated numerous major NPC cities if they worked together. Even at level 60, players would be cannon fodder in front of these monsters. It did not matter how many players fought them. Everyone that tried to do so would undoubtedly die if not for their quest's time limit and severe penalty for failure. The Midnight Tea Party members would have fled leader. Look. They seem to have discovered something. The Ranger, Dark War, reported softly. Everyone followed Dark War's gaze, and indeed, one mythic monster in the distant forest sniffed the air as if it had scented something. Suddenly, the mythic monster roared, and the rest gathered to its location. The Midnight Tea Party members began to panic. They couldn't have discovered us, right? Cloud Yarn asked anxiously if these monsters discovered them. Their deaths were certain. That shouldn't be the case. Black Flame had returned from that direction. He should have set up some sort of luring magic array there, Endless Scars calmly explained. As soon as Endless Scar said so, the abyssal monsters began to rush elsewhere. Very quickly, they disappeared from the Midnight Tea Party's sight. They were gone? Everyone could not help but release a sigh of relief. A few of the team members, who had expressed their discontent with Shifeng, began to view the swordsman in a new light. Although Shifeng was ridiculously greedy, they had to admit that if not for him, they would have been unable to enter the Fallen Ark for a long time. We have our chance. Let's hurry and enter the Ark. Breeze Wine shouted as he stood. Now that the monsters were nowhere to be seen, they could sneak into the Ark undetected. Once they were inside, things would become much easier. It seems that I'll have to learn more about this guild leader of Zero Wing. Endless Scars revealed a faint smile as she looked to where the monsters had flown. Even super guilds knew little about the secret of the Fallen Arkansas. She had searched everywhere for information, even utilizing the Blackwater Corporation's power, to grasp the little she had learned about the Arkansas. And yet, the guild leader of a newly developed guild knew far more about the Fallen Ark than she did. One could see just how extraordinary Shifeng was. Zero Wing was definitely not as simple as she had imagined. As the abyssal monsters moved away from the Fallen Ark, Shifeng led the Zero Wing team to the Ark's inner region. He had finally made it into the Fallen Ark after so much trouble. He could not simply leave after looting a single armory. Furthermore, the Fallen Ark's truly valuable items lay in the inner region. However, as they ventured deeper, they encountered many traps. Even after the traps were disabled, new traps appeared in their place after a certain amount of time. In addition, due to the recent system update, the traps had become far more difficult and risky to disable. Any mistake could trigger the traps. It might be fine if it were weak, as triggering the trap wouldn't result in an instant death. However, if they triggered a stronger trap, it could result in a team wipe. As a result, Shifeng's group progressed very slowly through the Ark. Fortunately, Shifeng had the Fallen Ark map. The map depicted which areas within the Ark were riddled with traps and which were not. Not only could they choose the safest path, but they would also know if they were about to walk into one. They didn't need to be on high alert constantly. Finally, after over an hour advancing through the Ark, the team reached the inner region, following which, Shifeng had everyone stand by and wait for orders as traps riddled this area. Their only option was to let Fire Dance explore, as Fire Dance still held the Icarus's heart Shifeng had given her. She could explore the inner region somewhat safely. Anyone else that tried to do so would only be looking to die. Fortunately, we dealt with the traps in the armory before the system update began. Otherwise, the stone altar's trap would have killed us already, Flying Shadow said, his heart fluttering with fear. Previously, when he had disabled an advanced trap, he had very nearly lost his life when he triggered the trap by mistake. Fortunately, Violet Cloud had reacted quickly and immediately cast Truth Shield on him. In the end, the trap had only wounded him, leaving him with only 2,000. That's right. Guild leader is really amazing. If not for sensing that the system update would affect traps, we wouldn't have obtained the Hurricane sailboat. Cola said, laughing. Shifeng hadn't expected to acquire the Hurricane sailboat either. However, he agreed with Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's suggestion. Hence, he made some slight adjustments to his plans before obtaining the Hurricane sailboat. Shifeng had planned to develop an ocean-viewing town slowly. He had even intended to let Immortal Light develop in the Apocalypse Empire's coastal towns. After all, Zero Wing was different from the other guilds in coastal cities, where the latter had already begun to build their strength. Trying to compete with these coastal guilds would be foolish. Even if Zero Wing were far stronger than these guilds, naval combat relied on the ship's quality, rather than players. Zero Wing would not have much of an advantage by relying on the Swift Dragon speedboat. Coastal cities were very different from coastal towns. Coastal cities possessed large shipyards. They also had plenty of high-ranking rare quests that could help players to obtain powerful ships. Otherwise, Phoenix Rain, the pavilion master of a super first-rate guild, would not have bothered cooperating with a first-rate guild like Firmament. She had done so because Firmament had taken over a major NPC coastal city very early in the game. Even some super guilds feared its strength at sea. Hence, Shifeng now planned to occupy a major NPC coastal city guild leader. I discovered a forging hall. I can see an inferior legendary treasure chest inside the hall. Fire Dance excitedly announced in the team chat. Chapter 1138. Chapter 1138. 2 weak points. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1138. 2 weak points. An inferior legendary treasure chest in the forging hall? Shifeng's heart began beating rapidly when he heard this in the past. He had never even seen an epic treasure chest, only ever heard about it through rumors. As for inferior legendary treasure chests, their existence in God's domain was only player speculation. Nobody would say for certain that such treasure chests even existed in the game. After all, as long as one's luck was not extremely bad, they could get a fragmented legendary item from an inferior legendary treasure chest without exaggeration. A single fragmented legendary item could change the fate of a player in God's domain. In God's domain, the large guilds were fully capable of obtaining epic items, in relatively high quantities. However, not every large guild possessed fragmented legendary items. Even 10 years after God's domain's launch, first-rate guilds only had a handful of such items at most. Meanwhile, guilds would definitely dispatch a lot of players to guard their experts wielding these fragmented legendary items. The reason for this was very simple. Fear of an ambush by other Apex experts wielding fragmented legendary items. Although their own experts possessed extremely frightening strength, with appropriate counters, the enemy could still take them out. Hence, these guilds would dispatch expert teams to prevent unexpected incidents from happening. Even so, many such ambushes still occurred in God's domain every day. One could see just how desperate the large guilds were towards fragmented legendary items. Shifeng never imagined that, shortly after entering the inner area of the Fallen Ark, he would actually come across such a harvest. The Fallen Ark was even more amazing than the rumors had made it out to be. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Back then, some people had already entered the Fallen Ark prior to the public's discovery of it and had definitely cleaned out the treasures inside. Moreover, the super guilds that had cleared out those ancient abyssal monsters must have looted the Ark as well. By the time other players were able to swarm into the Ark, the treasures remaining were extremely few, but still extraordinarily amazing. Now that his team was the first to explore the Fallen Ark, it was not surprising that they came across an inferior legendary treasure chest, which he had never seen in the past. When everyone heard Fire Dance say so, flames of passion flared up in their eyes. Even epic items were exceedingly rare right now. If they could obtain a fragmented legendary item, it would truly be a game-changer for Zero Wing. Among those present, aside from Blackie, Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, and an extreme few who knew that Zero Wing possessed more than one fragmented legendary item, everyone else believed that the best weapons and equipment Zero Wing possessed were only of epic rank. What's the situation over there? Shifeng asked softly after calming himself. There's an extremely powerful trap set up around the treasure chest. Furthermore, there are 2 statues inside the forging hall, and both of them are giving off a very faint pressure. They could be the guardians protecting the treasure chest. I don't dare approach them right now, so I still can't determine whether I can disable the trap. Fire Dance then took a picture of the forging hall and shared it through the team chat. Previously, Shifeng had warned her that aside from traps, certain parts of the Ark's inner area had guardian monsters. Hence, she had taken notice of the 2 statues set up in the forging hall. After scrutinizing the picture, Shifeng nodded and said, "Your judgment is correct. Those 2 statues are indeed guardians. Moreover, they're not just any normal guardians. They're fossilized Tyrannosauruses, an archaic species." Shifeng had seen the fossilized Tyrannosaurus in the past. Back then, a super guild had dispatched an army of 10,000 players, in addition to many Apex experts, to kill one. In the end, although the super guild managed to finish off the archaic species, it had suffered a casualty rate of over 80%. An archaic species? Isn't that similar to the monster we encountered in Titan City's entrance trial? Aqua Rose asked in shock. She had personally experienced the strength of an archaic species. If not for the powerful magic array suppressing the King of Corrosion back then, they would not have had any chance of defeating it at all. Yet, now, there were actually 2 such monsters in the forging hall. In truth, even Shifeng was surprised upon seeing this. According to the information he obtained, there should not be any other powerful monsters in the Fallen Ark's inner area, aside from special life forms and those ancient abyssal monsters. The sudden appearance of 2 archaic species was completely outside of his expectations. No wonder the inferior legendary treasure chest was placed in such an eye-catching location. Shifeng felt his head start aching. Archaic species were stronger than even special life forms. A Tier 4 archaic species could definitely rival those Tier 4 abyssal monsters inside the Ark in strength. If two of such archaic species worked together to defend an area, they would be practically invincible at this stage of the game. It might be possible to challenge them with a team of Tier 3 experts. Either that, or if they had another water boundary magic scroll to hold the two guardians back, they could use the opportunity to disable the trap and take the treasure chest away. Otherwise, they could only look at the treasure chest from the side's guild leader. With our current standards, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get that inferior legendary treasure chest. Why don't we explore other locations first? Gentle Snow suggested while she wanted to obtain the inferior legendary treasure chest as well. The difficulty of doing so was simply too high. Rather than pointlessly throw away their lives, it would be much better if they first looked for whatever items they could get their hands on. Alright. Fire. Send over the safe route to the forging hall first. Afterwards, explore some other locations and take as many items as you can. After giving the matter some thought, Shurfeng decided to first do whatever they could in the inner area before considering other courses of action. Understood. Fire Dance nodded, then shared the route she took to reach the forging hall through the team chat. Shurfeng carefully led everyone towards the forging hall. The inner area of the Fallen Ark was very complex. It was like a highly diversified maze, and one could easily lose their way in here. One might even encounter the same trap several or even dozens of times. It was no wonder the players that actually managed to leave with any treasure numbered extremely few. Despite players swarming the Fallen Ark after wending their way for over an hour, Shurfeng and the others finally arrived at the forging hall. The extremely spacious forging hall was roughly the size of a sports stadium that could fit 50,000 people. There were all sorts of forging tools placed around the room as well as many books on display. However, due to the corrosion of time, none of these things seemed usable. Only the treasure chest and the statues placed in the center of the hall appeared in pristine condition. Flying. Find a way to disable the traps protecting the forging tools and books. Everyone else, take whatever you can away from here. Leave nothing behind, Shurfeng instructed after glancing through the hall. Since he had already arrived in the Fallen Ark's inner area, he naturally could not let this trip go to waste. Although the forging tools and books were severely damaged, with so many tools and books here, he refused to believe that not a single one of them was usable. Understood. Everyone promptly spread out and went into action. As for Shurfeng himself, he was carefully observing the inferior legendary treasure chest and the two massive statues standing beside it. Over 2 hours passed very quickly. Aside from where the treasure chest sat, everyone had cleared out all the other areas in the hall. Although everyone was relatively tired from all the looting they did, they managed to end up with a considerable harvest. The items they obtained included dozens of complete books as well as 8 forging tools. Every forging tool was secret silver rank, and if placed in the Candlelight trading firm, they would all be top-class tools. While everyone was quietly waiting for Fire Dance to return, Gentle Snow used the time to flip through some of the books they found in the forging hall. Suddenly, Gentle Snow exclaimed with excitement, "Guild leader, this book seems to have a relevant introduction to the fossilized Tyrannosaurus." "An introduction? Let me see." Shurfeng demanded hurriedly. The book Gentle Snow was reading was titled Archaic Species Material Analysis. The book specifically introduced the various archaic species in existence as well as the materials that could be gained from their bodies. It also had a section on how those materials could be used to produce specific kinds of weapons, equipment, and other items. Among the archaic species recorded, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus had over a dozen pages dedicated to it. Meanwhile, the information mentioned that the fossilized Tyrannosaurus had 2 weak points. The first one was the monster's hydrophobia. Submersion in water would inhibit the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's reactions, and its defense would decrease significantly. The second weak point was its power core. There was a power core in the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's body. The destruction of this power core would significantly weaken the monster's strength attribute. Chapter 1139. Race Against Time. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1139. Race Against Time. At the outer area of the Fallen Ark, the members of the Midnight Tea Party moved with extreme caution. This was because shortly after their entry, they very nearly got team wiped due to triggering a trap. Nobody could have imagined that the latest system update would include penalties for failing to disable a trap. With Netherworld Wave's Advanced Trap Disabler class, it was simply impossible for him to succeed in disabling advanced traps all the time. As a result, the team had no choice but to exercise extreme caution while advancing. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have had us enter the Ark before the system update began. Breezewine now felt that he had made the wrong decision. Before there were still many fallen patrols roaming about the outer area of the Arkansas. With their slow progress, it was very easy for them to come across those patrols. If they really got caught by a patrol, they would have no choice but to withdraw immediately. Right now, whether they could even reach the Ark's inner area was still in doubt. Had they utilized the 20 minutes logout preparation time, they might have already reached the inner area by now. Leader, you didn't make the wrong decision. If we entered the Ark before the update began, we would have risked encountering those dangerous abyssal monsters. Our situation at that time wouldn't be much better than right now. Moreover, now that we've grasped the method to lure those abyssal monsters away, should we really fail to complete our quest this time, we can simply come back once everyone has reached level 50 and obtained their Tier 2 classes. At that time, even if we come across the fallen patrols, we can still quickly finish them off or fight them as we advance deeper into the Ark, Endless Scar said after noticing Breeze Wine beating himself up. Let's use this chance to scout out a path in advance. Likewise, everyone else on the team expressed their agreement when they heard Endless Scar's words. Although their quest had a time limit, they still had enough time to make appropriate preparations. Just as everyone was merrily chatting with each other, Endless Scar suddenly received a message. Seeing this message, Endless Scar smiled faintly. Big sis Endless, did something good happen? Cloud Yarn could not help but ask curiously when she saw Endless Scar suddenly sporting a playful smile. You could say that. Any of you interested in watching a competition at the Dark Arena? I've just received an invitation card, and I can bring 5 people with me, Endless Scar said, chuckling. The Dark Arena? Everyone lost interest when they heard this. Although those participating in the Dark Arena were much stronger than ordinary experts, to experts of their standards, the fights at the Dark Arena possessed no reference value whatsoever. Are you all really not interested in going? I heard that the Dark Arena is even prepared to hold a grand auction this time, which apparently will include even epic items, Endless Scar said, somewhat disappointed when she noticed the disinterest on everyone's faces. Moreover, the battle teams that will be fighting are very interesting. Among them, Zero Wing will be facing off with the Miracle Guild. I heard that Miracle has dispatched quite a few powerful experts this time. Epic items? Zero Wing against Miracle? Big sis Endless, I want to go. Hold it. I've never been to the Dark Arena even once before. Let me go this time. When everyone heard Endless Scar's words, they immediately grew interested, setting aside how tempting epic items were. Just the fact that Zero Wing was going up against the Miracle Guild already gave them plenty of reason to go spectate at the Dark Arena. Although Miracle was only a super first-rate guild, the number and quality of experts it possessed were by no means inferior to super guilds. If Miracle dispatched its apex experts to the Dark Arena, then the upcoming match would definitely be an interesting one. Elsewhere, after Feng was done reading through the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's introduction, he fell into deep thought. So these are the methods to raid them? No matter how he looked at it, the 2 archaic species were invincible existences at this stage of the game. If the 2 worked together, even a 100-man team of level 60, Tier 2 experts would fall very quickly. However, since the main god system had set the difficulty of this raid as such, it would naturally provide players with some kind of hope to complete the raid. Although Feng did not know how effective these 2 methods would be in weakening the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, it would be a criminal waste if he simply gave up on the inferior legendary treasure chest without even giving it a try, following which, Feng had everyone begin making preparations to raid the 2 monsters. Guild leader, are we really going to raid these 2 archaic species? Aqua Rose asked worriedly as she looked at the 2 giant statues in the center of the forging hall. Previously, when they went up against the King of Corrosion, they had had a team of 100 players and even the assistance of an ancient magic array. Right now, not only did they not possess such a magic array, but their team also had only 20 members in all. To make things worse, they had to go up against 2 archaic species at the same time. No matter how she looked at it, they were simply trying to get themselves killed. The outcome would be the same even if they managed to grasp the weak points of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. I know what you're worried about. Before we learned of their weak points, I indeed had no idea how we could get the treasure chest. Now, however, things are different. I have around a 30% certainty that we can get that inferior legendary treasure chest. Feng laughed. 30%? So high. Aqua Rose was quite surprised by Feng's response. She had estimated that they had less than a 5% chance of successfully obtaining the treasure chest. But Feng was now saying he was roughly 30% sure he could pull it off. If he really did have such a high probability of success, it was indeed worthwhile to make an attempt. Currently, super guilds were willing to sacrifice thousands of elite members just to obtain 1 epic item, let alone a fragmented legendary item. If the existence of this inferior legendary treasure chest were made known to super guilds, most likely, they would be more than willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of elite players as well as hundreds of experts around that percentage. However, our main problem would still be the trap set up around the treasure chest. If it is a Grandmaster trap, we'll most likely have no chance of getting the treasure chest. Only if it is a master trap will we have a 30% chance of succeeding. Feng shrugged, expressing that he was taking a gamble right now. In the past, It was a common sight for the various large guilds to send out tens of thousands of elite players just to contest for one fragmented legendary item. After all, with one fragmented legendary item, a guild could nurture one more apex expert. This way, not only would a guild get another expert to lead it, but they would also have a much easier time defending the transportation of important cargo or locations in the future, following which, everyone began taking action according to Shifeng's commands to take advantage of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's first weak point. Shifeng armed everyone, with the exclusion of the team's MTs and healers, with Tier 1 and Tier 2 water-type magic scrolls. As soon as the battle began, they would close the doors to the forging hall, turning it into an enclosed space. After that was done, they could easily create an environment filled with water. As for the archaic species' second weak point, Shifeng possessed the omniscient eyes. He should have no problems targeting the power cores. Everything else would have to depend on luck. When Fire Dance returned to the forging room, Shifeng had his team shut the doors to the forging room. Begin. At Shifeng's command, everyone sprang into action, unfurling their magic scrolls one after another and launching a barrage of water-type spells at the two statues in the blink of an eye. A lake formed within the forging hall, the height of the water easily surpassing that of a player. At the same time, everyone also activated a water-walking scroll. The water-walking scroll was a commonly used magic scroll in God's domain. As its name suggested, it allowed players to walk on water for 10 minutes. Each scroll sold for 20 silver coins, and it could be said to be one of the tools specialized for maritime combat. As the water-type spells struck the bodies of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, both monsters immediately awoke roar. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses let loose deafening roars, shaking up the forging hall. Meanwhile, the powerful aura that abruptly filled the entire hall struck fear into everyone. Now that the fossilized Tyrannosauruses had awakened, everyone was finally able to get a glimpse at their statistics. Fossilized Tyrannosaurus, Inferior Dragon, Archaic Species, Mythic. Level 65. HP 320, 000, 000/320, 000, 000. Just as everyone was feeling shocked by the statistics of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, Shifeng shouted, "Fire! Use this chance to disable the trap." Shifeng knew better than anyone else present just how powerful the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were. It was also because of this understanding that he knew how valuable time was right now. If they continued daydreaming, the chances of obtaining the inferior legendary treasure chest would decline. Understood. Fire Dance immediately responded and activated Silent Steps, appearing behind one of the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses. She then dashed straight towards the treasure chest. Chapter 1140. Buying Time. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1140. Buying Time. When Fire Dance was only 30 yards away from the treasure chest, the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses, which had initially been lured away by the spells attacking them, suddenly shifted their attention to her. As if they had had their tails stepped on, they glared at Fire Dance with single-minded ferocity as though she were the only person left in the world. Not good. Our aggro is too weak. Shifeng frowned. Cola, Turtledove, use everything you've got to pull aggro. Have the bosses stay as far away from the treasure chest as possible. As guardian bosses, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's priority was the protection of the inferior legendary treasure chest. To them, aggro was secondary. Only when another player's aggro over the fossilized Tyrannosauruses reached a sufficiently high degree would the bosses stop paying attention to the player attempting to steal the item they protected. This was why Shifeng previously had everyone use their water-type magic scrolls on the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Not only could they deal a significant amount of damage to the bosses, but they could also increase their aggro over the bosses. However, the effects of the water-type spells were not as good as Shifeng expected. Understood. Upon hearing Shifeng's command, Cola and Turtledove immediately activated Power of Darkness, causing their basic attributes to soar instantly. Both of them then charged straight at the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses and used Justice Roar, trying their best to shift the attention of the bosses to themselves. However, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses still kept the treasure chest as their priority, completely disregarding the two Guardian Knights' Justice Roars and continuing to chase Fire Dance. Both Cola's and Turtledove's Justice Roars were at Tier 1. If the target they used the skill on ignored them, their strength attributes would double for a short time. Their speeds would increase significantly as well. Sure enough, Cola's and Turtledove's strengths immediately doubled. Both of them then followed up with a shield of vengeance at their respective fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Boom. Boom. The moment their shields collided with the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, sparks flew. Despite the fossilized Tyrannosauruses having had their defenses weakened, Cola's and Turtledove's attacks only left a small scratch on their scales. As for the damage the two Guardian Knights dealt, it was less than -8,000. So this is an archaic species? Gentle Snow revealed a dumbfounded expression when she saw the damage the two MTs dealt. This was her first time encountering an archaic species, although she already knew their team had no chance whatsoever of winning against the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. When she saw this scene, she still could not help but be shocked. She had a general idea what Cola's and Turtledove's equipment standards were. If she was not wearing the 7 Luminaries battle armor Shifeng had given to her, her attributes would no doubt be inferior to theirs. Currently, not only had the two Guardian Knights activated their berserk skills, but they even had the strength boost from Justice Roar. In terms of strength, even a Tier 2 level 60 berserker would be no match for them yet. Now, the both of them had dealt less than -8,000 damage to their targets. The defense of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses was simply insane at this moment. She wondered if Cola and Turtledove could even deal any damage to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses if not for the submerged environment weakening the boss's defenses. Roar. Although Cola's and Turtledove's full-powered attacks had barely dealt any damage, they still managed to get the fossilized Tyrannosauruses to shift their attention to them, which eased up the pressure on Fire Dance. Good. Now activate your life-saving skills and slowly lure the bosses away. Shifeng commanded without hesitation. Cola and Turtledove activated Protection Blessing. If they managed to deal only such a small amount of damage, despite the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's weakened defenses, they did not dare to imagine what kind of damage the inferior dragons could deal, seeing as the boss's attack power had not weakened in the slightest. Pang! No sooner had the two Guardian Knights activated Protection Blessing than the tail swipes of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses sent them both flying away. The speed of the attacks was so fast that not a single person present had managed to react. What happened? Minor Wind's eyes widened in shock. He had only seen the tails of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses moving slightly just now. There had been no sign of the tails making their way towards Cola and Turtledove at all. Yet before he knew it, both Guardian Knights were already in the air, their HPs decreasing by over 36,000, instantly falling below 50%. If not for Cola and Turtledove having activated Power of Darkness and Protection Blessing, which increased their HP to over 50,000 and half the damage they received, the two of them would be meeting God by now. Aside from Shifeng, everyone present was stunned by the horrendous amounts of damage dealt by the fossilized Tyrannosauruses with such speed and strength. Even a Tier 2, level 60 MT would not be able to last long against the inferior dragons. All healers, focus on Cola and Turtledove. We need to buy as much time for fire as we can. Shifeng shouted hurriedly, not feeling any surprise whatsoever at the situation in the past. When super guilds dealt with Tier 4 archaic species, the teams they sent had been filled with players equal to or higher than the monster's level. Meanwhile, half of the lead MT's equipment had to be epic rank at the very minimum. Moreover, they needed to have 3 MTs simultaneously receiving the monster's attacks. Aside from that, they would also use intermediate magic arrays to suppress the archaic species. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of victory at all right now. The only thing they could do was to buy as much time as possible by relying on their berserk skills. As for defeating the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, Shifeng had never even entertained the possibility under Shifeng's command. Cola and Turtledove carefully lured the fossilized Tyrannosauruses away from the treasure chest, giving Fire Dance the opportunity to remove the trap set up around the treasure chest. However, after Fire Dance looked at the trap, a frown appeared on her face. Guild leader, this trap is indeed master rank. However, its complexity is much greater than the master trap I disabled before. I need time if I want to disable it safely. Fire Dance sent a private message to Shifeng. Everyone had clearly witnessed for themselves how terrifying the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were. There was simply no chance they could win against these monsters. They could only drag the battle out as long as possible. Hence, Fire Dance was extremely anxious. How long? Shifeng asked. At least 5 minutes, Fire Dance replied helplessly. Right now, she hated herself for not training her trap disabler class as much as she could. Although she had forcibly increased her rank to master right now, her technical skills were not actually at the master rank yet. 5 minutes was more than enough for everyone to die dozens of times. 5 minutes? After giving it some thought, Shifeng clenched his teeth and said, I got it. I'll try to buy as much time over here as possible. You just relax and disable the trap. This reply stunned Fire Dance. However, she knew that Shifeng never joked around. Since he had said so, he definitely had a way to realize his words. Immediately, she nodded and began disabling the trap before her. Meanwhile, Shifeng had also activated Omniscient Eyes and began searching for the power cores of the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Their power cores are actually in constant motion. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses could hide no secrets from the omniscient eyes. Feng could clearly see a glowing red dot moving about inside the body of each monster. Although the dots were very small, they were extremely eye-catching however. While Feng had guessed correctly that he could locate the power cores with omniscient eyes, he had no way of damaging them. Seeing how Cola and Turtledove had only managed to scratch the scales of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses before, even if Feng relied on the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray, it would be very difficult for him to shatter those scales, not to mention penetrating deep into the inferior dragon's bodies and striking at their power cores. Nevertheless, Cola's and Turtledove's HPs were rapidly decreasing at this moment. The two Guardian Knights could die at any time. If he did not destroy the power cores right now, it would be impossible for them to survive for 5 minutes. When Protection Blessing ended, both of them would die instantly. It seems I have no choice but to use that, Feng muttered to himself before letting out a sigh. In a battle of such level it was just too risky to use that. However, in order to obtain the inferior legendary treasure chest, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Saying so, Feng took out a summon guard scroll and summoned his epic guard. Anna players generally would not let their personal guards take part in such a dangerous battle. While personal guards that were killed could be resurrected, the price for doing so was exorbitant. It was definitely not a price that players were willing to accept. Hence, players with powerful personal guards very rarely allowed their personal guards to take part in risky battles. Anna. Use Angel Summoning. Chapter 1141. Valkyrie vs. Tyrannosauruses. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1141. Valkyrie vs. Tyrannosauruses. Under Feng's command, Anna began to chant an incantation. Instantly, the mana in the forging hall surged towards her roar. The two fossilized Tyrannosauruses quickly noticed the frightening amount of mana flowing towards Anna. Immediately, their massive golden eyes shifted to the woman, glaring at her as if she were their greatest enemy. Anna needed time to cast her spell. Although the forging room was quite large, a mythic monster could cross it in no time at all. Before Anna finished her chant, the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses would reach her. Currently, Anna was a Tier 2 NPC. She had no hope against the two Tier 4 archaic species. Seeing this, Feng sighed dejectedly. Hurriedly he shouted, "Cola, Turtledove, use the basic mana pulse bombs." Previously, they had also obtained over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs from the Armory in addition to the intermediate mana pulse cannons and movement-type defensive magic array. Every bomb contained the might of a Tier 3 spell. If used properly, these bombs would be frighteningly effective in a guild war. Basic Mana Pulse Bomb. Deals damage equivalent to a Tier 3 destruction spell to a radius of 25 yards. Bomb is 100% effective against monsters and players below level 100, and 50% effective against monsters and players level 100 and above. Cooldown 2 seconds. Unfortunately, they had a limited number of Mana Pulse Bombs. Once they used them they would be gone. Yet they were the team's only option to pull aggro. Hearing Feng's instructions, Cola and Turtledove retrieved the fist-sized bombs reluctantly. However, seeing the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses charge at Anna, the Guardian's Knights threw the bombs at the two bosses. The Mana Pulse Bombs looked like specks of dust compared to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. However, the instant the bombs touched the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's scales, black and white mana surged forth, devouring the Guardian monsters. The forging hall shook with the explosions, and for a moment, even space itself seemed as if it might shatter. The Mana Pulse Bombs might far exceeded everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Cola and Turtledove, who stood closest to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, were blown off their feet by the resulting shockwaves. This destructive power is even more amazing than Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Cola exclaimed in astonishment. He had seen Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells before. Although their range was greater, the spells couldn't destabilize space. If they attacked a Grand Lord with these basic Mana Pulse Bombs, they might even inflict severe injuries. The Mana Pulse Bombs had shocked the rest of the team as well, and they all thought it was a huge waste to use them against the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. If they used the bombs to weaken field Grand Lords instead, the guild could profit greatly. However, as the black and white mana dissipated and these players could see the fossilized Tyrannosauruses once more, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Despite such powerful attacks, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were unharmed. The Mana Pulse Bombs hadn't even left a scratch. All the bombs accomplished was blowing off a layer of dust that had collected on the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's scales over the years, giving the two monsters a fresh, clean appearance. As for the bomb's damage, each had only caused around -200,000 damage. Even if they tossed 1,000 basic Mana Pulse Bombs at the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, they couldn't kill the monsters. If they used the basic mana pulse bombs against Great Lords, each could easily deal over 1,000,000 damage. The bombs would also easily annihilate players below Tier 3 however. The bomb's damage did redirect the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's attention to Cola and Turtledove. Excellent. Shurfeng smiled faintly the brief moment Cola and Turtledove had bought allowed Anna to finish her incantation. Emerge, Valkyrie. Anna shouted immediately. A golden magic array enveloped the forging hall's ceiling, which caused the mana inside the hall to rampage. A Valkyrie with pure white wings, geared in golden, divine armor slowly descended from the magic array. Compared to Anna's previous summoning, the Valkyrie had reached level 70 as Anna had leveled from level 69 to level 70 during the previous war. Every 5 levels was a minor turning point in God's domain hence. A level 70 Valkyrie was significantly stronger than a level 69 Valkyrie. This was also why Shurfeng was willing to risk summoning Anna into this battle. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses were level 65. As Tier 4 archaic species, while they might not have complete domains like the ancient abyssal monsters, their attributes were far superior to the abyssal monsters. If given the choice, players would rather fight the fossilized Tyrannosauruses than the ancient abyssal monsters. This was due to the abyssal monsters' powerful domains and their effectiveness against players. After all was said and done, the Tier 4 Valkyrie was only a puppet. The Valkyrie neither possessed high intellect nor did it have a complete domain like ordinary Tier 4 NPCs. In a sense, the Valkyrie was similar to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. However, when comparing life ratings, the Valkyrie was far above archaic species in a head-on collision. The Valkyrie could definitely overwhelm the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's attack. Shurfeng commanded the Valkyrie could only remain for 10 seconds and could only be summoned again after 1 full day. Hence, he could not waste a single second hearing Shurfeng's command. Anna instructed the Valkyrie to take action suddenly. The Valkyrie disappeared as she used the Tier 3 skill spatial transfer to arrive before one of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's attack its lower left rib. Shurfeng commanded after watching the bosses with omniscient eyes. Shurfeng had grasped the power core's basic patterns. Although he couldn't break through the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's scales and substantially damage the power cores, the Valkyrie could. A silver spear appeared in the Valkyrie's hands, arcs of golden lightning dancing around the weapon. The Valkyrie then thrust the spear at the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's lower left rib. Tier 4 skill, Thunder Sanction. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus panicked instantly. The Valkyrie had appeared too suddenly. Even with its high attack speed, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus was still caught off guard as it received Thunder Sanction in full. The golden lightning pierced through its tough scales and exited from its back, reaping nearly 3% of the monster's HP. The team immediately felt the fossilized Tyrannosaurus grow weaker. This scene enraged the other fossilized Tyrannosaurus as it spread its jaws. A large amount of mana began to gather in the monster's mouth. Crap. It's using its breath. Everyone move. Don't stand in front of the boss. Shurfeng hurriedly warned his team as he saw the monster charge its attack. The greatest move of any monster from the dragon race would be its breath attacks. Among them, true dragon's breath attacks were the most powerful. There were even records of how a dragon had obliterated a major city with a single breath attack. Thus, the dragon race represented destruction roar. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus's roar echoed throughout the forging hall before anyone could react. A dazzling beam of light devoured the Valkyrie. The breath even shattered space itself. Meanwhile, this beam of light struck one of the forging hall's stone walls. If not for having been constructed by ancient gods, no one doubted that the breath attack could have punched a hole straight through the fallen arc. Chapter 1142. Power to Annihilate Mythics. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1142. Power to Annihilate Mythics. By the time the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath ended, the forging hall was unrecognizable. How is there such a powerful monster? The fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath attack had stupefied every player on the team. Everything in front of the inferior dragon was gone. Only a bare wall and floor remained. Over half of the accessories around the forging hall had disintegrated. It was not hard to realize that the fossilized Tyrannosaurus hadn't been taking them seriously. Had the two inferior dragons taken them as seriously as they had the Valkyrie, they would have obliterated the entire team. This single blow shouldn't have defeated the Valkyrie, right? Aqua Rose muttered worriedly as she watched the spatial tear gradually disappear. Without a doubt, this breath attack was definitely a Tier 4 skill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have created a spatial tear. The Valkyrie was only a temporarily summoned puppet. She only possessed 1/20th of the HP ordinary summoned creatures had. It wouldn't be surprising in the least if this terrifying breath attack had devoured her entire HP bar. If the Valkyrie were really gone, The consequences would be unimaginable against the enraged fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Even with their berserk and life-saving skills active, Cola and Turtledove would die instantly. Much less the rest of Zero Wing's team. As these thoughts swam through Aqua Rose's mind, the smoke finally started to dissipate. She's unharmed. How is this possible? Aqua Rose stared at the divine angel flapping her wings in amazement. Not only was the Valkyrie unharmed, but not even a speck of dust tainted her body. Even the fossilized Tyrannosaurus, which possessed some intellect, was stunned, fear surfacing in its massive golden eyes as it gazed at the Valkyrie before it suddenly, Shurfeng shouted, "Attack its right arm!" Although the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath was incredibly powerful, Anna's Valkyrie was no pushover, either. Even if the Valkyrie were not at her peak due to lacking sufficient intellect, she possessed all of the skills a Tier 4 Valkyrie should. The Valkyrie had used the Tier 4 skill Divine Protection to defend against the inferior dragon's breath, the skill allowing her to negate all attacks below Tier 6 for 3 seconds. Afterward, all of the damage she should have received would be converted into HP. In the past, Divine Protection had been a super rare life-saving skill that many Tier 4 Guardian Knights dreamed of obtaining. Any Guardian Knights that learned it had been highly sought after even by super guilds. As soon as Shurfeng gave the command, Anna once more controlled the Valkyrie to attack the fossilized Tyrannosaurus roar. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus was now on full alert, its claws releasing a faint, gray glow. The inferior dragon then slashed at the approaching Valkyrie as if it were swatting a fly boom. Faster than the naked eye could perceive, the claws struck the Valkyrie. The players in the forging hall nearly lost their balance as the resulting shockwave swept over them. However, when the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's claws landed, the attack stopped as if it had collided with an immovable wall. Not only did it fail to damage the Valkyrie, but its claws had also been forced to a halt. Taking advantage of the inferior dragon's brief pause, the Valkyrie threw her silver spear. The spear transformed into a streak of light that pierced the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's right arm, leaving behind a bloody hole. Good. With this, we shouldn't have any issues. Shurfeng released a sigh of relief when he saw the red on the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's body fade. The Valkyrie could only remain in existence for a short period. If they could not exterminate the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's power cores within that time, they would never last 5 minutes. Now that the fossilized Tyrannosauruses had lost their power cores, they were like beasts that had lost their fangs and claws. Their threat levels decreased significantly. Even when Cola and Turtledove received an attack, they only lost around 18,000 HP. The inferior dragons had lost at least half of their strength. With this, even without protection blessing, neither of the two Guardian Knights would die instantly. They could last a long time with the aid of Power of Darkness. However, Shurfeng had no intentions of wasting the Valkyrie's power. Immediately, he had the Valkyrie attack the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses frantically, using this opportunity to weaken the two bosses further and reduce the burden on Cola and Turtledove. Unfortunately, 10 seconds was too little time. Despite the Valkyrie doing her best, she was only able to deal some light damage to the two massive bosses, which slowed the monster's attacks slightly. Unfortunately, the attacks weren't so slow that Cola and Turtledove could evade the boss's normal attacks easily when the two bosses used skills. However, the brief activation time gave the MTs enough time to evade. Time passed quickly. While Fire Dance desperately tried to disable the trap, the pressure on the rest of the team grew. Their fear also grew as they continued to fight. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses had 320 million HP. They could regenerate 3,200,000 HP every 5 seconds. Even if they stood there, not defending themselves, they wouldn't die. In contrast, due to the high damages Cola and Turtledove received, Zero Wing's healers were struggling. Their mana depleting rapidly. It was impossible to make up for the consumed mana with mana recovery potions. It was only a matter of time before the healers ran out. Fortunately, the team's goal wasn't to exterminate the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Instead, they were simply buying time. However, both Cola and Turtledove suddenly felt that something was amiss. Guild leader, I'm sensing that the boss's strength is growing. Cola hurriedly reported. Initially, after protection blessing had ended, he had received around -36,000 damage from each of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's normal attacks. However, with the aid of protection and truth shield, he received less than -30,000. With his current 57,000 HP and the healer's help, he could receive 2 hits without dying it. Even with the oracles and clerics buffs, he was now receiving more than -30,000 damage from the boss's normal attacks. If the damage continued to rise, he would die in 2 hits if the healers failed to restore his HP in time. I discovered something strange as well. It seems the boss's defense is weakening. Gentle Snow, who was assisting Turtledove from the sides, announced. Hearing Cola and Gentle Snow's words, Feng fell into deep thought. Could they be weakening their physical bodies to generate new power cores? Although extremely few monsters had cores as weak points in God's domain, Feng had encountered a few. A few of these monsters were capable of regenerating their destroyed cores after a certain period. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses were an archaic species. It would not be surprising if they could do so. In fact, Feng had already considered this possibility, however. Less than 2 minutes had passed since the inferior dragon's power cores had been destroyed. This regeneration speed surpassed Feng's initial estimates. He had assumed that the bosses would need at least 5 minutes before they could regenerate their power cores. This coincided with how much time Fire Dance needed to disable the trap. Once the trap was disabled, they could simply take the treasure chest and leave. They shouldn't have needed to worry about the fossilized Tyrannosauruses regenerating their power cores. It seems we have no choice but to fight. After considering various options, Feng had only come up with one method that would buy them the necessary time. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Cola, Turtledove, lure the bosses together. Everyone, throw basic mana pulse bombs at the bosses. Don't hold back and use everything you have." Now that the boss's defense had weakened, the mana pulse bombs would deal more damage. Before this, it might have been impossible to annihilate the fossilized Tyrannosauruses with the bombs, but things had changed. Even if they failed to kill the inferior dragons or injure them heavily, they could slow down the recovery speed of the boss's power cores. Guild leader, are we really going to waste the bombs here? Aqua Rose hadn't expected such a crazy move from Feng. They were talking about over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs. That was equivalent to 1,000 plus magic scrolls that contained tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Just waste them. Buying time is more important right now. Feng growled determinedly. While the basic mana pulse bombs was indeed extraordinarily valuable, the inferior legendary treasure chest was far more important towards the guild's development. Seeing the determined look on Feng's face, everyone helplessly retrieved the basic mana pulse bombs Feng had previously distributed and threw the bombs at the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Boom. 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 Immediately, black and white mana flooded the forging hall just as Feng had expected. Not only were the basic mana pulse bombs now dealing around minus 450,000 damage each, but the bombs had also stopped the recovery of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's power cores. In fact, the inferior dragons were even growing weaker as they received more attacks. It took several minutes for Zero Wings members to finish tossing all of their bombs. Even archaic species could not withstand the might of over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs as both fossilized Tyrannosauruses collapsed to the ground, their HPs falling to 0. We won? Aqua Rose muttered as she watched the smoke in the hall gradually dissipate. They're not playing dead, right? Before anyone could answer, the system replied suddenly. One golden flash after another enveloped each team member, illuminating the forging hall. Chapter 1143. Dragon Legacy. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1143. Dragon Legacy. They're dead. What? They're really dead. Excitement bubbled in the players' chests when they noticed the golden glow wrap around their bodies. Many could not help but cheer, with some people losing strength in their legs as they planted their butts on the ground. Too amazing. We actually killed 2 mythic bosses. My experience bar is still rising. They had just defeated 2 level 65, mythic ranked archaic species. Both monsters already gave a lot of EXP, but they also got bonus EXP for killing monsters of a higher level. Most importantly, only 20 players shared it all. In the end, not only had everyone leveled up from level 44 to level 45, but they progressed to level 46 as well. As for Feng, he rose to level 48 on the spot, with his empty experience bar filling once more. Level 48, 30%, 40%, 50%. In less than 2 seconds, his experience bar had reached 90%, following which, its growth slowed, increasing by 1% after another 95%, 96%, 97%. Just as his experience bar looked as if it would stop at 99%, another golden glow encased Feng's body. Level 49. The awarded EXP is truly extravagant. Feng was surprised. He also found it difficult to suppress his bubbling excitement. He was now only 1 level away from level 50. With his current weapon and equipment standards, he should have no problems passing his Tier 2 class change quest. Once he completed his class change quest, he would qualify to challenge quests he hadn't dared to before. Although there was only 1 tier between Tier 2 and Tier 1 classes, the difference was much greater than the difference between Tier 0 and Tier 1 players. If an ordinary Tier 1 player could go up against elite monsters of the same level, then ordinary Tier 2 players could go up against chieftains. If a chieftain and elite monster of the same level fought each other, that battle would be one-sided. After all, chieftains could serve as the final bosses in party dungeons below level 50. One could just imagine how massive the difference was between Tier 1 and Tier 2 classes. If even Shifeng had leveled up twice, the rest of the team's leveling was insane. Aside from those with hidden classes, the team had leveled from level 44 all the way to level 48. Moreover, they were only a short distance away from reaching level 49. As for players like Violet Cloud, Gentle Snow, and Zhao Yueru, who possessed a hidden class, they only rose to level 47. Though they were not far from level 48, everyone was stunned for a long moment right now. They could easily rank at the very top of the ranking list in any kingdom or empire in God's domain. Moreover, they would be at least 5 levels higher than the second-ranked player. My HP is finally over 40,000. After Kola finished allocating his recently acquired free attribute points, he excitedly boasted, "With this, I'll be the highest HP MT in even the Black Dragon Empire." He was already the highest HP MT throughout Star Moon Kingdom. He had nearly 5,000 more HP than the MTs in other guilds. Although he was not particularly certain about the situation in the Black Dragon Empire, he could dare to claim that no MT in the Empire could match his 40,000 HP. Gentle Snow, who was level 47, looked at her own HP bar, noticing that her HP had broken past the 40,000 threshold as well. Gentle Snow could not help but sigh ruefully as she looked at her own HP bar. She never imagined that one fragmented legendary item would make such a huge difference. Despite wielding a damage-dealing class and slightly weaker equipment than Kola's, the 7 Luminaries' battle armor had bridged the gap between her and the Guardian Knight. Not only had the battle armor upgraded her damage output by several levels, but it had also done the same for her defense and HP. It was no wonder why Shifeng was willing to waste the 1,000+ basic mana pulse bombs for the inferior legendary treasure chest. As everyone's excitement about their levels died down, they shifted their gazes to the corpses of the 2 fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Aside from the items inside the inferior legendary treasure chest, the inferior dragon's loot should make up for the losses they suffered mythic bosses. Moreover, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were archaic species. Their loot was definitely extraordinary. Just thinking about it ignited a passionate fire in these players' hearts, their eyes shining. Once the dust settled, the massive fossilized Tyrannosaurus corpses were on full display. However, when the team noticed the few items scattered beside the bodies, disappointment flashed in their eyes. Aside from a few scattered gold coins, one fossilized Tyrannosaurus dropped 8 items, while the other dropped 7. There were far fewer items than they had hoped for. Why are there so few drops? These things are even more stingy than the trolls. Is it because we were unlucky? We should have given guild leader the last hit. Everyone's excitement faded when they saw the loot. Among the 15 items, 10 were materials. Alright, get some rest. Violet, make sure fire is safe. Shifeng chuckled at his crestfallen companions. The number of items the fossilized Tyrannosauruses dropped didn't surprise Shifeng in the least. After reaching level 50, the quantity and quality of the items monsters dropped decreased drastically. Furthermore, the system had just completed a new update. The system would have definitely lowered the drop rate once again. The main god system did so to stabilize weapon and equipment prices, giving lifestyle classes a better opportunity to develop as players continued to level. Their main source for weapons and equipment would gradually shift from monsters to lifestyle players. In the future, 95% of the weapons and equipment players used would come from monsters and lifestyle players. The remaining 5% would come from quests, miraculous encounters, treasure chests, and other such sources. However, the majority of the weapons and equipment players produced could only satisfy ordinary players and experts. The truly excellent items would still come from killing powerful monsters or completing difficult quests. Of course, players were also capable of producing weapons and equipment of excellent quality. Only, the requirement was extremely high, beyond the majority of God's domain's lifestyle players. Moreover, producing such items required super rare materials, and these materials came from killing powerful monsters and exploring dangerous locations. Following which, Shifeng collected the loot and began to appraise each item. Not bad. Shifeng revealed a joyful expression after appraising the raw materials. Among them was the legendary material, Dragon Origin Crystal. Moreover, 2 Dragon Origin Crystals had dropped. Only creatures of the dragon race could drop these items. Unfortunately, common inferior dragons wouldn't drop them. At the very least, The monsters needed to be mythic rank. This was because the Dragon Origin Crystal contained the bloodline of dragons. If one applied the Dragon Origin Crystal when forging weapons or equipment, they could qualitatively change the item. The Dragon Origin Crystal was an excellent production material. The crystal also had an even greater purpose. Producing the Dragon Soul Potion. When consuming this potion, players could class change into a hidden class and obtain the Dragon Legacy. Chapter 1144. Hidden Class Dragon Slayer. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1144. Hidden Class Dragon Slayer. Shurfeng held the 2 Crimson Dragon Origin Crystals and carefully inspected them. Although both were legendary material, there was a difference between them. Of course, the system wouldn't give away this difference. Instead, players had to discover it after conducting numerous experiments. This was one of the system's hidden attributes. Although there were deviations between players' conclusions, the deviations were usually minor. Different grades of legendary material would yield different bonus success rates when said material was used in crafting an item. According to players' summaries regarding legendary materials, they were generally categorized into basic, middle, intermediate, and peak grades. Basic grade materials could increase production success rate by roughly 2% to 3%. Intermediate grade materials could increase production success rate by 4% to 5%. Advanced grade materials could increase production success rate by 7% to 8%. Peak grade materials could increase production success rate by 10% to 11%. After Shurfeng clicked to open the 2 Dragon Origin Crystals attribute panels, he began to read their introductions carefully. Wonderful. Shurfeng smiled when he finished reading. With this, there shouldn't be any problems producing the Dragon Soul Potions. Legendary materials had different methods of determining their grades. In the Dragon Origin Crystal's case, its grade could be determined by the bloodline density within it. If a crystal's bloodline density fell between 1% and 30%, it was basic grade. Most of the Dragon Origin Crystals that dropped were this grade A crystal with a bloodline density between 31% and 50% was considered intermediate grade. Crystals of this grade had a much lower drop rate. As for crystals with a bloodline density between 51% and 70%, they were advanced grade. It was practically impossible to find advanced Dragon Origin Crystals on the market, as large guilds cherished like their own children. Lastly, crystals with bloodline density above 71% were peak grade. At this grade, the Dragon Origin Crystal was worth much more than an epic item. To produce the Dragon Soul Potion, one usually needed an intermediate Dragon Origin Crystal or better. Regardless of how many basic Dragon Origin Crystals were used, it was impossible to produce the Dragon Soul Potion with them. Of the 2 Dragon Origin Crystals before Shurfeng, one was intermediate grade, while the other was an advanced crystal. Guild leader, did something good drop? Aqua Rose asked when she noticed the smile on Shurfeng's face. She was very familiar with Shurfeng's personality and habits. If the dropped items were not extraordinary, he would not have revealed such a joyous smile in response. Shurfeng nodded and looked at everyone before calmly stating, "Something good has indeed dropped. Which of you here wants a hidden class?" "A hidden class? Did we get a class change tool?" "Guild leader, which classes are suitable for the hidden class?" Shurfeng's question instantly caught his teammates' attention. None of these players were strangers to hidden classes. Various people had already posted a lot of information about hidden classes on the official forums. As a result, they all dreamed of class changing into their own. They'd even be happy with the most common hidden class. Although the most common hidden class would not provide additional basic attributes, the class could provide additional skills that their original classes did not possess. With these skills, they'd have access to more combat methods. They would have advantages in both PvP and dungeons. As for advanced or peak rank hidden classes, they did not even dare to dream of obtaining one. After all, hidden classes of such ranks were simply too rare. Any class is fine. However, the condition is that one does not already have a hidden class. Shurfeng explained the Dragon Soul Potion's purpose was to give players access to the legacy of the dragon race. Hence, unless one already wielded a hidden class, any player could obtain the Dragon Legacy. Both magical class and physical class players could eventually become Dragon Slayers. This was also why both NPCs and players in the past had preferred to kill powerful dragons. While they did so to gain fame and recognition, their primary reason was to obtain the Dragon Legacy and become stronger. However, the Dragon Origin Crystal's drop rate was considerably low. If not for the fossilized dragons being archaic species, it was unlikely that the 2 mythic monsters would have dropped it. When the Zero Wings team heard that any class could obtain the hidden class, they were ecstatic. "Don't get too excited just yet. The class change quest is not easy," Shurfeng said, chuckling as he shook his head. "Unfortunately, too many of you want the hidden class. I only have 2 slots, so let's hold a team auction using GCPs. This intermediate Dragon Origin Crystal starting bid is 200,000 points, while this advanced Dragon Origin Crystal starting bid will be 500,000 points. Decide for yourselves if you want to bid on them or not. Currently, one guild contribution point was worth roughly 25 copper coins. 200,000 GCPs was the equivalent of 500 gold. This was an extraordinarily low price to pay for the Dragon Slayer class in the past. The various large guilds had been willing to buy intermediate Dragon Origin crystals for 8,000 gold. As for advanced Dragon Origin crystals, they had been practically impossible to find on the market. However, one player had put his crystal up for auction in the past. The crystal eventually sold for the insane price of 30,000 gold. The advanced version was so much more valuable due to the fact that, depending on the quality of the Dragon Soul potion produced, one would obtain different levels of the Dragon Legacy. The Dragon Slayer class was somewhat unique. It was not clearly ranked like other hidden classes. If a weak Dragon Soul potion were consumed, one's Dragon Slayer class would be the equivalent of a basic legacy. Conversely, it was also possible to obtain a peak legacy Dragon Slayer class if one used a strong potion. Of course, it was also possible to upgrade the Dragon Slayer class gradually to peak legacy by consuming several Dragon Soul potions. Hence, Dragon Origin crystals of different grades had different prices. The prices Shurfeng had announced were definitely low. Even so, the team sent Shurfeng scornful looks, feeling that Shurfeng was trying to rip them off. Although they were the guild's main force members, it was extremely difficult to collect so many GCPs. Eventually, Cola won the advanced Dragon Origin crystal, while Alluring Summer won the intermediate crystal. Among them, Alluring Summer had borrowed plenty of GCPs from Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud. After all, Alluring Summer had just recently joined the guild and had not participated in many dungeon raids or high-level guild quests yet, following which, Shurfeng passed the Dragon Soul Potion's production method to Cola and Alluring Summer. It was impossible for players to produce the Dragon Soul Potion. They needed to hire an NPC Grandmaster Alchemist to do it. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to find NPC Grandmasters. Fortunately, Shurfeng knew two places where they could find such NPCs. The first was Titan City. There, they could easily find a Grandmaster Alchemist. The second location was Blackwing City. However, to convince these NPC Grandmasters to help, they needed to raise their favorability with said NPCs. Once their favorability reached a sufficient level, they could make the Dragon Soul Potion. However, collecting the various required materials was a considerably challenging task as every material was extremely rare. Normally, only large guilds could get their hands on all these materials. It was extremely difficult for lone players or a team to gather what they needed in a short time. After Shurfeng finished distributing the Dragon Origin crystals, the team heard the shattering of glass from the center of the forging hall. Everyone spun to look. Suddenly, an orange pillar of light appeared in the forging hall. Did Fire Dance disable the trap? Chapter 1145. Treasure obtained. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1145. Treasure obtained. When they saw the pillar of orange light, the team grew excited. An inferior legendary treasure chest. They had never even known something like this existed. If they obtained a fragmented legendary item from it, their guild could enable one player's basic attributes to soar. No, the trap hasn't been disabled. Shurfeng realized that something was amiss when he saw the orange magic array on the ceiling, which formed from berserk mana. He had seen many players disable master traps in the past. However, not one of them ever drove mana berserk when successfully disabled. There was only one possibility for this: disabling the trap had failed. Fire Dance's expression twisted with guilt. However, before she could say anything, Shurfeng shouted, "Everyone, use your Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scrolls and withdraw. Then use your return scrolls to leave the arc." Normally, traps would enclose a certain area when triggered. However, there were also solutions to this problem. Before the trap fully activated, players could use instantaneous movement magic scrolls to get out of range. This had been a common method in the past. Unfortunately, it wasn't effective against traps that activated instantaneously. Fortunately, the trap before them was not an instantaneous type. Unfortunately, divine runes had already sealed the forging hall's doors, and players couldn't leave the hall normally. Using return scrolls to escape was also time-consuming. On the other hand, instantaneous movement magic scrolls didn't have an activation time. They could simply use the scroll to pass beyond the stone doors and leave the trap's effective area. Once they were out of the trap's range, they could use the return scroll to leave the arc safely. As for why Shurfeng had chosen to return to White River City, it was because he was not certain of what after effects triggering the forging hall's trap would have. On the off chance that the trap would also increase the danger outside of the arc, such as alerting the fallen patrols and luring them to the forging hall, the fallen Ark's inner region would become extremely dangerous. They could very easily team wipe listening to Shifeng's commands. Everyone retrieved the instantaneous movement magic scrolls they had prepared and left the forging hall. Eventually, only Shifeng remained. This was the perfect opportunity for Shifeng to steal the inferior legendary treasure chest. Now that the trap had triggered, there was nothing protecting the treasure chest. He could simply stash it in his bag space and leave. Only he had to deal with the trap's mechanisms while collecting the treasure chest. Once the trap finished its attack, it would return to its original state, and they would have to try disabling it all over again. Shifeng had considered simply triggering the trap and snatching the treasure chest, but he would have had to deal with the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses at the same time. His chances of success would have been extremely low. Now that the guards were dead, he could easily deal with the remaining challenges, following which, Shifeng used Wind Blade and dashed straight for the treasure chest. As he was about to reach the treasure chest, however, the orange magic array on the ceiling activated suddenly. Blood-red spears appeared in the air, one after another, every spear radiating a frightening aura. The numerous spears then rained down on the forging Hala destruction-type trap. Shifeng released a sigh of relief when he saw the descending spears. Immediately, he activated defensive blades, which allowed him to block over 10 attacks. As a result, Shifeng knocked the spears to the side before they even reached him. Meanwhile, Shifeng placed his hand on the inferior legendary treasure chest, trying to see if he could take it. After all, this was the first time he had encountered an inferior legendary treasure chest. Normally, players could simply walk away with a locked dark gold treasure chest. Only a minority of dark gold treasure chests had fixed locations. The instant Shifeng touched the treasure chest, the system replied. Although the treasure chest could be stored in his bag space, doing so required 8 seconds of channeling. However, defensive blades block counts would, at most, last 2 seconds against the blood-red spears. With absolute defense, which had a 5-second duration, he was 1 second shy of surviving for 8 seconds. Shifeng had no doubt that even one of these spears could kill him instantly. To hell with it. Shifeng decided to give it a try as he began the collection process. He refused to give up after coming this far. As the spears descended on Shifeng, as he anticipated, defensive blade only lasted slightly more than 2 seconds. Immediately after defensive blade's block counts were exhausted, Shifeng activated the aura of Earth's absolute defense. He then immediately switched to the aura of space. If he sensed that he no longer had hope of getting away with the treasure chest, he would leave instead of pointlessly throwing his life away. After all, he was 1 level away from the level 50 threshold. The seconds passed quickly. The inferior legendary treasure chest's loading bar advanced slowly. Sure enough, it's not enough. When Shifeng saw that absolute defense's duration had 1 second remaining while the loading bar needed at least 3 more seconds to complete, he could not help but sigh deeply. Pang. When absolute defense shattered and a blood-red spear was about to collide with Shifeng's head, a figure suddenly appeared above him. Phantom kill. Defensive blade. The doppelganger summoned with the abyssal blade's phantom kill possessed all the player's skills. Hence, the doppelganger had similarly learned Shifeng's life-saving skills. Pang. 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 As Shifeng listened to the crashing above him, his anxiety grew. The loading bar was 2 seconds away from completion. Quick. Move quickly. Shifeng was extremely anxious. This was his final hope. Just as the doppelganger's defensive blade block counts were about to expire, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification system. The inferior legendary treasure chest has been stored in your bag space. When Shifeng heard this sound, for the first time ever, he found the system's cold mechanical voice to be extremely sweet. Shifeng immediately activated space movement. A spatial tear opened before him. Although his doppelganger's defensive blade block counts had been exhausted, he could still use the doppelganger as a meat shield. Only, the instant one of the blood-red spears struck the doppelganger's HP hit rock bottom. The spears were just as powerful as Shifeng had guessed. However, the brief moment the doppelganger had bought him allowed Shifeng to enter the spatial tear and vanish from the forging hall. When the forging hall's trap had activated, the fallen Ark's inner region had descended into chaos. The fallen patrols in both the outer and inner regions had rushed towards the forging hall. Fortunately, Shifeng had instructed his team to use their return scrolls as soon as they got out. Otherwise, none of them would have left the fallen Ark alive. The Fire Dragon Empire's imperial capital. Due to a particular match in the Dark Arena today, players had swarmed into the Empire even before the match began. These players all wore dazzling weapons and equipment. Aside from spectating the upcoming match, many were here to participate in the Dark Arena's upcoming auction. Big Sis Rain, Miracle's people have asked to meet with you, Blue Phoenix softly reported as she entered the VIP room. Judging by their tone and words, it seems that they've discovered our relationship with Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although she knew that she couldn't hide the truth forever, she hadn't expected it to get out so quickly. Sighing, she said, Miracle is really quite fast with their investigations. Since they've found us out, let's meet with them. Chapter 1146. Purgatory Night. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1146. Purgatory Night. Flame Dragon City's underground arena. A group of level 40+ players surrounded the entrance. These players all wore pitch-black armor with a white cape draped over their shoulders. They looked like well-trained soldiers. When other players noticed these black-armored players, they promptly distanced themselves. Who are these people? They're blocking the underground arena and preventing others from entering. They're being too unreasonable. You've just arrived in the capital, so it's expected that you don't know. Could a super guild have laid claim over this underground arena? Far from that. Take a look at those players guarding the entrance. They're the security teams several super guilds have formed. They are all equipped with the Soul of Darkness, a level 40 fine gold set equipment. They're specifically tasked to guard this underground arena and prevent outsiders from entering. As expected of super guilds. Even a casual security team is so impressive. I've just reached level 40 after much difficulty, and I only have a few level 40 weapons and pieces of equipment, yet those guys are actually wearing level 40 fine gold sets. The nearby independent players weren't the only ones in awe. Even the members of the various large guilds invited to the Dark Arena were shocked. God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 37 right now, whereas expert players were at level 39 or level 40. Even large guilds' experts were fortunate to obtain a full set of level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment upon reaching level 40. As for a level 40 fine gold set equipment, that was simply a dream. Yet, among the super guild security teams, every one of them wore complete level 40 fine gold set equipment in God's Domain. It was far more difficult to gather a complete fine gold set equipment than it was to gather a set of dark gold equipment. Individual pieces of fine gold set equipment might not be a match for dark gold equipment in terms of basic attributes, but certain set effects were more important than some additional basic attributes. Hence, many players still used the level 30 fine gold set equipment they had collected even after level 40. For example, the level 40 Soul of Darkness set equipment's effects were so good that players could continue using it even after level 50. As players admired the security team's equipment, two cloaked women approached the entrance, attracting everyone's attention. Although these female players had hidden their appearance under a black cloak, players could tell by their elegant bodies that they were definitely beautiful. Meanwhile, when the security teams, which oozed with killing intent, saw these women, they immediately bowed and stood to the side, treating the women like queens. Who are those women? They've hidden their appearances and IDs with their black cloaks. Who could possibly recognize them? However, I believe that they are at least upper echelons from first-rate guilds. Otherwise, there's no way those security teams would treat them with so much respect. First-rate guild upper echelons? You sure are overestimating first-rate guilds. We're talking about the elite security teams that super guilds work together to form. Those people wouldn't even bat an eye if a first-rate guild's guild leader showed up. I'm guessing that they're the upper echelons from either super first-rate guilds or super guilds. I guess you're right. If I could enter the Dark Arena and get those security teams to treat me that respectfully, how wonderful would it be? Unless you manage to join a super guild and become one of the guild's apex experts, don't even think about getting their respect. As the crowd conversed, the two female players entered the underground arena. The instant these two players entered the establishment, an elegant beauty was there to greet them. This beauty wore a set of exquisite, gray mage robes and wielded a black, wooden staff. She also exuded a deathly aura. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this beauty was a level 42 summoner. Greetings, Phoenix Pavilion Master. I am Silent March, the Vice Commander of Miracle's Purgatory Legion, the somewhat evil-looking summoner said, smiling at Phoenix Rain. Our Vice Guild leader is already waiting in a VIP room on the 3rd floor. Allow me to lead the way. Phoenix Rain nodded in response, following which, Silent March led Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix to the underground arena's 3rd floor. Big Sis Phoenix, that summoner feels odd. The other summoners I've met all exuded a lively aura, yet her aura feels like death, Blue Phoenix whispered to her friend. While she is indeed a summoner, she also possesses the hidden class, Necromancer. She is one of the upstart geniuses Miracle has nurtured internally. Roughly over a year since her debut, she has already become the vice commander of one of Miracle's 3 trump card legions. You should be careful when you encounter her in the future. She might even be participating in the contest over Thunder Island, Phoenix Rain explained as she watched the female summoner before her hidden classes were no longer a secret in God's domain. The various large guilds already had a few experts that had hidden classes. While most guilds kept these experts secret, Silent March's hidden class was somewhat special, which made it practically impossible to keep hidden. Hence, the game's various major powers quickly discovered that she wielded the Necromancer hidden class, although Necromancers were somewhat similar to ordinary summoners, whereby both classes utilized summoned creatures to battle. The Necromancer class could summon far more monsters. As long as a Necromancer had enough mana, even summoning 100 undead would not be difficult. Although the undead were not as powerful as ordinary summoners' creatures, this gap could be made up with numbers. Necromancers were also stronger than ordinary summoners when it came to individual combat power. In addition, undead creatures had extremely high magic resistance. Aside from holy magical classes, Necromancers were magical classes' natural enemy. While Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix chatted quietly, Silent March led the two into a VIP room on the third floor. A valiant man in dark blue armor already sat in the room. Two other men stood behind him, an assassin and an elementalist. Both were level 42 and exuded extremely dangerous auras. Phoenix Rain blinked in surprise when she saw the assassin and elementalist. These two were Miracle's famous apex experts. The assassin was Star Streak, while the elementalist's name was Cleansed Maple. Both were generals in Miracle. When the Phoenix Pavilion had clashed with the guild, many of the pavilion's experts had died at the hands of these two players. They even nearly killed Martial Dragon. Based on the reports Phoenix Rain had received, these two were only a short distance away from reaching the domain realm. The valiant man in the chair looked at Phoenix Rain and smiled as he welcomed her. Phoenix Pavilion Master, long time no see. This valiant man had no aura whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt calm and harmless. However, Phoenix Rain would not dare to underestimate this man. This man was Thousand Miles, Miracle's second vice guild leader. He was also the Purgatory Legion's commander. Titled Purgatory Knight. Spit it out. What business do you have with me? Phoenix Rain felt nothing positive for Thousand Miles. After all, the two players had secretly clashed many times before. It was no exaggeration to say that they were mortal enemies. Must you be so angry? I simply want to cooperate today. Are you not interested in Thunder Island, Phoenix Pavilion Master? Thousand Miles smiled, ignoring Phoenix Rain's aggression. Hearing the man mention Thunder Island, Phoenix Rain's interest peaked. Cooperate in what way? Chapter 1147. Asura arrives. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1147. Asura arrives. Phoenix Rain's decisive reply slightly confused Thousand Miles. He had never expected such a straightforward answer from Phoenix Rain since joining God's domain. Miracle and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had butted heads numerous times in the Apocalypse Empire. Upon discovering Thunder Island, in particular, both sides suffered a ridiculous number of casualties as they faced each other in battle. Based on his estimates, each guild should have lost 200,000 or 300,000 elite players at this point. It was practically impossible for their guilds to sit down for a proper conversation. He had prepared various arguments to get Phoenix Rain to listen to his proposal. Now, however, it seemed that his preparation had been unnecessary. Immediately, Thousand Miles revealed an agreement and handed it to Phoenix Rain, saying, "Phoenix Pavilion Master, take a look at this." Receiving the agreement, Phoenix Rain glanced through its contents. The agreement was very simple. As long as the Asura battle team allowed the Evil Dragon battle team to win the match, Miracle would agree to a non-aggression pact with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion during the contest for Thunder Island. Phoenix Pavilion Master, what do you think about these conditions? I believe that you are familiar with the situation on Thunder Island. We are seeing more guilds preparing for the upcoming contest by the day. Both you and I are even struggling to ensure that we secure a single monster encampment. Clashing with each other on Thunder Island wouldn't benefit either of us to begin with. The Asura battle team has no chance of victory. You might as well hand the victory to the Evil Dragon battle team. You can gamble on our win and earn a fortune for yourself. We'll have the best of both worlds this way. What do you think? Currently, in preparation for the upcoming contest on Thunder Island, the various large guilds were tight on resources. In Thousand Miles' opinion, this proposal would benefit both his and Phoenix Rain's sides. While the Asura battle team had performed exceptionally in its previous match, in his opinion, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion must have contributed to the battle team's powerful weapons and equipment. Moreover, although Battle Wolves backed the Glorious Lions battle team, the guild had not placed much importance on the Dark Arena back then. Hence, the Asura battle team eventually defeated the Glorious Lions battle team. However, the Asura battle team's current opponent was the Evil Dragon battle team, which had Miracle's support. The Evil Dragon Battle Team received more benefits than the Glorious Lions Battle Team had. Not only were Miracle's apex experts on the team, but Miracle had also supplied a large stock of excellent weapons, equipment, and skill books. The Evil Dragons Battle Team far surpassed their current opponents in both number and quality of experts and items. The Asura Battle Team had no hope of victory. Hence, rather than struggling pointlessly, it was much better if the Asura Battle Team let the Evil Dragon Team win. If Phoenix Rain bet all of her resources on the Evil Dragon Battle Team winning, she could walk away with a massive fortune. With these resources, she could hire more helpers and increase her chances of obtaining a share of the authority over Thunder Island. The two guilds would also have a non-aggression pact. By agreeing to his proposal, Phoenix Rain could kill two birds with one stone. This is why you called me here? Phoenix Rain asked indifferently. That's right. It is very rare to see such a high payout rate in the Dark Arena. As long as the Evil Dragon Battle Team achieves a complete victory, you'll get 7 times the return. With this many resources, both our guilds will gain a foothold on Thunder Island, Thousand Miles said confidently. What if I refuse? Phoenix Rain said when she had signed the agreement with Shifeng, she had agreed that she wouldn't interfere with the Asura Battle Team. Shifeng only needed to send her half of the team's profits. Moreover, her main goal in establishing the Asura Battle Team was to compete for the position of the Dark Arena's host. Although Thousand Miles had presented his offer casually, the consequences of suffering an utter defeat in the Dark Arena included more than just losing a match normally. Battle teams only needed to win 8 out of 10 competitions to earn the right to challenge the host. However, to prevent guilds from deliberately manipulating a competition's results, any battle teams that suffered utter defeat were barred from the Dark Arena's competitions for a certain period. Moreover, the battle team's previous victories would be reset to 0. For example, after Asura had demolished the Glorious Lions Battle Team, even now, it was still banned from the competitions. Even after the ban lifted, the team's previous 2 wins would not be counted. However, the Dark Arena grew more intense with each passing day. Everyone wanted the spot of the Dark Arena's host. Moreover, due to the Mind Space system beginning its operation, the various corporations hungered for a share of the pie that was the Dark Arena. If one were only a participant, they could only take part in a competition once every few days or even weeks. Moreover, participants would only profit if they won. On the other hand, the host made a fortune on every competition, regardless of which team won. Although one could also spectate and bet resources on a competition, risks came with each gamble. Moreover, the host was no fool. For competitions with clear winners, the payout rates would be set extraordinarily low. Even if one won in a bet, they would win very little. It was far from what the winning battle team earned from their cuts of the bets in the end. However, the host earned more than anyone recently. The Dark Arena had begun to hold more competitions, and the number would continue to increase. One could just imagine how profitable it would be to become the Dark Arena's host. Hence, no battle team wished to lose. They especially wanted to avoid an utter defeat. Phoenix Pavilion Master, do you hate money that much? Thousand Smiles said, the warm smile on his face turning cold. The Asura Battle Team's loss is already set in stone. Is it really worth rejecting my offer to protect your reputation? If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to find the Dragon Pavilion Master and negotiate with him. I believe that he would be extremely interested in cooperating with us on Thunder Island. He would also be more than willing to tell the Great Pavilion Master about the Asura Battle Team. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not be willing to let you act so recklessly. He had already done his investigation and discovered that 9 Dragons Emperor had no relationship whatsoever with the Asura Battle Team. Phoenix Rain had established the team herself. However, while 9 Dragons Emperor could not interfere with the battle team, he could report Phoenix Rain to the Great Pavilion Master, the true ruler of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. At that time, Phoenix Rain would be forced into an awkward position. Are you threatening me? Phoenix Rain asked, her tone lowering slightly. No, this is just a kind warning, Thousand Miles said, smiling. He was unfazed by Phoenix Rain's angry reaction. Thank you for your warning, then. I have some matters to deal with, so I'll be leaving. Phoenix Rain glanced at Thousand Miles before turning to leave. If the secret of her owning the Asura Battle Team were exposed, and Heavenly Dragon and Miracle agreed to cooperate, her development in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would suffer. However, the setback wouldn't be so severe that she needed to fear the man's threats. As long as the operation on Thunder Island succeeded, her position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be unshakable. She really doesn't know how to appreciate a favor. Wrathful flames burned in Thousand Miles' eyes as he watched Phoenix Rain's departing figure. March, pass on the weapons and equipment we borrowed to Miracle Dragon and the others. Since this plan has failed, we'll proceed with the original plan. Originally, Thousand Miles had intended to secure a complete victory for the Evil Dragon battle team without exposing their true strength. After all, this would benefit them greatly in the upcoming competitions. Now that Phoenix Rain had rejected his proposal, he had no choice but to show her how powerless the Asura battle team was against the Evil Dragon battle team, forcing her to regret her decision. Understood. Silent March nodded and left the room. Time passed quickly. As more people arrived in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain desperately worked with her subordinates to learn more about the Evil Dragon battle team. At the same time, she used her connections to obtain some top-tier equipment for the Asura battle team. As the competition was about to begin, Blue Phoenix rushed into the VIP room. Phoenix Rain occupied. Big Sis Rain, Zero Wings members have arrived, but what? They've only sent 5 people this time. 5. Do they want to win this competition or not? Chapter 1148. Toy Around. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1148. Toy Around. In Flame Dragon City's underground arena, a large number of advanced carriages and high-ranking mounts crowded together outside the establishment. The hundreds of black-armored security members were currently confirming the players' invitations. I sent that person, the guild leader of the first-rate guild, Silver Knights? What is that mount? It's so huge. Crap. It's the epic rank glow effect. Which battle teams are participating in the Dark Arena this time? They have actually attracted so many amazing people. Both the independent players that had come to tour the Imperial capital and the guild players that wanted to take part in the Dark Arena were stunned by the scene in front of the underground arena. Normally, it was rare to see players atop high-ranked mounts in Flame Dragon City. Yet warhorses, cheetahs, tigers, lions, giant wolves, and various other powerful mounts now packed the street. It was a dazzling sight to behold. Aside from high-ranking mounts, players also saw various upper echelons from many of the large guilds. However, the most popular topic among these independent and guild players was the upper echelons' weapons and equipment in God's domain. Ordinary players even considered dark gold weapons and equipment godly items. However, in this gathering of guild upper echelons, such items were a dime a dozen. It was the epic items that attracted attention. The true reason for the upper echelons' visit was the Dark Arena's first-ever auction. Even the usually uninterested large guilds had shown up, curious about what items the auction had to offer. After all, the Dark Arena's host had organized the auction. The host certainly wouldn't offer inferior goods as it would soil their reputation. Moreover, the Dark Arena's host had already announced that the auction would include an epic item. Even first-rate guilds had a few epic items at most, with some only having 1 or 2. These guilds treasured every one of their epic items and used them to attract new and independent players. Aside from super guilds and super first-rate guilds, the majority that had been invited were first-rate guilds. There were also a select few second-rate guilds, famous adventurer teams, and famous independent apex experts. Those who received an invitation card could also bring a few companions. In fact, many of the large guilds' upper echelons, who had not received an invitation themselves, had tagged along with first-rate guild upper echelons. Hence, so many large guilds had come to visit the Dark Arena. The guilds without their own epic items were eager to purchase the epic item in the auction. Among this gathering of experts, a party of 6 suddenly appeared. This party was particularly eye-catching as they stood in the crowd. Wow! Which guild do they belong to? They are all wearing epic items. They're even more impressive than the guild leaders from first-rate guilds. Wait, they aren't from a guild. Look. None of them are wearing guild emblems. The players were stunned as they gazed at this party of 6. Even the many upper echelons grew curious about these players' identities. Not only did every member of the party possess epic equipment, but their levels were also astonishing high. All 6 of them were level 43. In the Fire Dragon Empire, these people could definitely rank within the top 10 on the Empire's ranking list. Currently, only the first and second-ranked players were level 43. Even if one counted those who had chosen not to display their names on the ranking list, the Empire didn't have more than 5 players who had reached level 43. Big Sis Endless. So many people are staring at us. Should we use our black cloaks? Cloud Yarn asked. She felt that they were attracting too much attention. At this rate, they might be noticed by those with ill will. No need. We're here to build the Midnight Tea Party's fame. With this, we can find more people to conduct business with. Paying no attention to the gazes sent her way, Endless Scars led her companions into the Dark Arena today. She had 3 goals for her visit. The first was to watch the match between Zero Wing and Miracle, the second was to take part in the auction, and the third was to find qualified superpowers to discuss business. Obviously, the guild players crowding the underground arena's entrance didn't meet her requirements. There were simply too many people entering the Dark Arena. Hence, The host had created 2 paths to enter the venue. One was a VIP path for the various superpowers, while the other had been prepared for the various large guilds. Very few representatives from the various superpowers would visit the Dark Arena, so there was no need for these people to wait in line to enter the venue. Meanwhile, the normal path for large guilds saw a lot of traffic, so people using that path had to line up. In Endless Scars's opinion, none of the large guilds in line qualified to discuss business opportunities with her. Most importantly, none of them were strong enough. Naturally, she would not waste her time on these guilds. Instead, she led the few Midnight Tea Party members that had joined her to the VIP path. Seeing the path Endless Scars's group took, the various large guild upper echelons, who had wanted to introduce themselves to the party, revealed bitter smiles. They also dismissed their thoughts of targeting these players' epic items. Those capable of entering via the VIP path had to be closely related to God's domain super guilds, regardless of if they were independent players or not. Otherwise, they wouldn't have received a VIP invitation card. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room on the underground arena's 3rd floor, Abandoned Wave sat by a window. As he quietly observed the bet displayed above the arena outside, he could not help but grin. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. As long as the Evil Dragon battle team achieves a complete victory, Blackwater will earn back all of its previous losses with interest. Abandoned Wave said before he began to laugh. Although some people had learned that Miracle backed the Evil Dragon's battle team, which decreased the payout rates from 1 to 3 to 1 to 1.5, the payout rate for complete victory remained 1 to 8. Suddenly, Laughing Drunkard entered the room and reported, "Guild leader, Miss Xianxia has arrived. Should we greet her? Go greet her for me. If possible, borrow some precious materials from her. Tell her that I'll pay her back by 3-fold later," Abandoned Wave instructed. After considering the matter, he did not particularly value Ling Jingxian. After all, she didn't possess any authority in the Blackwater Corporation. There was no need to fawn over her. However, as Ling Jingxian was still a person of considerably high status, he had to show some respect. Understood, Laughing Drunkard replied, bowing before taking his leave. Inside another VIP room in the underground arena, Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw Shifeng's group take their seats below the competition stage. They really only sent 5 people. Phoenix Rain couldn't believe her eyes. Just what is Zero Wing planning? She simply could not figure out what Shifeng was trying to do. Was the man trying to provoke the Evil Dragon battle team? Or was he trying to conserve his team's strength? Although other battle teams had pulled off such a stunt before, those battle teams were extremely powerful. Those battle teams were absolutely confident in defeating their opponents. Hence, they felt that there was no need to expose the identities of their other members. However, the Evil Dragon battle team was no ordinary team. It had the full support of Miracle. Its overall strength was much higher than the Glorious Lions battle team. However, it was too late for Phoenix Rain to do anything. Both teams' rosters had already been submitted. It was impossible to make any changes now. Moreover, the first match was about to begin. Most laughably, the Asura battle team had decided to send Alluring Summer into the first match, someone whom Phoenix Rain had met only once before. Phoenix Rain had no information about the woman. This Phoenix Rain really is interesting. Has she finally realized the gap between our teams? Thousand Miles sneered as he watched the Asura battle team's 5 members. Unfortunately, it is too late now. March. Go ahead and join the others. Also, tell Miracle Dragon and the others to toy around with the Asura battle team properly. Teach them how wide the gap is between our team's strengths. Understood. Silent March replied, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Chapter 1149. Condition for opening the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1449. Condition for opening the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. The massive dark arena was packed with people, and everyone wore astonished expressions as they stared at the stage for this competition. The Asura battle team had only sent 5 players. What's the Asura battle team trying to do? Could they trying for another complete victory? That shouldn't be the case. Even if the Asura battle team has nothing but fools, they must know that the Evil Dragon battle team is no longer the same as it was. Miracle now leads the team. Although Miracle is only a super first-rate guild, it even has stronger and more experts than some super guilds. I think they're deliberately trying to lose. Now that Miracle has taken over the Evil Dragon battle team, the battle team's strength has transformed tremendously. The Asura battle team must have recognized that they are no match for Evil Dragon and decided to send 5 members to conserve their strength for the next match. Every player in the audience had their own opinions. However, the majority was of the opinion that the Asura battle team intended to preserve its strength, yet they couldn't just throw away their reputation by handing over a complete victory. Hence, they had sent 5 members. As long as they won one of the first 3 matches, they wouldn't have too many issues after all. The information they had collected clearly stated that the Asura battle team only a handful of powerful experts. This only gave the team a fighting chance in the first 3 matches. Once the competition proceeded to the final 2 matches, the Asura battle team had no hope of victory. More players began to place their bets on the Evil Dragon battle team's victory. Because of this, the competition's payout ratio changed again. While the payout rate for the Asura battle team's victory was 1-2, the payout rate in favor of the Evil Dragon battle team plummeted. However, the payout rate for either team achieving a complete victory remained the same. Meanwhile, in a VIP room on the 2nd floor. Big Sis Endless. Who do you think we should bet on? Cloud Yarn asked hesitantly. The other Midnight Tea Party members similarly looked towards Endless Scars in hopes of predicting the victor in their adventurer team. Endless Scars was the most capable when it came to deducing others' strengths. Oftentimes, when their team members sparred, Endless Scars knew the outcome even before it began. They also intended on participating in the upcoming auction. It was better to have a little more money in their pocket. Stop trying to be devious. We don't have any concrete information about either team right now. It's impossible to judge which team will win. Endless Scars rolled her eyes at her companions. Slowly she continued, everyone must assume that Zero Wing has no hope of winning. After all, the gap between both sides is simply too massive. However, Zero Wing is not as simple as they think. Let's just observe this battle. Had she not encountered Zero Wing at the Fallen Ark, she definitely would have assumed that the Evil Dragon battle team would win this competition. After all, Miracle had borrowed plenty of epic items from other guilds to secure victory. In addition, Miracle had dispatched its own apex experts to support the Evil Dragon battle team. It was simply impossible for Zero Wing to win. While the Asura battle team prepared below the stage, Shifeng received a call from Phoenix Rain team leader Yifeng. Does Zero Wing intend to give up this competition? Phoenix Rain asked grumpily. She had rejected 1,000 Miles' offer. She had also put her trust in Zero Wing while shouldering the pressure from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's great pavilion master. Yet the Asura battle team only had 5 members on the stage. This made her look like a joke before 1,000 Miles, 9 Dragons Emperor, and the great pavilion master. If the Asura battle team suffered utter defeat, her plans for Thunder Island would likely be finished as well. Currently, the number of superpowers contesting over Thunder Island increased by the day. Meanwhile, the great pavilion master disagreed with the idea of splitting the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's power in the contest. He believed that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion and Phoenix Pavilion should work together to increase their chances of taking control of Thunder Island. If her performance in the Dark Arena disappointed the great pavilion master, the latter would hand the Phoenix Pavilion's management rights to 9 Dragons Emperor. She wouldn't be in a favorable position. Give up? Shifeng chuckled. He more or less understood why Phoenix Rain had asked such a question. Phoenix Pavilion Master. We haven't given up. We just couldn't find enough capable experts, so we had no choice but to send 5 people. Shifeng wasn't happy with the situation, either. However, he had no other choice when he had obtained the inferior legendary treasure chest. It should have been a cause for celebration. Unfortunately, none of them expected the strict conditions for opening the treasure chest. Even Shifeng had been surprised. Opening the treasure chest actually required 3,000 players. The condition was very simple. One needed to send 3,000 players into the inferior legendary treasure chest. These players would then have to clear the trials inside. The treasure chest would only open after all 3,000 players cleared their trials. To ensure their success with opening the inferior legendary treasure chest, Shifeng had gathered every expert in the guild, supplementing the missing numbers with the guild's top elite players. However, he had never thought that, upon entering the chest, the players would be sent to separate trials. Moreover, players inside couldn't contact those in the outside world. They couldn't log out of the game, either. There were only 2 ways to leave the treasure chest. The first method was to clear one's trial. The second was to wait for 48 hours. Once the time was up, players would be sent out of the treasure chest automatically. Unfortunately, if even one player failed their trial, they wouldn't be able to open the inferior legendary treasure chest. Among those who entered the treasure chest, Shifeng had performed the best. Even so, it had taken him over 8 hours to clear his trial. While inside, he had fought many monsters, with each being stronger than the last. It felt as if the trial were pushing players to surpass their limits with each battle. After Shifeng, Violet Cloud, fire dance, gentle snow, and alluring summer emerged from the treasure chest, one after another. However, even Violet Cloud, who had been the fastest among the four, had needed over 14 hours to clear her trial, whereas alluring summer, who had been the slowest, had taken 16 hours. Everyone else was still stuck inside the inferior legendary treasure chest. As the competition in the Dark Arena was about to begin, Shifeng had no choice but to lead Violet Cloud and the others to the venue first. While Shifeng had considered looking for substitutes on the way here, he simply couldn't think of anyone suitable for the role. Aside from his group of 5, there wasn't even one level 40+ expert player in the guild. They were all trapped inside the treasure chest. If he brought anyone below level 40 to the Dark Arena, they'd become a laughingstock. Couldn't find enough capable experts. Phoenix Rain was speechless. She even began to wonder if Shifeng was toying with her. However, seeing Shifeng's serious expression, the man should not be lying. It was quite possible that Shifeng knew how powerful the evil dragon battle team was. If that were the case, it wasn't unexpected that he couldn't find enough people capable of challenging the battle team. Since they had no hope of winning the final 2 3-versus-3 matches, there was no point in leading the rest of the members here. It was safer to bet everything they had on the first 3 matches. I understand. It will be all right if you don't win this competition. I just hope that you don't allow the evil dragon battle team to look down on the Asura battle team, Phoenix Rain softly advised Shifeng. Although their chances of defeat were high, as long as they won 2 of the first 3 matches, their defeat would be glorious in the eyes of outsiders. At that time, she could better explain herself to the great pavilion master. As for achieving another complete victory, in Phoenix Rain's opinion, that was impossible. There were 2 monster-like experts on the evil dragon battle team's roster. They even had the Witch of the West holding down the fort. It would be a miracle if the Asura battle team weren't utterly annihilated. Chapter 1150. Absolute Combat Power Control. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1150. Absolute Combat Power Control. As Phoenix Rain tried to console him, Shifeng realized that she had definitely misunderstood something. However, he also wasn't in a good position to explain the situation. After all, he could not reveal why he hadn't found any suitable fighters. The inferior legendary treasure chest was of utmost importance. Although it might not make him the enemy of every guild in the game like the city building order would, super first-rate guilds and super guilds would dispatch a large number of experts to steal the treasure chest. The various superpowers would repeatedly assassinate Zero Wing's upper echelons. This is the latest information I've gathered about the evil dragon battle team. Take a look, Phoenix Raid said before forwarding the file she had received from Blue Phoenix to Shifeng. Although they hadn't uncovered much information about the enemy battle team's members due to time constraints, it could still help Shifeng form a proper strategy for the competition. Hasn't Miracle invested a little too much into this competition? Shifeng was speechless after looking through the files. It would have been fine if Miracle only sent the sword freak, Miracle Dragon. However, Shifeng hadn't expected Miracle to dispatch the assassin Starstreak, who wielded the title Speedstar. Both players were bona fide monster-like experts. However, the name on the evil dragon battle team's roster that confused Shifeng the most had to be the Witch of the West. Alice. Everyone in the virtual gaming world recognized the title the Witch of the West. Currently, the Witch ranked 21st on the God's Domain experts list. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's martial dragon was known as an absolute genius that only appeared once a decade. Before even reaching the age of 30, Martial Dragon had grasped a domain. Meanwhile, based on what Shifeng knew, Alice held the record for the youngest person to grasp a domain. Many super guilds had attempted to recruit Alice. In the end, however, Miracle had paid a high price for her membership. Aside from Miracle's core upper echelons, no one knew exactly what conditions the Witch of the West had demanded after Alice had joined God's Domain. Despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion trying its best to uncover information about her, the pavilion had only managed to find minor, irrelevant facts. The only crucial information they discovered was that, shortly after God's Domain had launched, Alice had successfully killed 3 of the secret pavilion's apex experts in a row. After that incident, the secret pavilion had pushed Alice to the 21st position on the God's Domain experts list. The secret pavilion had only provided a brief explanation of the battle that day. The pavilion had not released any concrete information or battle videos. Many apex experts had been displeased and felt that the secret pavilion's judgment had been biased. These experts all rushed to challenge Alice. However, these challenges' outcomes had silenced any objections. Many of these people had even decided to join Miracle afterward. The situation had sparked many super guilds' curiosity. Although Shifeng did not know what had happened, he knew that the Witch of the West was extremely frightening in the past. The Witch of the West had been most well known for her absolute combat power control. It was a unique combat technique that had been tailored for Alice in the past. One had been considered an ordinary expert if they could exert 50% of their total combat power. As for second-rate experts, they were capable of exerting at least 60% of their combat power. First-rate experts could exert 70%, top-tier experts could exert 80%, peak experts could exert over 85%, and apex experts could exert over 90% of their combat power. Meanwhile, the Witch of the West could display 100% of her total combat power. Even domain realm experts would struggle to reach such heights. With these three great experts on the Evil Dragon battle team, it was no wonder why Phoenix Rain doubted that the Asura battle team had any chance of victory while Shurfeng plotted a strategy to deal with the enemy roster. The system announced both teams' rosters to the audience. Crap, the Sword Freak is here. I've been one of his loyal fans for a long time. Is the Evil Dragon battle team holding an all-star competition? Sword Freak, Speedstar, Witch of the West. No wonder why the Asura battle team only sent 5 people. They must have given up, knowing that they'd lose for sure. What a bunch of cowards. They aren't even putting up a fight. The audience gasped in shock when they saw the Evil Dragon battle team's roster. Although they had already heard rumors that Miracle now supported the battle team, they had never imagined that the super first-rate guild would provide so much support. The crowd could not help but shiver with excitement when they saw the names on the Evil Dragon battle team's roster. Compared to the Evil Dragon battle team, the previous teams were simply weaklings. Uncle Yuan, has Miracle lost its mind? It actually sent so many of its peak experts. Purple Jade frowned when she saw the Evil Dragon battle team's roster. The various super guilds were treating the Dark Arena like a playground. They would not take the competitions here seriously and expose their expert strengths. However, the combatants that Miracle had dispatched spoke volumes of how seriously the guild took the Dark Arena. It was likely that only teams with the backing of super first-rate guilds and super guilds had any chance of contending with the Evil Dragon battle team. Other guild and major corporation battle teams shouldn't even consider taking a team like that down. Jade, don't forget that the mind space system has officially activated. Miracle is most likely growing restless and trying to obtain as many resources as it can as quickly as possible. As the Dark Arena takes shape, it's becoming an excellent source of income. Miracle will start taking the competitions here seriously, Yuan Tixin said. Miracle's actions hadn't surprised him in the least. It's unfortunate that Zero Wing still doesn't have enough experts and can't participate in a competition of this level yet. However, at least we have not wasted our trip, since we'll get to watch a few interesting matches and gain a deeper understanding of the Evil Dragon battle team. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room on the second floor, over a dozen people lounged in the VIP room, and every one of them was level 41 or above. Among them, the tall, mighty man in the lead was a level 42 berserker and carried a pitch-black greatsword across his back. If Shurfeng saw this man, he would recognize this level 42 berserker as Everlasting War. Sitting around Everlasting War were the Glorious Lions reserve members. They all gaped as they stared at the roster over the stage. Vice team leader, we specifically came all the way here to watch the Asura battle team in action, but at this rate, won't the Evil Dragon battle team annihilate Asura? That's right. If the Evil Dragon battle team secures a complete victory, our Glorious Lions' reputation will plummet, since the Asura battle team defeated us. Alright, enough. We're simply here to watch the competition. If the Asura battle team is utterly defeated, this can only mean that they aren't improving fast enough. In that case, we simply need to defeat the Evil Dragon battle team to redeem ourselves. Everlasting War strictly reprimanded his team after hearing the reserve members' concerns. The Glorious Lions had suffered a complete defeat against the Asura battle team. Losing that competition had dealt Everlasting War a massive mental blow. He had never imagined that Shurfeng and the others would be so powerful. Since then, he had finally understood that there was always someone better. In the past, he and his team members were too ignorant and thought of themselves as experts. Henceforth, they had trained desperately and improved themselves. Today, he and his team had come to gain a proper understanding of the Asura battle team. Unfortunately, they hadn't expected the battle team to be so outmatched. Deep down, though, Everlasting War still hoped that the Asura battle team would win. With this, defeating the Asura battle team in a future rematch would have more meaning. Below the stage, in the Evil Dragon battle team's resting area, Miracle Dragon glanced at the Asura battle team's roster before turning to look at the distant Shurfeng. When he noticed the swordsman's calm expression, he could not help his disappointment. And here I thought that he would be a formidable rival. Now, it seems he's just a coward, Miracle Dragon said contemptuously. March, I'll let you arrange the matchups. There's no reason to take an opponent that has already surrendered seriously. Understood. Since they are sending an elementalist into the first match, I'll volunteer to fight, Silent March suggested. Fine. However, I forbid you from messing around too much. Just toy with the opponent a little. Do not expose too much of your strength. We need to ensure that we'll progress towards challenging the host, Miracle Dragon instructed. Silent March nodded in response. She then walked up the stage. Chapter 1151. Peak Class. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1151. Peak Class. The moment Silent March took to the stage, cheers erupted around the arena. They're restarting the first match with the Purgatory Legion's vice commander? Miracle really is merciless. I heard that she has the Necromancer class and can summon skeletons with high magic resistance. The Asura battle team's elementalist is in trouble. Trouble? More like a tragedy. Magical classes fear close range more than anything. Elementalists are no exception. A necromancer can summon dozens of undead without much trouble. An elementalist has no chance against an army of undead. The audience was comprised of large guild upper echelons and expert players. They were all familiar with various news and details in God's domain. Hence, they were all familiar with the Purgatory Legion's Silent March. Not only was Silent March the vice commander of one of Miracle's trump card legions, but she also wielded a hidden class. Due to her status, the various large guilds had investigated the woman and had come to understand just how powerful the Necromancer class was. The Necromancer was a peak hidden class that had almost no weaknesses. The class was incredibly powerful in every aspect. A fight between a Necromancer and an ordinary class would simply be one-sided. When Phoenix Rain, who watched from a VIP room, saw the Evil Dragon battle team's representative for the first match, a shade fell over her white, unblemished skin. They using one of their secret weapons in the first match. 1,000 Miles is really taking this seriously. Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw Silent March's gray, gemstone staff. When she had previously met Silent March, the latter had carried a Blackwood staff. Based on her estimates, that Blackwood staff should have only been a top-tier dark gold staff, yet Silent March had changed her equipment, wielding a new staff now. Normally, this was considered a huge PvP taboo. After all, it was impossible to use an unfamiliar weapon to its fullest potential without some practice. Despite knowing this, Silent March had switched weapons. There could only be one possibility for such a decision. Silent March's current staff must be far superior to her prior weapon. Needless to say, the gemstone staff was certainly an epic staff. Moreover, the Necromancer had replaced more than her weapon. She had also switched out 2 pieces of her old equipment. Furthermore, as Silent March was the Purgatory Legion's vice commander, Miracle should have given her at least 1 epic item. To begin with, in other words, Silent March had at least 3 epic items on her. Phoenix Rain's frown deepened as the Phoenix Pavilion's pavilion master. She knew full well that epic items provided more than just a massive attribute boost. Epic items also came with powerful skills and effects. Although Phoenix Rain did not know how strong Alluring Summer was, in terms of equipment, the Elementalist was no match for Silent March. The fact that Silent March had earned the position of vice commander in one of Miracle's 3 trump card legions showed that her combat standard was at the flowing water realm at the very least, which meant she was capable of reading her opponents. Her Necromancer class only further bolstered her combat power. Even against a Void Realm expert with the same quality of weapons and equipment, Silent March had a chance of emerging victorious. As Phoenix Rain despaired over the upcoming fight, Alluring Summer approached the stage. Currently, Alluring Summer wore a black cloak. No one could see her current level or equipment. Only her face was visible. However, many among the audience gasped upon seeing her beauty. Alluring Summer's aura was also a stark contrast to Silent March. As if one described Silent March's aura as dark and deathly, then Alluring Summer's was light and vital. Who is this beauty? Why haven't I seen her in the Asura battle team's files before? Is she Asura's secret trump card? How can that be possible? I check for any information about this beauty. She doesn't have any battle records at all. She's likely a newcomer that the Asura battle team is trying to cultivate. They might have let her tag along to gain experience. When Alluring Summer appeared, the audience's attention shifted to her. Although the Asura battle team's defeat was already certain, it was still worth taking note of the team's members. After all, the Asura battle team had secured a total victory against the Glorious Lions. The battle team was still quite powerful. It just hadn't been as lucky this time. Since a new face had joined the Asura battle team, it was only natural that everyone paid attention to her. Silent March smiled as she watched the Elementalist approach the stage. Giggling, she said, "I'm sure you've already discovered that I'm a necromancer. Rest assured, I won't summon a bunch of undead to fight you. Think of it as adding a little more fun to the match. I have to thank you for that then. However, I advise you to go all out from the very beginning. Otherwise, this fight will be over very quickly, Alluring Summer said, smiling. Her sweet smile could even melt snow. Is that so? I'll listen to your suggestion, then. Very soon, I'll show everyone what despair looks like on your face. Silent March sneered. Originally, she had planned to toy with Alluring Summer for a bit. However, she had just changed her mind. Although the audience couldn't hear the conversation between the two women, when they saw the smiles on the women's faces, they somehow felt chills crawl down their spines. The timer above the stage began to count down 5, 4, 3. Once the countdown began, the audience members focused on the stage, their heart rates increasing. Unlike a duel between ordinary players, experts would descend into a rapid battle as soon as the fight began, pushing their bodies to the limits. If one wanted to view and understand the fight clearly, one needed to pay careful attention. The instant the timer ended, Silent March took action. The necromancer started off by chanting an incantation, her free hand writing one line of runes after another. Her writing was so fast that no one could even see her hand's shadow. Shortly after, a gray magic array formed beside Silent March, stupefying the spectators. Crap. Triple casting. Is she even human? As expected of the Purgatory Legion's vice commander, her strength is absurd. Single casting was already difficult for ordinary players. If a spell's incantation and runes were not chanted and written properly, the spell would be significantly weaker. Extremely few experts were capable of double casting. Not only did players need to get the chant and runes of both spells correct when double casting, but players also needed to be fast. Players needed to complete the chants and runes for both spells within a short time. Otherwise, the system would determine the spell's casting time to be too long, and the system would interrupt the cast. All magical class players dreamed of being able to triple cast. It wasn't something that could be achieved through hard work alone. One needed to be talented. Once a magical class player grasped triple casting, their strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Fighting a triple caster was like fighting 3 players at once. Moreover, these 3 players would cooperate seamlessly. While everyone was shocked by Silent March's triple casting, Alluring Summer revealed that she could double cast. Unfortunately, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Cry out in despair. Silent March revealed a sinister expression as she sneered at Alluring Summer. She then raised her staff and pointed it toward the sky. Immediately, a black magic array appeared above the fighters, covering half of the stage. Tier 1 curse, Call of Death. A magic array had also appeared beneath Alluring Summer's feet, with chains bones sprouting from the magic array to wrap around the elementalist. Tier 1 spell, Bone Imprisonment. Meanwhile, sharp spears appeared around Silent March, aimed for Alluring Summer. This was the Tier 1 spell, White Bone Spears. What a pity. This match is going to end as soon as it began, Silent March taunted, smiling gleefully. She then swung her staff and shouted, "Disappear!" The 6 bone spears shot straight for the immobilized elementalist. Chapter 1152. Staff vs. Staff. _1000 miles, who relaxed in a VIP room on the 3rd floor, frowned as he watched the scene on the stage. In a reprimanding tone he muttered, "March is taking this too seriously. She should have at least let Alluring Summer struggle. What is the point of an instant win?" The Evil Dragon battle team did not simply want to defeat the Asura battle team. More importantly, they aimed for a complete victory. If they won the first match so easily, it would likely affect the payout rate for the Evil Dragon battle team's complete victory. He had reminded Silent March to toy with her opponent, creating a misconception for the audience that a complete victory wouldn't be so easy for them. Maple, notify Miracle Dragon and the others right away. Have them ease up a little during the next 2 matches. Understood. The Elementalist, cleansed Maple, immediately sent Miracle Dragon a message. When Silent March revealed her ability to triple cast, not only had she stunned the guild upper echelons watching, but she had also shocked the experts from the various superpowers in the 3rd floor VIP rooms. Is this Silent March a spellcasting genius? Blue Phoenix couldn't believe her eyes. Although she too knew how to triple cast, doing so was far more difficult than ordinary people could imagine. The higher a spell's tier was, the more incantations and runes its casting required. After training arduously, she could only cast 2 Tier 1 spells and 1 Tier 0 spell simultaneously, yet Silent March had cast a Tier 1 curse and 2 Tier 2 spells at the same time. While both were capable of triple casting, the difference between them was massive. Tier 0 spells were no threat to a Tier 1 player. Normally, These spells were only used as a distraction, in other words. One of her 3 attacks was negligible. Ordinary experts could generally complete 2 tasks at once. Thus, defending against 2 attacks wasn't difficult. Her opponents only needed to defend against her Tier 1 spells, ignoring her Tier 0 spell altogether. The most a Tier 0 spell could do was deal some minor damage. If an ordinary expert fought her, as long as they were careful, they could even find an opportunity to counterattack and turn the tables. However, of the 3 spells Silent March used, 2 were significant threats, while 1 could deal a killing blow. While ordinary experts could survive against her for some time, Silent March would kill them instantly. Big Sis Endless, Silent March is amazing. Her triple casting can almost rival yours. Cloud Yarn stated, surprised as she watched the stage. She had never imagined that anyone else could reach Endless Scar's standards. She is indeed. However, she is nowhere near as powerful as Endless yet, the team leader Breeze Wine said as he rolled his eyes at Cloud Yarn. Slowly he explained, Endless relies on her own abilities to cast 3 Tier 1 spells. That woman, on the other hand, is relying on her staff. Her staff. Cloud Yarn grew confused. That's right. That staff is the Crimson Emperor Guild's treasured staff, the Magician's Scepter. This staff has a special effect that provides a 20% error adjustment when spellcasting, Breezewine explained as he gazed at the gemstone staff in Silent March's hand. Enviously he said, Magician's Scepter can improve a magical class's spellcasting tremendously. In the hands of someone like Silent March, that weapon is even more magnificent. Unless that alluring summer can reach Endless standards, this fight won't have any meaning. Meanwhile, above the stage, the 6 bone spears transformed into 6 streaks of white light that arrived before alluring summer instantly. Everyone locked on to the elementalist's vital points. Even without bone imprisoment's restraints, alluring summer couldn't escape the bone spear's attacks and scathed die. Silent March sneered, pang, pang, pang. As the spears were about to strike alluring summer, a layer of ice appeared around the elementalist, encasing her. Not only had ice barrier removed bone imprisonment, but it had also deflected the bone spears. As for the level 42 Lord rank skeleton knight that Silent March had summoned, it could only watch the elementalist helplessly. Not a bad decision. Unfortunately, ice barrier is an elementalist's most powerful life-saving skill. You can only use it once in this match. What are you going to do once the spell's duration ends? Silent March asked contemptuously. She wielded the Magician's Scepter as well as a peak legacy. She could even challenge a domain realm expert, not to mention alluring summer. However, as Silent March was about to cast another series of spells, she discovered something off about the mana flow above the stage. She tilted her head back to look. The moment she looked up, however, she was startled. A massive blue magic array gradually formed above the stage. This array was no weaker than her Tier 1 curse. The audience was similarly stunned by this sight. What a decisive move. Even a fool could tell that the magic array was a large-scale destruction spell. Large-scale destruction spells did not differentiate between friend and foe. Everyone within the spell's range was free game. However, Ice Barrier was a life-saving skill that gave its user invulnerability during its duration. Alluring Summer could easily endure her own spell. However, summoners did not have invulnerability skills. If Silent March couldn't defend herself against the large-scale destruction spell, she would definitely die. Boom. 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 As one lightning strike descended after another, over half of the stage had transformed into an electric hell. Even Silent March could not escape the spell's range in time. After the thunderstorm had passed, the battlefield was unrecognizable. Alluring Summer finally emerged from her ice barrier as everyone assumed that Silent March was dead. The instant Alluring Summer's ice barrier vanished, the previously summoned skeleton knight charged out of the smoke and slashed its long sword at the elementalist. Instinctively, Alluring Summer used her blink skill and instantly appeared 15 yards away from her original position, avoiding the skeleton knight's chop. Yuri still alive? Alluring Summer was slightly surprised when she saw Silent March reveal herself from the smoke clouds. The necromancer appeared completely unharmed. Her expression, however, was much darker than before. Good. You are the first person to force me to use my legacy life-saving skill. As a reward, I'll teach you the true meaning of despair. Silent March growled coldly as she stared at Alluring Summer in God's domain. While summoners did not possess any life-saving skills that provided invulnerability, necromancers did. The skill's name was Shield of Death. She had kept this trump card hidden. However, Alluring Summer had forced her to expose it. As soon as Silent March finished speaking, she began to chant once more. At the same time, She controlled the Skeleton Knight to attack Alluring Summer. Alluring Summer was forced to dodge the Skeleton Knight's attacks while interrupting Silent March's casting with ice spears. However, Silent March blocked the incoming attacks with Bone Wall Rise, my undead army. As Silent March finished the last verse, skeleton warriors pulled themselves from the ground before her. Some of the warriors wielded long swords and shields, while others wielded battle axes and some had bows. In the blink of an eye, a small legion had appeared before Silent March. Although the majority of the small legion consisted of level 42 common-ranked skeleton warriors, as undead's magic resistance was quite high, even cannon fodder could prove to be troublesome for an elementalist. Furthermore, among the 60-plus skeleton warriors, there were even a few level 42 elite-ranked skeleton warriors equipped with good equipment. This move was none other than Necromancer's trademark skill. Undead Legion. As Silent March's Undead Legion was still a Tier 1 skill, it could only summon 60 common-ranked skeleton warriors with a chance to summon elites. Upon reaching Tier 2, however, the Necromancer could summon 100 elite-ranked skeleton warriors with a chance to summon special elites. Everyone fell silent as the skeleton warriors filled the stage. Even MT classes like Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors felt chills crawl down their spines. This numerical advantage was overwhelming. You want to fight as a group? Alluring Summer revealed a joyful smile as she grinned at the Undead Legion before her. Come then. Saying so, Alluring Summer stored her original staff and retrieved a black scythe from her bag. There were extremely intricate skulls and magical patterns engraved on the scythe. At a glance, it looked like the Grim Reaper signature weapon. This staff was none other than the staff that dropped from one of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses' Death's Sigh. Chapter 1153. One-Sided Bullying. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1153. One-Sided Bullying. When Alluring Summer replaced her staff, her aura began to transform. If Alluring Summer had been akin to the warm sun before, then now, she was cold like the moon. Moreover, her aura wasn't the only thing that had transformed. A faint layer of gray fog had also appeared around her, obscuring her from sight. Is that a staff? Why does it look more like a melee weapon? Rather than an elementalist, the crowd thought Alluring Summer looked like a god of death. That weapon is giving off such a powerful impression. I bet it's an epic weapon. It's a pity that there isn't much point to switching weapons right now. With so many skeleton warriors and the Skeleton Knight, she doesn't have a chance. Silent March is waiting for an opportunity on the other side of the stage, too. I know, right? The Necromancer class is simply broken in a one-on-one fight. Although the spectators had realized that Alluring Summer's new weapon was quite powerful, a single weapon could not change this battle's outcome. After all, the difference between the fighters' strengths was simply too vast. Watching up to this point, the upper echelons from the various large guilds finally realized just how terrifying a peak class could be. Unlike the rest of the audience, however, Endless Scars, sitting in one of the VIP rooms, carefully observed Death's Sigh in Alluring Summer's hands. The more she observed the weapon, the more her interest grew. Breeze Wine was also staring at Death's Sigh, his expression growing more thoughtful. Endless, don't you think that weapon looks just like that weapon recorded in the ancient book? Breeze Wine asked. The Midnight Tea Party had explored many extremely dangerous locations. During their adventures, they had found an ancient book in a secret location. Although this book did not have any powerful abilities, it had been passed down since ancient times. Many weapons had been recorded within, and players would consider every one of these weapons godly items. Alluring Summer's current weapon looked very similar to one of the weapons in the ancient book. It looked similar, yet quite different. However, I doubt that's the real thing. No matter how I think about it, it is impossible for current players to get their hands on that weapon. Endless Scars denied Breeze Wine's conjecture. Suddenly, Silent March began her attack immediately. The Necromancer directed her Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Warriors to attack Alluring Summer from all sides. This way, the Elementalist could neither defend herself nor blink away. In the end, Alluring Summer would be surrounded and killed. As the Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Warriors inched closer to Alluring Summer, she responded by using the Tier 1 spell, Blizzard A Snowstorm. Then enveloped an area of 10 by 20 yards, turning every skeleton warrior within range into an ice statue. A damage of over -6,000 appeared above the skeleton warriors' heads. Alluring Summer frowned. These undead monsters' magic resistance was much higher than she had expected. Unless she used a large-scale destruction spell, she couldn't instant kill these level 42 skeleton warriors with 45,000 HP. Stop wasting your energy. With the skeleton warriors' magic resistance, the damage they receive from Tier 1 spells is reduced by 70%. Even if you've switched to an epic weapon, you are still no match for them, Silent March said, sneering. Or do you think that you can bridge the gap with one measly epic weapon? Don't forget that I have my own epic staff. As soon Silent March spoke, 6 white bone spears appeared around her. Once more, you had used your life-saving skill to defend against this attack. I want to see how you survive this time. Silent March shouted and swung her staff down immediately. The 6 bone spears flew towards Alluring Summer. Seeing this, the audience assumed that this match was over regarding basic attributes or class. Silent March was greatly superior to Alluring Summer. It was impossible for Alluring Summer to secure victory by relying on one epic staff. It's over. However, the Asura battle team has not lost this match in vain. Without any advantages, the loss isn't unusual. The crowd couldn't help but pity the Asura battle team. Although both battle teams had the support of a guild, the difference between Zero Wing and Miracle was massive. In the previous competition, the Asura battle team had relied on their basic attributes, weapons, and equipment to achieve victory. Unfortunately, they were weaker than the Evil Dragon battle team in every aspect. Boom. As an explosion rang through the battlefield, smoke and dust flew into the air. Silent March frowned, confused as she looked at Alluring Summer, who stood amidst the dust and smoke. Alluring Summer had only evaded the 6 bone spears. The Elementalist had not bothered to use skills to defend herself. No magical class expert would make such a simple mistake. 4 bone spears had struck Alluring Summer, her HP falling below 50%. As long as she launched another volley with the white bone spears, she could take the Elementalist's life. In reality, even if Silent March didn't attack, her skeletons could defeat Alluring Summer easily. Giving up already? Silent March could not help but laugh. Giving up? Alluring Summer shook her head. Chuckling, she said, I have not given up. On the contrary, I owe you my thanks. Thanks. Silent March was confused. Thank me for suppressing you with my overwhelming strength. No. This Death Sigh is a very special staff. Only when its user's HP is below 50% can display its true potential, Alluring Summer said, helplessness filling her voice as she gazed at the scythe in her hand. Are you trying to say that you can defeat me once you have less than half of your HP? Silent March could not help but grin at the Elementalist, glaring at the woman with contempt and ridicule. She had 3 epic items on her right now, and every one of them had astonishing effects. She hadn't even used one of their effects thus far. Alluring Summer was dreaming if she thought she could beat her with some epic staff. No, not defeat. Chuckling, Alluring Summer said, this will just be one-sided bullying. Silent March was instantly furious upon hearing Alluring Summer's confidence. Lightly waving her magician's scepter, she activated one of the staff skills. Mana Amplification. Increases the effects of all skills used by caster by 500% for 10 seconds cooldown. 2 hours. Now, Silent March was even strong enough to face a Grand Lord of the same level immediately. 30 white bone spears appeared around Silent March. Moreover, everyone contained more power than the previous spears. The audience was flabbergasted. Crap. This is just too overpowered. She's too strong. Even 10 of me couldn't take her on. Is this the strength of the Purgatory Legion's vice commander? If these players had thought that they had any hope against an expert like Silent March, then now, she felt like an invincible monster turned to ash. Silent March waved her staff towards Alluring Summer. Shio. The 30 bone spears flew towards Elementalist, leaving her with no space to dodge. I was waiting for this. Alluring Summer was unperturbed in the face of the incoming spears. On the contrary, she appeared excited. Gripping Death Sigh tightly in both hands, she swung the weapon down towards the enemy Necromancer. The sound of glass shattering reached the spectators. The space before Alluring Summer then split like 2 halves of a broken window, following which, both the incoming bone spears and the skeleton legion turned into ash and dust. Although Silent March tried to say something, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Her vision faded to gray before she saw nothing but a black void. Before everyone could react, the system signaled the match's end. The sound echoing throughout the arena, the victor's name appeared above the stage. Victor. Alluring Summer. Chapter 1154. 12 Great Legendary Staffs. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1154. 12 Great Legendary Staffs. Seeing the victor's ID hovering above the stage, silence reigned over the competition venue for a moment. It seemed as if this silence had blanketed the world. The match's outcome confused everyone. No matter how they looked at it, Silent March should have won this match with ease. Alluring Summer simply had no hope of winning, yet she had overturned the match with a single skill. Everything had happened so suddenly that, before they even realized it, Silent March, who had 100% of her HP remaining, was dead. What just happened? Silent March was defeated. What kind of attack was that? Many people's eyes widened in shock when they watched the replay. However, even in the end, they hadn't seen Alluring Summer's attack process from beginning to end. Alluring Summer had only lightly swung her scythe. After that, the space before Alluring Summer had split in half, killing the undead and Silent March, who had been 30 yards away, instantly in God's domain. Ranged attacks normally had a trajectory indicator. For example, when Silent March had fired the white bone spears at Alluring Smile, the spectators had seen trajectory indicators for a brief moment, allowing them to predict where the attacks would land. However, Alluring Summer's attack hadn't displayed any trajectory indicators. It was as if Alluring Summer had struck Silent March the moment she swung Death Sigh Big Sis Endless. I just watched the replay multiple times, and I couldn't see any indicators. Does Alluring Summer's skill not use them? Cloud Yarn could not help but ask if she were to point out who knew the most about God's domain, then it would definitely be Endless Scars. If Endless Scars didn't know something that no one else in the team would either, you don't need to look for them. Her attack does not have any trajectory indicators. Endless Scar's eyes shone with excitement as she stared at the scythe in Alluring Summer's hands. I really didn't expect this. Although it isn't the real deal, I'm shocked to see that Zero Wing has obtained such a weapon. Silent March had not lost without reason. Breeze Wine nodded in agreement with Endless Scars's words, fear filling his eyes as he looked at Alluring Summer's weapon. He was certain that the weapon Alluring Summer wielded was a replica of one of God's domain's 12 great legendary staffs, Death Sigh. As for the weapon being the real deal, that was very unlikely. According to the ancient book, the real article had been destroyed long ago. Even a blacksmith god couldn't repair it. Thus, he was absolutely confident that the elementalist's Death Sigh was a replica. However, the imitation was considerably similar to the real thing if it could even use dimensional fracture. Dimensional fracture was an unblockable skill. Even invulnerability could not stop it. Dimensional fracture ignored distance and all forms of protection. When activated, the skill would even penetrate invincible defenses and attack the target directly. It was rumored that the real Death Sigh could instant kill any creature below Tier 6. Of course, that was only a rumor. Moreover, Alluring Summer only wielded a replica. Even so, a replica should have no problems instant killing a Tier 1 magical class player. She's dead. Phoenix Rain was somewhat confused after watching the match's outcome. This win was too sudden. She hadn't been prepared for such an outcome. Rather than calling this a PvP match, it had been a one-sided display of power. Damn it! Damn it! 1,000 Miles' eyes radiated killing intent as he glared at Alluring Summer. He wanted to rush onto the stage and kill the Elementalist back to level 0. This single loss had foiled his plans to annihilate the Asura battle team. He had bet tons of resources on the Evil Dragon battle team achieving a complete victory. Now that his plan had failed, why wouldn't he be furious? He had intended to use those resources to compete for the authority over Thunder Island. Now, however, they were gone. Very quickly, 1,000 Miles calmed himself down. He turned to Cleansed Maple and said, "Notify Miracle Dragon immediately. I don't want to see them lose another match. I want them to go all out in the next 2 fights." Now that a complete victory was no longer possible, they could only defeat the Asura battle team and recuperate their losses from the competition's winnings. Many large guilds had come to participate in the upcoming auction. Before the auction began, however, many of these guilds would try their luck and bet on the competition. As long as the Evil Dragon battle team won, their winnings might make up for the losses they suffered. Hence, 1,000 Miles was now taking the competition seriously and refused to give the Asura battle team any hope of victory. However, compared to 1,000 Miles' rage, Abandoned Wave had nearly gone mad in another VIP room. Abandoned Wave had bet practically all of his guild's resources on the Evil Dragon battle team's complete victory. He could not afford for the team to lose even a single match. Zero Wing. Abandoned Wave's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Shifeng's group below the stage. Zero Wing had spoiled several of his plans now. He resolved himself for the final struggle. Drunkard, notify the Beast Emperor and tell him that I'm willing to become an evil god apostle. Moreover, I'll sacrifice 1 million players to him. However, I want both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing annihilated. Guild leader. Laughing Drunkard panicked at Abandoned Wave's command. The Blackwater Corporation's upper echelons wanted to develop the guild. If they sacrificed the guild members, these upper echelons would not let Abandoned Wave off the hook, regardless of his position as young Master Jing's trusted aide. Relax. I won't use our guild's members. In any case, contact the Beast Emperor, Abandoned Wave said. Despite such a reply, Laughing Drunkard still thought that Abandoned Wave had lost his mind. The Beast Emperor was an extremely mysterious fellow. Every time they had met, the man's face had been wrapped in bandages. They had never seen his true appearance. Even the name of Beast Emperor was a fake. The Beast Emperor had sought them out, stating that he could help them achieve great things. However, he had a condition. They must become evil god apostles. After hearing his deal, they researched what it meant to become an evil god apostle. Only after investigating the matter did they understand how horrible it would be to become an evil god apostle. Becoming one would make them an enemy to almost everyone in the game. Moreover, after becoming an evil god apostle, unless one deleted their accounts and restarted, they would remain an evil god apostle forever. Furthermore, if NPCs captured them, their accounts would be useless. Hence, Abandoned Wave had refused to become an evil god apostle, content with conducting trades with the Beast Emperor. Enough. Just do as I say. I'll explain things to young Master Jing, Abandoned Wave coldly ordered as he shot the motionless Laughing Drunkard a glare. Understood. With no other option, Laughing Drunkard left the room, traveling to where he usually met the Beast Emperor. As the competition's first round had come to an end, the audience quickly shifted its attention to the second round. The second round was a 2-on-2 battle. Unlike one-on-one matches, players could rely on teamwork to display even greater power. The instant the Evil Dragon battle team declared their participating members, the spectators' expressions grew serious. They can't be serious, right? It seems that the Evil Dragon battle team is pissed off now. They sent those two to fight. This trip was really worth it. Many large guild upper echelons and superpower members grew excited when they saw the names of the Evil Dragon battle team's representatives for the second round. The Evil Dragon battle team dispatched the Witch of the West, Alice, and the Speedstar, Starstreak. Both these players were famous experts from Miracle. Even super guilds had to take these two players very seriously. Chapter 1155. Swapping Weapons. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1155. Swapping Weapons. As everyone watched, Alice and Starstreak slowly walked onto the stage. Although neither spoke a word, just by standing on the stage, the audience could feel an intense pressure emanating from the two so strong. That is the Witch of the West. Shock filled Blue Phoenix's eyes as she stared at the confidently smiling, blonde, doll-like girl on the stage. Although Alice currently wore a black cloak, she had not bothered to hide her appearance or equipment. Thus, Blue Phoenix could determine that the witch wore the Flaming Sun set equipment. The Flaming Sun was a level 50 fine gold set equipment for elementalists. The set had a total of 8 pieces. Blue Phoenix had recognized the set because the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also possessed the chest piece. That was one of the several pieces of equipment they had obtained after killing a level 55 Grand Lord in a temple ruin in the Apocalypse Empire. Yet Alice wore the complete set that was a level 50 fine gold set equipment they were talking about. Why wouldn't she be shocked? After reaching level 50, even mysterious iron equipment became very difficult to obtain. Much less fine gold set equipment. The Flaming Sun set equipment had a slightly unique effect. After gathering all 8 pieces, players could equip the set at level 45 inches. Other words, Alice was at least level 45. She even surpassed the first-ranked player on the Fire Dragon Empire's ranking list when pairing Alice's superb combat standards with the level 50 Flaming Sun set equipment and level 45. She was practically invincible among current players. Miracle really is impressive. I never expected that they had secretly conquered the temple ruins. Phoenix Rain's expression darkened as she watched Alice. She had wanted to conquer those ruins for a long time. The ruins contained a treasure called the Fire God's Eye, something she sorely needed. Now that the Witch of the West wore the complete Flaming Sun set equipment, this meant that the temple ruins must have been cleared. Needless to say, they must have taken that treasure. She had planned to use the Fire God's Eye as a trump card on Thunder Island. Now that Miracle had it, her chances of success had decreased. Moreover, Phoenix Rain did not doubt that Alice currently had the Fire God's Eye equipped. If the information she had found described the item correctly, there was no point in competing in the second round. Why haven't you sent anyone up yet? I don't want to wait here all day, Alice asked indifferently as her aqua-blue eyes gazed down at Feng beneath the stage. Although Silent March's defeat had surprised her as well, it had only increased her interest in alluring Summer. As for the other members of the Asura battle team, she didn't care about them at all. She only wanted a quick end to this boring farce. Please wait a moment. We are still swapping weapons. Feng said. Swapping weapons? Starstreak glanced at alluring Summer, who stood beside Feng, curiously. Immediately, his expression tensed. Alluring Summer had just passed her death sigh to Violet Cloud. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. Wasn't that staff supposed to be an elementalist staff? Moreover, when he recalled the skill Alluring Smile had used with Death Sigh, he grew more serious. Damn! The Asura battle team is simply too cunning. They're passing the staff they used in the first round to the person fighting in the second. Genius! The competition has no rules limiting weapons or equipment to one person. With this, the next match will be interesting to watch. Naturally, the audience noticed Violet Cloud receive Death's Sigh. An excited discussion swept through the venue. They had already witnessed Dimensional Fracture's might, and they had to admit that it was extremely powerful if the skill were used again. They might see a replay from the first round. When Thousand Miles saw this, his expression twisted. Yet he couldn't accuse the Asura battle team of cheating as there were no rules against their actions. While everyone chatted among themselves, Shifeng and Violet Cloud approached the stage, following which, the name list for the second round was officially announced on the floating screen above the arena. Elementalist Alice and Assassin Starstreak versus Swordsman Yifeng and Cleric Violet Cloud. Everyone was confused about the Asura battle team's choice of classes. In terms of classes, both sides had their own advantages. Both the Elementalist and Assassin class were classes with high burst damage. If Alice and Starstreak worked together, they could easily instant kill a player. On the other hand, the combination of Swordsman and Cleric was more suited for attrition battles. With a Cleric support, the Swordsman could fight without worrying too much about defense. However, against a pure burst damage combination, the Swordsman and Cleric combination would be at a huge disadvantage. If Alice and Starstreak combined their attacks, the two could easily kill Shifeng before Violet Cloud could heal him. The Asura battle team should have fielded a Swordsman and an Assassin instead. Is the Asura battle team trying to rely on the move from the previous match and sending their sole remaining magical class player onto the stage? Everyone had their guesses. Staff weapons could only be used by magical class players among the 5 members the Asura battle team had brought to the Dark Arena. Excluding Alluring Summer, Violet Cloud was the only magical class player remaining. Taking Death's Sigh into consideration, it wasn't surprising to send Violet Cloud into the second round. You can't be hoping to rely on the move that killed March to defeat us, right? Alice asked Shifeng. Laughing, she continued, I admit that the move is indeed powerful. However, its flaws are obvious. If we didn't know about the skill, it would certainly kill us. However, we know about it already. As long as we treat that cleric like a melee player, we can easily disable the move. Furthermore, you have to face Starstreak and me, not March. Or do you think that you will have an opportunity to use that skill? Alice hadn't spoken quietly. Hence, the audience had heard her clearly. Some of the players who originally thought that the Asura battle team had a chance of victory couldn't help but agree with Alice's words. Although the Asura battle team's plan was a good one, had they forgotten who their opponents were? They were talking about the Witch of the West and Speedstar. If the two worked together, even if they hadn't known about Death's Sigh, they could easily emerge victorious. No, I believe you have misunderstood 2 things. First, Death's Sigh isn't an elementalist-specific weapon, Shifeng said, waving his hand. Second, Alluring Summer didn't loan this weapon to Violet Cloud. Rather, Violet Cloud had loaned the weapon to Alluring Summer. It has simply been returned. The venue fell silent after Shifeng's explanation. Nobody could believe what he had just said. Such a lethal weapon wasn't actually an elementalist weapon? Only a fool would believe that. A bluff. This is definitely a bluff. That's right. How could a weapon like that be meant for a cleric? Everybody instinctively rejected Shifeng's declaration. They all knew how massive the impact would be to use a weapon not suited for one's class. It would be impossible to exert the weapon's full power. Looking back at the power Alluring Summer had displayed with Death's Sigh, that weapon should be meant for elementalists. As everyone assumed that Shifeng had been bluffing, the competition's timer began to count down. Chapter 1156. Inborn Witch. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1156. Inborn Witch. Although Shifeng had not spoken loudly, every word he said made everyone present shudder involuntarily. Particularly the members of the Evil Dragon battle team, who had thought that they were already at the cusp of victory, now wore stiff expressions on their faces. He must have deliberately said those words to disrupt Alice's and Starstreak's mental states. Does he really take us for fools? Since they're too weak, they can only use small tricks like these to have any hopes of winning. That's right. It's a pity that their opponents this time are Alice and Starstreak. Even if what he said is true, it won't change the outcome of this match. He's just bluffing. Let's see how Alice will take care of them in a moment. None of the Evil Dragon battle team members believed Shifeng's words. They all began laughing in ridicule as they looked at Shifeng and Violet Cloud. Is it really a bluff? Unlike his teammates, however, Miracle Dragon continued scrutinizing Shifeng. However, even after observing the swordsman for some time, he did not discover any awkwardness on Shifeng's face. On the contrary, Shifeng's eyes were practically glowing with confidence. Seeing this convinced Miracle Dragon that the swordsman's words were true if Shifeng was telling the truth and that Death's Eye was actually a weapon meant for clerics, then the current Violet Cloud was definitely a very threatening cleric. However, even after coming to this conclusion, Miracle Dragon did not bother doing anything. He only smiled as he silently watched the timer above the stage count down slowly. Everything was just as Alice said. Violet Cloud might be a threat in this match, but she wouldn't be able to control its outcome. If the Asura battle team really thought they could win this match, then they were seriously underestimating the Miracle Guild. When only 5 seconds remained on the timer, Alice and Starstreak, who had been motionless all this while, suddenly moved. Alice directly chose to distance herself over 30 yards away from Shifeng and Violet Cloud. Meanwhile, Starstreak circled around to Violet Cloud's side. His motive could not be any more obvious: to kill Violet Cloud first. When Alice was 35 yards away, she took out a crimson wooden staff, which had a crimson flame burning at its tip, the flame looking just like an eye that could see through everything. The moment this staff appeared, fire-type mana began massing rampantly around Alice, the mana casting a faint, red glow around the elementalist. At this moment, it was as if Alice had become the goddess of fire. Though I don't know whether your words are true or not, the fact that you've exposed your trump card so soon will only lead to your miserable defeat. After Alice completed her preparations, she smiled faintly at Shifeng. Right as she finished speaking, the timer above the battlefield hit 0 at the same time. Alice began chanting. Although she was only double casting right now, her chanting and writing speeds were much faster than Silent March. In the blink of an eye, a massive, crimson magic array appeared before Alice. A tornado of flames then emerged from the magic array and extended rapidly towards Shifeng and Violet Cloud. At the same time, a gigantic dark blue magic array formed beneath the swordsman's and the cleric's feet, freezing the ground beneath them completely. Ice-cold fog then rose from the ground, enveloping a radius of 15 yards. This scene stupefied the audience members. This is the Witch of the West? She is simply a monster. Blue Phoenix's eyes were wide open as she stared at the stage, her heart twinging with helplessness like never before. The two spells Alice displayed were the Tier 1 Curse Torrent of Flames and the Tier 1 Curse Freezing Fog. Although both these spells were extraordinarily powerful, they were extremely difficult to learn. Moreover, their casting times were also considerably long. Blue Phoenix herself needed around 3 seconds to cast either of those spells. In a PvP match between experts, these spells were simply too impractical. Nevertheless, despite double casting 2 curses, Alice had managed to complete them in less than 2 seconds. This casting speed was unbelievable, as expected of the Witch of the West. To think she has managed to grasp even the technique to double cast Tier 1 curses. Phoenix Rain wore a grim expression as she looked at Shifeng and Violet Cloud, who were about to face an assault from Ice and Flame's magical class. Players were generally countered by speed-based classes due to their weak melee capabilities and long casting times. However, in their research into the combat techniques of God's domain, the various superpowers had discovered a technique to shorten the casting time of spells, speed casting, which even allowed some higher-tiered spells to be cast instantaneously in God's domain. The purpose of chanting incantations and writing runes was to assist in forming an accurate magic array and hasten the gathering of mana for a spell. The higher the accuracy of a magic array, the higher the completion rate of the spell cast. Meanwhile, the higher the completion rate of a spell, the greater the power said spell could display. At 50% skill completion rate, the system would determine a skill to be effective and allow its activation. Hence, as long as players managed to visualize a sufficiently accurate magic array in their minds, they could still use a spell successfully, even without chanting or writing. Only the higher tiered a spell was, the more complex its magic array would be, which naturally made imaging the magic array in one's mind more difficult. If one wished to accomplish this, they needed to go through a long adaptation process. Meanwhile, speed casting was a technique that required players to form a prototype mental magic array of sorts while using incantations and runes to compensate for the imperfections in the magic array. By doing so, players could save up on plenty of time. Although the principle sounded very simple, in actual practice, the technique was extremely challenging, not to mention applying it in double casting. This was no longer a feat that was achievable through hard work. Fortunately for Alice, she was wielding the Fire God's Eye, which Phoenix Rain had been hoping to obtain all this time. The Fire God's Eye had a passive effect that improved the skill completion rate of fire-type spells by 5% and other types of spells by 3%. While this increase might seem very small, it could allow elementalists that were still a step away from grasping speed casting to grasp the technique, raising their combat power to a whole new level. At the same time as Alice launched her attack, Starstreak had entered stealth and was waiting for an opportunity to land a fatal blow on Violet Cloud Ice Fire Domain. She's using her trademark move right off the bat? The corners of Shifeng's mouth twitched as he looked at the approaching tornado of flames. The Ice-Fire domain was Alice's trademark. She would first use Ice-type spells to restrict her opponent's movements, then follow up by attacking with a large-scale, Fire-type spell. The combination of these two opposing elements would amplify the power of both spells exponentially when she used this move against an MT of the same level. Even if said MT had activated a life-saving skill, they would either die instantly or have most of their HP taken away. It's up to you now, Shifeng said softly as he looked at Violet Cloud nodding. Violet Cloud began twirling the scythe in her hands while chanting an incantation boom. When the tornado of flames came into contact with the icy fog, like a keg of gunpowder coming into contact with fire, a massive explosion ensued, releasing a torrent of blue and crimson mana. Even Alice, who stood quite a distance away, had her mage robes blown back by the resulting shockwave. As for Star Streak, who was relatively close to the epicenter of the explosion, he nearly got swept off his feet. The power of the attack greatly surpassed that of a Tier 1 curse. The explosion engulfed everything within 20 yards of Shifeng and Violet Cloud, the range of the attack surpassing even that of Alice's freezing fog. This range could already rival that of a large-scale destruction spell.